Page 5. Table of Contents. Introduction, page 10. Note on the text, page 14. Chronological outline, page 17. Part 1, Writings, 1916 through 1926. Section 1, Socialism and Marxism, 1917 through 1918. Page 29. 1. Discipline. 2. The Revolution Against Capital. 3. Our Marx. 4. Class Intransigence and Italian History. 5. Utopia. Section 2. Working Class Education and Culture. Page 53. 1. Socialism and Culture. 2. Schools of Labor. 3. Men or Machines. 4. The Popular University. 5. Illiteracy. 6. The Problem of the School. 7. In brackets, Questions of Culture. 8. Marinetti the Revolutionary. Section 3. Factory Councils and Socialist Democracy. Page 76. 1. Workers' Democracy. 2. Conquest of the State. 3. To the workshop delegates of the Fiat Centro and Brevetti plants. 4. Unions and councils. 5. Red Sunday. 6. Political capacity. 7. Those mainly responsible. 8. Once again on the organic capacities of the working class. Page 6. Section 4. Communism, 1919 through 1924, page 110. 1. The War in the Colonies. 2. Workers and Peasants. 3. The Livorno Congress. 4. Parties and Masses. 5. What the relations should be between the PCDI, that is the Communist Party of Italy, and the Comintern. 6. In brackets, letter to Togliatti, Terracini, and others. Section 5, Fascist Reaction and Communist Strategy, 1924 through 1926, page 135. 1. The Crisis of the Middle Classes. 2. The Italian Situation and the Tasks of the Communist Party of Italy, Lyon's thesis. 3. Letter to the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party. 4. Some aspects of the Southern Question. Part 2. Prison Writings, 1929 through 1935. Section 6. Hegemony, Relations of Force, Historical Block. Page 189. 1. Structure and Superstructure. Roman 1. 2. In brackets, Structure and Superstructure, Roman 2. 3. Structure and Superstructures, Roman 3. 4. In brackets, the concept of historical block. 5. In brackets, ethico-political history. 6. In brackets, ethico-political history and hegemony. 7. In brackets, political ideologies. 8. Ideologies. 9. Validity of ideologies. 10. Analysis of situations. Relations of force. 11. Some theoretical and practical aspects of economism. 12. Observations on certain aspects of the structure of political parties in periods of organic crisis. Section 7. The Art and Science of Politics, page 222. 1. In brackets, War of Position and War of Maneuver. 2. War of position and war of maneuver or frontal war. 3. Transition from the war of maneuver and from frontal attack to the war of position in the political field as well. Page 7. 4. Internationalism and policy. 5. Question of the collective man or social conformism. 6. Concept of state. 7. Ethical or cultural state. 8. State as gendarme, night watchman, etc. 9. The state as veilleur de nuit. 10. Economic corporate phase of the state. 11. Statolatry. 12. In brackets, the political party as modern prince. 13. Fetishism. Section 8. Passive revolution. Caesarism, fascism. Page 246. 1. The problem of political leadership in the formation and development of the modern state in Italy. 2. Notes on French national life. 3. The concept of passive revolution, Roman 1. 4. In brackets, the concept of passive revolution, Roman 2. 5. In brackets, the concept of passive revolution, Roman 3. 6. In brackets, fascism as passive revolution, first version. 7. In brackets, fascism as passive revolution, second version. 8. Agitation and propaganda. 9. Caesarism. 10. Caesarism and catastrophic equilibrium of politico-social forces. Section 9. Americanism and Fordism. Page 275. 1. Rationalization of the demographic composition of Europe. 2. Some aspects of the sexual question. 3. Financial autarky and industry. 4. Animality and industrialism. 5. Rationalization of production and work. 6. Taylorism and the mechanization of the worker. 7. In brackets, Babbitt. 8. Babbitt again. 9. Notes on American culture. Section 10. Intellectuals and education, page 300. 1. In brackets, intellectuals. 2. Observations on the school in search of the educational principle. 3. In brackets, intellectuals and non-intellectuals. Page 8. Section 11. Philosophy, Common Sense, Language, and Folklore, page 323.
1. Notes for an introduction and an approach to the study of philosophy in the history of culture. Roman 1. Some preliminary reference points. Roman 2. Observations and critical notes on an attempt at a popular manual of sociology. 2. Language, languages, common sense. 3. Bracket, knowledge and feeling, close bracket. 4. Bracket, the philosophy of praxis and intellectual and moral reformation, close bracket. 5. How many forms of grammar can there be? 6. Sources of diffusion of linguistic innovations in the tradition and of a national linguistic conformism in the broad national masses. 7. Historical and normative grammars. 8. Grammar and technique. 9. Observations on folklore. Section 12. Popular culture. Page 363. 1. Concept of national popular. 2. Various types of popular novel. 3. The operatic conception of life. 4. Popular literature, operatic taste. 5. Oratory, conversation, culture. Section 13, Journalism, page 379. 1. Ideological material. 2. Dilettantism and discipline. 3. Bracket. Integral journalism, close bracket. 4. Types of periodical. Section 14, Art and the Struggle for a New Civilization, page 391. 1. Art and the Struggle for a New Civilization. 2. Art and Culture. 3. Literary criticism. 4. Criteria of literary criticism. 5. Sincerity or spontaneity and discipline. 6. Bracket. Functional literature, close bracket. Page 9. Notes, page 403. Glossary of key terms, page 420. Further reading, page 432. Name index on page 436, and the subject index on page 440 will not be recorded. End of table of contents. Page 10. Introduction. The international fortunes of Gramsci's work have fluctuated with the changes of fashion on the intellectual left. Thus, in the 1960s, the vogue for Althusser in Latin America largely blocked the way for Gramsci, although in France itself, Althusser's prominence also gave publicity to the then barely known Italian, whom he both praised and criticized. The element of fashion was particularly evident inasmuch as the reception of Gramsci coincided largely with the heyday of the new lefts of the 1960s and 1970s, whose capacity to consume an eclectic mix made of mutually incompatible intellectual ingredients was considerable. The element of fashion was even more evident in the 1990s, when former leftists transformed into neoliberals no longer cared to be reminded of anything that recalled old enthusiasms. This could be witnessed in post-1991 Russia, where the heritage of Marxist ideas is under a serious attack. It is equally evident that Gramsci could not have become a major figure on the world intellectual scene but for the determination of his comrade and admirer Palmiro Togliatti to preserve and publish his writings and to give them a central place in Italian communism. Under the conditions of Stalinism, this was by no means an inevitable choice, especially given the known heterodoxy of Gramsci, even though the line of the Seventh World Congress of the International made it a little less risky. Whatever the subsequent criticism of Togliatti's own views on Gramsci, his concern after Gramsci's death to remove him from the misfortunes of the present and safeguard him for the future life of the party. P. Spriano, Gramsci in Carcere il Partito, Rome, 1988, and his insistence on Gramsci's centrality from the moment of his return to Italy were the foundations of Gramsci's subsequent fortunes. The editorial deficiencies and omissions of the early post-war years were the price paid for making Gramsci known. In retrospect, a price worth paying. Thanks to Togliatti's determination and the new prestige of the PCI, at least the letterer were published in a number of countries, including some people's democracies, before the death of Stalin. Where the local communist parties failed to do so, no one else did. Page 11. Though excellent English translations were almost immediately made, it took decades actually to find publishers for the letterer in Britain and the USA. Even so, apart from a few foreigners with personal memories of the Italian resistance and personal friendships on the post-war Italian left, the Rezeptionsgeschichte of Gramsci begins with the 20th Congress of the CPSU. For 2 decades, it was part of the attempt by the international communist movement to emancipate itself from the heritage both of Stalin and the Communist International. Within the socialist camp, this was reflected in the almost immediate official acknowledgement of Gramsci as a political thinker as well as a martyr, as witnessed the publication of a 3-volume selection from his works in the USSR in 1957 to 1959. The Soviet presence at the first Gramsci Convegno in 1958, and the substantial and implicitly reformist Soviet delegation to the second, 1967. Eventually, of course, Gramsci was to make his way into the academic literature. More precisely, Gramsci attracted attention outside Italy primarily as a communist thinker who provided a Marxist strategy for countries in which the October Revolution might have been an inspiration but could not be a model. That is to say, for socialist movements in non-revolutionary environments and situations. The prestige and success of the Italian Communist Party in the years between the Yalta Memorandum and the death of Enrico Berlinguer naturally spread the influence of a thinker generally considered as the inspirer of its strategies. Gramsci undoubtedly reached the peak of his international prominence in the years of Euro-communism of the 1970s and receded somewhat in the 1980s, except perhaps in the German Federal Republic, where he was discovered rather late, and interest in him was at its height in the first half of the 1980s. The international discussion on Gramsci, it seems, remained largely separate from and independent of the vigorous Italian debate on the country's greatest Marxist thinker. This is not surprising. Foreigners inevitably read some national thinker, however universal in his or her interests, in a different manner from readers in their own culture, and when the thinker is, like Gramsci, so closely concerned with his national reality, foreign and national readings are even more likely to diverge. In any case, several of the issues most hotly debated in Italy were not so much arguments about Gramsci as arguments for, or more usually against, some phase of the policy of the PCI. Page 12. These were not always of major interest to non-specialists outside. Nevertheless, it is relevant to note that what has influenced foreign readers is the text of Gramsci's writings rather than the literature of criticism and interpretation that has accumulated around them in his own country. That is to say, it is the Gramsci of the era when the first major selections of his work became widely available in translation, or, at the earliest, when the first important local Gramscians appeared on the intellectual scene to introduce the as-yet untranslated thinker. Essentially, we may say that the non-Italian Gramsci reception was that of the Gramsci of the 1960s and 1970s. The international reception of Gramsci has therefore been, and still remains, subject to the fluctuating fortunes of the political left. And it will and must continue to be so to some extent. For Gramsci was par excellence the philosopher of political praxis. Most of the luminaries of what has been called Western Marxism can be read, as it were, as academics, which many of them were or could have been. Lucas, Korsch, Benjamin, Althusser, Marcuse, and others. They wrote at 1 or 2 removes from the concrete political realities, even when, like Henri Lefebvre, they were at one time or another plunged into them as political organizers. Gramsci cannot be separated from these realities, since even his widest generalizations are invariably concerned with the investigation of the practical conditions for transforming the world by politics in the specific circumstances in which he wrote. Unlike Lenin, but like Marx, he was a born intellectual, a man almost physically excited by the sheer attraction of ideas. Not for nothing was he the only genuine Marxist theorist who was also the leader of a Marxist mass party, if we leave aside the much less original Otto Bauer. One of the reasons why historians, Marxist and even non-Marxist, have found him so rewarding is precisely his refusal to leave the terrain of concrete historical, social, and cultural realities for abstractionist and reductionist theoretical models. It is therefore likely that Gramsci will continue to be read mainly for the light his writings throw on politics, in his own words, the body of practical rules for research and detailed observations, useful for awakening an interest in effective reality and for stimulating more rigorous and more vigorous political insights. I do not believe that those looking for such insights will only be found on the left, although for evident reasons, those who share Gramsci's objectives are most likely to look to him for guidance. Page 13. Yet while one hopes that Gramsci may still be a guide to successful political action for the left, it is already clear that his international influence has penetrated beyond the left and indeed beyond the sphere of instrumental politics. It may seem trivial that an Anglo-Saxon reference work can, I quote the entry in its entirety, reduce him to a single word. Antonio Gramsci, Italian political thinker, 1891 to 1937, see under Hegemony. A. Bullock and O. Stallybrass, editors, The Fontana Dictionary of Modern Thought, London, 1977. It may be absurd that an American journalist, quoted by Buttigieg, believes that the concept of civil society was introduced into modern political discourse by Gramsci alone. Yet the acceptance of a thinker as a permanent classic is often indicated just by such superficial references to him by people who patently know little more about him than that he is important. 50 years after his death, Gramsci had become important in this manner even outside Italy, where his status in national history and national culture was recognized almost from the beginning. It is now recognized in most parts of the globe. Indeed, the flourishing historical school of subaltern studies centered in Calcutta suggests that Gramsci's influence is still expanding. He has survived the political conjunctures which first gave him international prominence. He has survived the European communist movement itself. He has demonstrated his independence of the fluctuations of ideological fashion. Who now expects another vogue for Althusser, any more than for Spengler? He has survived the enclosure in academic ghettos, which looks like being the fate of so many other thinkers of Western Marxism. He has even avoided becoming an ism. What the future fortunes of his writings will be, we cannot know. However, his permanence is already sufficiently sure and justifies the continuing study of his writings. E. J. Hobsbawm. Page 14. Note on the text. Most of the writings included here are to be found in one of the 4 existing volumes published in Britain by Lawrence and Wishart, and in the United States by international publishers, with the exception of the last, of which the American imprint is by Harvard University Press. Selections from the Prison Notebooks, edited and translated by Quentin Hoare and Jeffrey Noel Smith, 1971, henceforth abbreviated as SPN. Selections from Political Writings, 1910 to 1920, selected and edited by Quentin Hoare, translated by John Matthews, 1977, abbreviated as SPW1. Selections from Political Writings, 1921 to 1926, translated and edited by Quentin Hoare, 1978, abbreviated as SPW2. Selections from Cultural Writings, edited by David Forgax and Jeffrey Noel Smith, translated by William Bollhauer, 1985, abbreviated as SCW. Although I have sought to include as many important texts and passages as possible, with one or two exceptions, I have deliberately left out or cut passages which require a specialized knowledge, historical, philosophical, literary. Where such passages seemed indispensable, I have included them and put a note, although I have generally tried to keep notes to a minimum and to confine detailed explanations to the introductions heading each section. I have, however, used a few notes to cross-refer to passages in other texts. Some notes have been transcribed from the existing English editions. Others are new. Each item, text, in this book is identified by both an Arabic numeral and a separate title. Titles enclosed in square brackets have been supplied by me where Gramsci either did not give one or where the existing one is inappropriate. For instance, some of the prison notes have only general headings. At the foot of each text, I have indicated, using the appropriate abbreviation followed by page numbers, where it is to be found in one of the 4 volumes mentioned. Where no previous translation exists, the text is marked asterisk, and its published Italian source is indicated. In Part 1, this source is given in the form of abbreviated title, followed by page numbers. Page 15. The 3 editions cited here are CT equals Conoscia Torinesi, 1913 to 1917. CF equals La Città Futura, 1917 to 1918. And NM equals Il Nostro Marx, 1918 to 1919. All edited by Sergio Capriaglio and Nudi Turin, respectively, 1980, 1982, and 1985. In Part 2, an Italian source in the prison notebooks is given in all cases. This takes the form of a notebook, Q equals quaderno, number and a paragraph sign, number, following the numbering of Quaderni del Carcere, edited by Valentino Garatona, 4 volumes, Turin, 1975. New translations are mine, except for Romans 6, 4, 6, and 7, which are by Derek Boothman. The biographical outline in the prefatory material is based on the ones in CT and Garatona's edition as above. As for dates of the writings, all texts in Part 1 carry a date of first publication or original composition. In Part 2, I have not attempted to date individual texts, since a given draft in the prison notebooks cannot always be dated more accurately than by its year of composition, and many of the later notes are in any case revised versions of earlier drafts. However, the following dates of composition of the individual notebooks drawn on in this volume will give readers a rough guide. The dating is that given in Garatona's critical edition. Q3, 1930. Q5, 6 and 7, 1930 to 32, Q8, 1931 to 32, Q10, 1932 to 35, Q11, 1932 to 33, Q12, 1932, Q13, 1932 to 34, Q14, 1932 to 35, Q15, 1933, Q16, 1933 to 34, Q19 and 20, 1934 to 35, Q21, 23, and 24, 1934, Q26, 27, and 29, 1935. In most places, the text given here follows exactly that of the earlier English editions, but 6 kinds of variant readings will be found. 1. I have made cuts marked by bracketed ellipsis in some texts. This is partly for reasons of space, in the case of a long text, partly in order to remove specific references, for example to Italian political figures, that seemed dispensable in an edition of this kind. Every cut involves an editorial judgment, and it may be that some readers will disapprove of some of my judgments. Where this occurs, I can only refer them to the uncut version in the other editions. I had originally intended to include only uncut texts in this edition, but I soon realized that if I did so, I should either have had to include many fewer texts than I wanted, or else leave out, for lack of space, such fundamental writings as the Lyons Theses, some aspects of the Southern Question, and the prison notes on the Risorgimento and intellectuals. Some texts have been substantially reduced, but in many cases the cuts are minor ones. 2. At a few points there are additional passages. Page 16. Where these run to more than few lines, I have enclosed them in angled brackets. Left angle bracket, right angle bracket. In one case, Roman 1.4, the passage in question was cut from Gramsci's original newspaper article by the press censor. It was published for the first time in NM after Cabriaglio found the original printer's proof seized by the censor in the State Archive at Turin. It was therefore not available to the translator of SPW1. 3. The internal order of paragraphs within some of the notes in Part 2 differs from that in SPN, and passages which appeared as footnotes in that edition appear here integrated into the main body of the text. In this respect, I have followed the text of the critical edition, which reproduces Gramsci's manuscript notebooks more exactly. For the same reason, there are a few cases where what appears in a single note in SPN appears here as 2 notes, or even 3, and occasionally the other way round. 4. The order of notes themselves in Part 2 does not correspond on the whole to the sequences in SPN. Like the earlier Italian editions, SPN did not generally follow Gramsci's manuscript arrangement. I have consequently felt free to regroup the notes with respect to SPN in an order that both seem to make more sense for the particular thematic arrangements of this edition, and to correspond as far as possible to the order of composition by year of their first drafts. The translations are, however, with one exception, Section 8, Number 6, all of second drafts or unique drafts. 5. I have made some minor emendations to the translations in the few cases where the existing translations seem to me either incorrect or unclear. Translations have been checked against the critical editions, where these have now appeared. 6. There are a few variants of style introduced to resolve inconsistencies between the 4 volumes. For instance, the word state appears here with a lower case initial throughout. Communist, socialist, and fascist, when they refer to political parties, have an initial capital. The forms Roman II and Roman III, used as ordinals, are written out as second and third. Main quotations are in single rather than double inverted commas, and most spellings in -ise have been amended to IZE. Page 17. Chronological outline. 1891, Antonio Gramsci, born in Ale, province of Cagliari, Sardinia, on 22 January, fourth of 7 children. 1897, his father, Francesco, a civil servant, is accused of administrative irregularity and suspended from office. He is subsequently tried and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. 1903-5. Gramsci is obliged to work because of the family's straitened circumstances in the local tax office. Around 1905, his elder brother, Gennaro, doing military service in Turin, starts sending him Avanti, the organ of the Italian Socialist Party, PSI. 1908-11. Moves to Cagliari to complete his school studies, lives with Gennaro, now a PSI activist, and has his first contacts with the socialist movement. Also becomes involved with Sardinian regionalist politics. He first reads Karl Marx's writings in this period. 1911, wins a scholarship to University of Turin, meets Palmiro Togliatti and Angelo Tosca, also students in Turin, particularly interested in linguistics. 1913, becomes involved in PSI activity in Turin. 1915, withdraws from university courses without graduating and devotes himself full-time to working for the socialist press, the Turin office of Avanti, and the local socialist weekly Il Grido del Popolo, the People's Cry. Page 18. He continues working part-time on a thesis in linguistics until 1918. 1917, February, edits single issue of La Città Futura, newspaper of the regional youth movement of the PSI. April, first articles in support of Lenin and the Russian Revolution. August, food riots and anti-war protests in Turin. Many local PSI leaders arrested in subsequent wave of repression. September, becomes Secretary of Provisional Executive of Turin PSI and acting editor of Il Grido del Popolo. December, publishes article The Revolution Against Capital in support of the Bolsheviks and against a determinist Marxism. 1918, Il Grido del Popolo ceases publication, with Togliatti and others, launches a Turin edition of Avanti. 1919, May, Gramsci, Togliatti, and Tosca launch the weekly L'Ordine Nuovo, the New Order. June, publishes in L'Ordine Nuovo the article Workers' Democracy, calling for the internal commissions in the workplace to be developed as organs of proletarian power, replacing the capitalist. Translates many articles dealing with factory councils and the shop stewards movement. October, meets Sylvia Pankhurst in Turin. A series of her Letters from England, translated by Togliatti, appears in L'Ordine Nuovo. November-December, factory council movement develops in Turin. 1920, April, unofficial general strike in Turin, not supported by PSI or Socialist Trade Union, CGL leaders, involving over 200,000 workers. July-August, Gramsci and L'Ordine Nuovo group approved the setting up of factory communist groups, later to be the local nuclei of the Communist Party. Page 19. Second Congress of Communist International, Comintern, in Petrograd sets conditions, 21 points for membership. Lenin praises Gramsci's motion for a renewal of the Socialist Party amid the dissent of the Italian delegation. September, occupation of the factories, 500,000 workers involved in northern industrial cities. Gramsci's article, Red Sunday. CGL votes against occupation being turned into revolution. Movement collapses. November, participates at PSI Congress in Imola, where Communist fraction is formed. 1921. January, Gramsci and others set up Institute of Proletarian Culture in Turin, affiliated to Soviet Prolacult. Livorno Congress of PSI. Motion of Communist fraction wins a third of the votes. Fraction secedes to form Communist Party of Italy, PCDI. General Secretary is Amadio Borgia. December, Comintern launches United Front policy of working class unity between communists and socialists at both party and trade union level. Policy opposed by PCDI. 1922, March, Second Congress of PCDI, Rome. Rome theses opposing United Front policy approved by a large majority. May, Gramsci, designated PCDI representative to Comintern, leaves for Moscow in poor health. He will not return to Italy for 2 years. June, begins to participate in Comintern activities but is taken ill. Spends several months in a Moscow sanatorium where he meets his future wife, Julia Schucht. October, March on Rome. Mussolini takes power. November-December, Fourth Congress of Comintern deals with Italian question and recommends fusion of PCDI with PSI. Majority of PCDI is opposed to the recommendation, but accepts it out of discipline. Fusion, however, will never take place. 1923, February. Bordiga and several other communist leaders arrested. Togliatti enters executive committee. Page 20. April-June. Bordiga from prison launches appeal to party to oppose Comintern line on the issue of fusion with PSI. Gramsci refuses to sign. Nucleus of new leading group of party. Togliatti, Gramsci, Umberto Terracini begins to form. December. Gramsci is transferred from Moscow to Vienna to maintain links between PCDI and other European communist parties. 24. February, first issue of L'Unità appears, joint daily paper of PCDI and Third Internationalist fraction of PSI. Later will fuse with PCDI in August. April, general election. Gramsci elected parliamentary deputy. May, returns to Italy. Clandestine party conference in Como. Gramsci elected to executive committee, opposes Bordiga's policies. He subsequently becomes the new general secretary. June, fascists murder opposition deputy Giacomo Matteotti. Gramsci calls for general strike and working-class anti-fascist unity against legalistic protest of other opposition parties. August, Julia Schucht gives birth to her and Gramsci's first child, Delio. August-September, Comintern calls for Bolshevization of communist parties, application of United Front policy, slogan of workers' and peasants' government, restructuring of party organization on the basis of workplace cells. 1925. January, fascist exceptional laws introduced. October, Julia with Delio joins Gramsci in Rome. She works at the Soviet Embassy. 1926. January. Third Congress of PCDI Lions. Drafts with Togliatti the main Congress document. Lyon's Theses, which is overwhelmingly approved, 90.8%, a victory for the new leading group over the Bordiga opposition. July, Julia, now expecting a second child, leaves Italy because of the deteriorating political climate. August, second son, Giuliano, born to Julia in Moscow. Gramsci will only ever see photographs of him. October, page 21. Gramsci writes a letter to the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party expressing anxiety about the inter-party struggle between the Stalin-Bukharin majority and the Trotsky-Zinoviev-Kamenev joint opposition and its effect on the international movement. He nevertheless declares his support for the majority. The letter is sent to Togliatti in Moscow, who withholds it, though he shows it to Bukharin. Drafts some aspects of the Southern question. November, arrested with other communist deputies in violation of parliamentary immunity. Imprisoned first in Rome, then December transferred to exile on the island of Ustica, off Sicily, where he briefly shares a house with Bordiga and others. To enable Gramsci to read during his imprisonment, his friend Piero Sraffa, the Marxist economist based in Cambridge, opens an unlimited account on his behalf at a bookshop in Milan. 1927. January. Transferred from Ustica to prison in Milan to await trial. March. First plan of prison notebooks communicated in a letter to his sister-in-law, Tatiana Schucht, acting as an intermediary in this instance for Piero Sraffa. 4 subjects outlined: history of Italian intellectuals, theater of Pirandello, comparative linguistics, and popular literature. October, a letter from Piero Sraffa publicizing Gramsci's plight and attacking the methods of fascism appear in the Manchester Guardian on 21 October. 1928, May, transferred to Rome. Tried with other communist leaders before special tribunal. The prosecuting attorney, Michel Isgro, allegedly says of Gramsci, "For 20 years we must stop this brain from working." June, sentenced to 20 years and 8 months. July, sent to a special prison in Turi, near Bari in the south, because of his ill health. At first he shares a cell with 5 other prisoners, then he obtains permission for a cell on his own. 1929, January, granted permission to write in his cell. He begins with translation exercises. Page 22. February, begins to write the first notebook, a school exercise book. March, outlines new plan of prison research to Tatiana Schucht, 19th century Italian history, history of intellectual groups, theory and history of historiography, Americanism, and Fordism. The notebooks of this first period, 1929 to 31, are miscellanies containing writings on several themes. 1930. Internal crisis in PCDI leadership as a result of Togliatti's acceptance of Comintern third period policy of class against class. 3 leading members who opposed the policy, Leonetti, Tresso, Ravazzoli, are expelled. Gramsci tells his brother Gennaro, sent by Togliatti to visit him, that he disagrees with the third period line and the expulsion of the 3. Gennaro does not report this back to Togliatti for fear that his brother, too, might suffer recrimination. Gramsci is subsequently criticized and ostracized by fellow communists in prison for his opposition to the view that an immediately revolutionary situation would result from an imminent fall of fascism, and his suggested slogan of the Constituent Assembly for the transitional period. 1931. Gramsci's health deteriorates. On 3 August, he coughs up blood in the night. A second period of notebook writing, 1931 to 34, begins in which he rewrites and regroups earlier drafts and arranges notes more thematically. 1932. Revised plan of the notebook set out in Notebook 8 under 10 groupings: Intellectuals and Education, Machiavelli, Encyclopedic Notions and Cultural Themes, Introduction to the Study of Philosophy and Critical Notes on Bukharin's Popular Manual of Sociology, Catholics, Past and Present, Miscellany, Italian Risorgimento, Literature and Popular Literature, Lorianism, Journalism. An attempt supported by Gramsci gets underway to obtain his release through an exchange of prisoners with the Soviet Union, where his wife and 2 children are living. The Soviet authorities approach the Italian government without success. Page 23. August. Gramsci writes to Tatiana, "I have reached a point where my strength to resist is about to collapse completely, with what consequences I do not know." November. As a result of the government's amnesty provisions for the 10th anniversary of the fascist revolution, Gramsci's sentence is commuted to 12 years and 4 months. December. Gramsci's mother dies. His relatives withhold the news from him. 1933. March. Gramsci collapses in his cell. For 2 weeks he is tended night and day by fellow prisoners. He is examined by a doctor, Professor Arcangeli, who certifies Gramsci cannot survive for long in present conditions. I consider it necessary for him to be transferred to a civil hospital or a clinic, unless he can be granted conditional liberty. Gramsci refuses to submit a plea for mercy to the fascist authorities. May, June. Arcangeli's statement is published in L'Humanité. In Paris, a committee for Gramsci's release and that of other victims of fascism is set up, headed by Henri Barbusse and Romain Rollard. December. Gramsci is transferred to a clinic in Formia between Rome and Naples. Here, in a third period of writing, 1934 to 35, despite his deteriorating health, he begins to transcribe, revise, and regroup earlier drafts of notes in a series of special notebooks on particular themes. 1934, October. Gramsci submits a request for conditional release. The request is granted, 25 October. He is allowed to go out of the clinic, but is too weak to leave. The fascist authorities block his request to be transferred to a clinic elsewhere, suspecting plans for his escape. 1935. August. After a further deterioration, Gramsci is transferred to a clinic in Rome. 1936. He resumes his correspondence with his wife and children. He considers returning to Sardinia to convalesce, but fears such a withdrawal would put him in a position of complete isolation, of an even more pronounced intellectual degradation than at present, of the complete or almost complete erasure of certain forms of expectation which in the past few years, although they may have tormented me, have also given my life a certain content. Letter to Julia, summer 1936. Page 24, 1937. April. The period of conditional release ends, and Gramsci is now legally free, but he is too ill to move. On 25 April, he has a cerebral hemorrhage, and he dies on 27 April. June. First extracts of the prison letters dealing with Gramsci, published in Paris in PCDI periodical Lo Stato Operaio. July. Tatiana Schucht deposits manuscript prison notebooks which she had removed along with Gramsci's other effects after his death in a safe at the Banca Commerciale in Rome. A year later, she has them dispatched to Moscow. They are passed on to Togliatti. 1945. After the liberation from Nazi fascist occupation, further extracts from the prison letters and the first extracts from the notebooks appear in the PCI press. 1947. 218 of the prison letters published in a first edition, Lettera dal Carcere, Einaudi, Turin, a number of references to Bordiga and Trotsky have been excised. 1948-51. First edition of the prison notebooks, Quaderni del Carcere. The manuscript notebooks are rearranged thematically by the editor Felice Platone into 6 volumes. Il materialismo storico e la filosofia de Benedetto Croce, 1948, Gli intellettuali e organizzazione della cultura, 1949, Il risorgimento, 1949, Note sul Machiavelli, sulla politica e sullo Stato moderno, 1949. Letteratura e vita nazionale, 1950. Passato e presente, 1951. 1954-74, the bulk of Gramsci's writings from the period 1913-26 are edited and published at various intervals between these dates. Page 25, 1957. The first selection of Gramsci's works, The Modern Prints and Other Writings, is published in English. 1971. Selections from prison notebooks makes a wide range of Gramsci's writings available to an English-language readership for the first time. 1975. Critical edition of the prison notebooks edited by Valentino Garatana in 4 volumes. 3 volumes of text, 1 of critical apparatus. The notebooks are arranged in chronological order according to when they were commenced and, apart from some internal restorations of chronological order, are published in exact accordance with the manuscript. All drafts are included. 1980. A multi-volume critical edition of the pre-prison writings arranged in chronological sequence begins to appear in Italy. Page 26 is blank. End of all prefatory material. Page 27. Part 1. Writings 1916 to 1926. Page 28 is blank. Page 29. Section 1. Socialism and Marxism, 1917 to 1918. Introduction. When Gramsci joined the Italian Socialist Party, PSI, in 1913, it was divided, like other European social democratic parties, into a reformist right and a revolutionary left. The reformists envisaged a legal transition to socialism through parliamentary majorities and reforms, trade union gains, extension of the cooperative movement, and occupancy of the local state. From the turn of the century, they had supported the group of parliamentary liberals around Giovanni Giolitti, prime minister for most of the decade before the First World War, a central plank of whose political strategy had been the formation of an alliance between representatives of North Italian skilled labor and Northern capital. This alliance rested on concessions to the moderate wing of the labor movement, including social reforms, together with the continuing economic and political subjugation of the underdeveloped South to the industrialized North. The left, known in Italy as Maximalists, from their support for the party's maximum revolutionary program, was a more heterogeneous set of fractions. During and after the First World War, they held the PSI leadership, formally separate from the Parliamentary Party, and controlled its newspaper, Avanti. They did not believe in a parliamentary road to socialism, although most of them were prepared to use Parliament as a platform for revolutionary propaganda. They adopted a position of intransigence, refusal to participate in coalition governments with bourgeois parties, were fiercely anti-Guillotin, and attacked the reformists for their collaborationism. Gramsci's political sympathies with Sardinia, economically part of the South, and his experience of Turin's unique concentration of heavy industry and its well-organized and combative labor movement made him highly critical of reformism, whose leadership was mainly northern middle class and whose typical power bases were among the skilled craft workers of Milan and the cooperative movement of central Italy. Page 30. But though he was squarely on the intransigent revolutionary left of the party and worked on the local page of Avanti, he did not share either the anarchistic rebelliousness or the economic catastrophism, which were the typical hallmarks of maximalism. Rather, he absorbed a heterogeneous culture, strongly anti-positivist, in which elements of idealism and voluntarism, Crossi, Sorel, Bergson, were mixed in with elements of Marxism. He was concerned, as one of his university teachers was later to recall, with how thinking makes one act, ellipsis, how and why one can act with ideas, ellipsis, how ideas become practical forces. Fiore, 1970-93. The outbreak of revolution in Russia in February 1917 had a galvanizing effect on Gramsci's thinking. Already in April, he was writing that the revolution must naturally lead to a socialist regime, SPW 1, page 28. And when the Bolsheviks, to whom he referred initially as maximalists, took power in November, he wrote of the revolution against Karl Marx's capital, seeing it as a revolution in defiance of orthodox predictions and consequently against the positivistic incrustations of Second International Orthodoxy, which had turned Marxism into a gradual unfolding of impersonal economic laws. The revolution vindicated for Gramsci a more authentic Marxism, one which was about the collective popular will. In Our Marx, 1918, he characterizes Marxism as being neither about the force of ideas in themselves nor about an impersonal and mechanical fatalism of economic development. It has to do rather with people becoming conscious of objective reality and with ideas finding the instrument of their realization in the material forces of production and in a disciplined working-class movement. It is about revolutionary action, not about what he calls, alluding to the vision of socialism typically projected in the propaganda of the reformists, cordial fraternity and tender declarations of respect and love. These early writings are in many ways remarkable for the clarity with which they adumbrate themes of Gramsci's later work. Three arguments in particular stand out. The first is the moral argument about discipline as a means towards self-advancement and collective liberation. See Discipline, a characteristically Gramscian emphasis which will recur in later discussions of the need for members of a revolutionary movement to overcome both passivity, or inertia, and individual rebelliousness. Secondly, there is the opposition to any mechanical or economistic interpretation of the base superstructure paradigm, In other words, to an interpretation which reduces the complex political and ideological spheres to an underlying economic foundation. Page 31. Attacking the view that the Bolshevik Revolution had forced a radical political solution on economically immature conditions, he writes here, Utopia, "It is not the economic structure, bracket base, close bracket, which directly determines political activity, but rather the way in which that structure and the so-called laws which govern its development are interpreted, ellipsis. Events, ellipsis, depend on the wills of a great many people, bracket, and close bracket, on the knowledge a minority possesses concerning those wills. Thirdly, there is a view of the state which avoids class instrumentalism. That is, Gramsci does not reduce the state to the expression or instrument of an already unified social class. He sees the mature bourgeois state rather as an arena in which conflicts between competing fractions of the bourgeoisie are regulated and the dominance of one fraction over the others is secured. Class intransigence and Italian history. Moreover, he avoids a static characterization of the state in general and deals with the peculiarities and recent transformations of the Italian state in particular. He stresses its antiquated character in relation to the modern bourgeois state, a reflection of the immaturity of Italian capitalism, of the persistence of pre-capitalist economic forms, and the quasi-colonial subjugation of the south of Italy to northern capital. The task of the socialists, Gramsci argues, should not be to seek to perpetuate this bourgeois form of state as the reformists, collaborationists were doing. Rather, the state needed to be replaced by a socialist state whose role would be limited to that of organizing production and exchange. 1. Discipline. In one of the stories in the Jungle Book, Rudyard Kipling shows discipline at work in a strong bourgeois society. Everyone obeys in the bourgeois state. The mules in the battery obey the battery sergeant. The horses obey the soldiers who ride them. The soldiers obey the lieutenant. The lieutenants obey the regimental colonels. The regiments obey a brigadier general. The brigades obey the viceroy of the Indias. Page 32. The viceroy obeys Queen Victoria, still alive when Kipling was writing. The Queen gives an order. The viceroy, the brigadier generals, the colonels, the lieutenants, the soldiers, the animals, all move in unison and go off to the conquest. The protagonist of the story says to a native who is watching a parade, "Because you cannot do likewise, you are our subjects." Note 1. Bourgeois discipline is the only force which keeps the bourgeois aggregation firmly together. Discipline must be met with discipline. But whereas bourgeois discipline is mechanical and authoritarian, socialist discipline is autonomous and spontaneous. If you accept socialist discipline, it means you are a socialist or you want to be so more fully, joining the youth movement if you are young. And whoever is a socialist or wants to become one does not obey. He commands himself. He imposes a rule of life on his impulses, on his disorderly aspirations. It would be strange if, while one too often obeys without a murmur a discipline that one does not understand and does not feel, we were not able to act according to a course of conduct that we ourselves have helped prescribe and keep rigidly consistent. For this is what autonomous disciplines are like, the very life, the very thought of the person who observes them. The discipline imposed on citizens by the bourgeois state makes them into subjects, people who delude themselves that they exert an influence on the course of events. The discipline of the Socialist Party makes the subject into a citizen who is now rebellious precisely because he has become conscious of his personality and feels it is shackled and cannot freely express itself in the world. La Cita Futura, 11 February 1917, asterisk, cf. 19-20. 2. The Revolution Against Capital. The Bolshevik Revolution is now definitely part of the general revolution of the Russian people. The Maximalists, bracket, Bolsheviks, close bracket, up until 2 months ago were the active agents needed to ensure that events should not stagnate, that the drive to the future should not come to a halt and allow a final settlement, a bourgeois settlement, to be reached. Now these Maximalists have seized power and established their dictatorship and are creating the socialist framework within which the revolution will have to settle down if it is to continue to develop harmoniously, without head-on confrontations on the basis of the immense gains which have already been made. Page 33. The Bolshevik Revolution consists more of ideologies than of events, and hence, at bottom, we do not really need to know more than we do. This is the revolution against Karl Marx's Capital. In Russia, Marx's Capital was more the book of the bourgeoisie than of the proletariat. It stood as the critical demonstration of how events should follow a predetermined course, how in Russia a bourgeoisie had to develop and a capitalist era had to open, with the setting up of a Western-type civilization before the proletariat could even think in terms of its own revolt, its own class demands, its own revolution. But events have overcome ideologies. Events have exploded the critical schemas determining how the history of Russia would unfold according to the canons of historical materialism. The Bolsheviks reject Karl Marx, and their explicit actions and conquests bear witness that the canons of historical materialism are not so rigid as one might have thought and has been believed. And yet there is a fatality even in these events, and if the Bolsheviks reject some of the statements in Capital, they do not reject its invigorating, imminent thought. These people are not Marxists. That is all. They have not used the works of the master to compile a rigid doctrine of dogmatic utterances never to be questioned. They live Marxist thought, that thought which is eternal, which represents the continuation of German and Italian idealism, and which in the case of Marx was contaminated by positivist and naturalist incrustations. This thought sees as the dominant factor in history not raw economic facts, but men in societies, men in relation to one another, reaching agreements with one another, developing through these contacts, civilization, a collective social will, men coming to understand economic facts, judging them and adapting them to their will until this becomes the driving force of the economy and molds objective reality, which lives and moves and comes to resemble a current of volcanic lava that can be channeled wherever and in whatever way the will determines. Marx foresaw the foreseeable. But he could not foresee the European war, or rather he could not foresee that the war would last as long as it has or have the effects it has had. Page 34. He could not foresee that in the space of 3 years of unspeakable suffering and miseries, this war would have aroused in Russia the collective popular will that it has aroused. In normal times, a lengthy process of gradual diffusion through society is needed for such a collective will to form. A wide range of class experience is needed. Men are lazy. They need to be organized, first externally into corporations and leagues, then internally within their thought and their will in a ceaseless continuity and multiplicity of external stimuli. This is why, under normal conditions, the canons of Marxist historical criticism grasp reality, capture, and clarify it. Under normal conditions, the two classes of the capitalist world create history through an ever more intensified class struggle. The proletariat is sharply aware of its poverty and its ever-present discomfort and puts pressure on the bourgeoisie to improve its living standards. It enters into struggle and forces the bourgeoisie to improve the techniques of production and make it more adapted to meeting the urgent needs of the proletariat. The result is a headlong drive for improvement, an acceleration of the rhythm of production, and a continually increasing output of goods useful to society. And in this drive many fall by the wayside, so making the needs of those who are left more urgent. The masses are forever in a state of turmoil, and out of this chaos they develop some order in their thoughts and become ever more conscious of their own potential, of their own capacity to shoulder social responsibility, and become the arbiters of their own destiny. This is what happens under normal conditions. When events are repeated with a certain regularity, when history develops through stages which, though ever more complex and richer in significance and value, are nevertheless similar. But in Russia, the war galvanized the people's will. As a result of the sufferings accumulated over 3 years, their will became as one almost overnight. Famine was imminent, and hunger, death from hunger, could claim anyone, could crush tens of millions of men at one stroke. Mechanically at first, then actively and consciously after the first revolution, the people's will became as one. Socialist propaganda put the Russian people in contact with the experience of other proletariats. Socialist propaganda could bring the history of the proletariat dramatically to life in a moment. Its struggles against capitalism, the lengthy series of efforts required to emancipate it completely from the chains of servility that made it so abject and to allow it to forge a new consciousness and become a testimony today to a world yet to come. Page 35. It was socialist propaganda that forged the will of the Russian people. Why should they wait for the history of England to be repeated in Russia, for the bourgeoisie to arise, for the class struggle to begin, so that class consciousness may be formed and the final catastrophe of the capitalist world eventually hit them? The Russian people, or at least a minority of the Russian people, has already passed through these experiences in thought. It has gone beyond them. It will make use of them now to assert itself, just as it will make use of Western capitalist experience to bring itself rapidly to the same level of production as the Western world. In capitalist terms, North America is more advanced than England because the Anglo-Saxons in North America took off at once from the level England had reached only after long evolution. Now the Russian proletariat, socialistically educated, will begin its history at the highest level England has reached today. Since it has to start from scratch, it will start from what has been perfected elsewhere, and hence will be driven to achieve that level of economic maturity which Marx considered to be a necessary condition for collectivism. The revolutionaries themselves will create the conditions needed for the complete and full achievement of their goal, and they will create them faster than capitalism could have done. The criticisms that socialists have made of the bourgeois system to emphasize its imperfections and its squandering of wealth can now be applied by the revolutionaries to do better, to avoid the squandering and not fall prey to the imperfections. It will at first be a collectivism of poverty and suffering, but a bourgeois regime would have inherited the same conditions of poverty and suffering. Capitalism could do no more immediately than collectivism in Russia. In fact, today, it would do a lot less, since it would be faced immediately by a discontented and turbulent proletariat, a proletariat no longer able to support on behalf of others the suffering and privation that economic dislocation would bring in its wake. So even in absolute human terms, socialism now can be justified in Russia. The hardships that await them after the peace will be bearable only if the proletarians feel they have things under their own control and know that by their efforts they can reduce these hardships in the shortest possible time.
Page 36.
One has the impression that the maximalists at this moment are the spontaneous expression of a biological necessity, that they had to take power if the Russian people were not to fall prey to a horrible calamity. If the Russian people, throwing themselves into the colossal labors needed for their own regeneration, were to feel less sharply the fangs of the starving wolf. If Russia were not to become strewn with the corpses of savage beasts that had torn each other to pieces. Signed A.G. Avanti, 24 December 1917, SPWI 34-7. 3. Our Marx. Are we Marxists? Do Marxists exist? Stupidity, thou alone art immortal. The question will probably be taken up again over the next few days, the period around Marx's centenary, and will bring forth rivers of ink and idiocy. Wild mumblings and stylistic affectation are the incorruptible heritage of man. Marx did not write a nice little doctrine. He is not a Messiah who left a string of parables laden with categorical imperatives, with absolute unquestionable norms beyond the categories of time and space. The only categorical imperative, the only norm, workers of the world unite. The duty of organizing, the propagation of the duty to organize and associate, should therefore be what distinguishes Marxists from non-Marxists. Too little and too much. Who, in this case, would not be a Marxist? And yet, that is how it is. Everyone is a bit of a Marxist without being aware of it. Marx was great, his action was fecund, not because he invented from nothing, not because he extracted an original vision of history from his imagination, but because in him the fragmentary, the incomplete, the immature became maturity, system, awareness. His personal awareness can become everyone's. It has already become that of many people. Because of this, Marx is not just a scholar. He is a man of action. He is great and fecund in action as in thought. His books have transformed the world just as they have transformed thought. Marx signifies the entry of intelligence into the history of humanity, the reign of awareness. His work falls in exactly the same period as the great battle between Thomas Carlyle and Herbert Spencer on the role of man in history. Page 37. Carlyle, the hero, the great individual, the mystical synthesis of a spiritual communion, leads the destinies of humanity towards an unknown, evanescent goal in the chimerical land of perfection and saintliness. Spencer, nature, evolution, mechanical and inanimate abstraction, Man, atom of a natural organism, one which obeys a law that is abstract as such, but which becomes historically concrete in individuals' immediate utility. Marx plants himself squarely in history with the solid bearing of a giant. He is neither a mystic nor a positivist metaphysician. He is a historian. He is an interpreter of the documents of the past, of all the documents, not just a part of them. This was the intrinsic defeat of histories, of research into human events, to have examined and taken into account only a part of the documents. And this part was selected not by the historical will, but by partisan prejudice, even if it was unconscious and in good faith. What this research aimed at was not truth, precision, the integral reaction of the life of the past, but the highlighting of a particular activity, the bearing out of a prior hypothesis. History was a domain solely of ideas. Man was considered as spirit, as pure consciousness. Two erroneous consequences derived from this conception. The ideas that were borne out were often merely arbitrary, fictitious. The facts that were given importance were anecdote, not history. If history was written in the real sense of the word, it was due to the brilliant intuition of single individuals, not to a systematic and conscious scientific activity. With Marx, history continues to be the domain of ideas, of spirit, of the conscious activity of single or associated individuals. But ideas, spirit, take on substance, lose their arbitrariness. They are no longer fictitious, religious, or sociological abstractions. Their substance is in the economy, in practical activity, in the systems and relations of production and exchange. History as that which happens is pure practical, economic, and moral activity. An idea becomes real not because it is logically in conformity with pure truth, pure humanity, which exists only as a plan, as a general ethical goal of mankind, but because it finds in economic reality its justification, the instrument with which it can be carried out. In order to know with precision what the historical ends of a country, a society, a social grouping are, one must know first of all what systems and relations of production and exchange obtain in that country, that society. Page 38. Without this knowledge, one will be able to write partial monographs, dissertations which are useful for the history of culture. One will pick up secondary reflections, distant consequences, but one will not be doing history. Practical activity will not be disclosed in all its solid compactness. Idols crumble from their altar. Divinities see the clouds of perfumed incense disperse. Man acquires awareness of objective reality. He masters the secret which lies behind the real unfolding of events. Man knows himself. He knows how much his individual will can be worth, and how it can be made more powerful in that by obeying, by disciplining itself to necessity, it finally dominates necessity itself, identifying it with its own ends. Who knows himself? Not man in general, but he who undergoes the yoke of necessity. The search for the substance of history, the identification of that substance in the system and the relations of production and exchange, leads one to discover how human society is split into two classes. The class which owns the instruments of production already necessarily knows itself. It has a consciousness, albeit confused and fragmentary, of its power and its mission. It has individual ends, and it attains them through its capacity to organize coldly, objectively, without worrying whether its road is paved with bodies reduced by hunger or corpses on battlefields. The organizing of real historical causality takes on the value of a revelation for the other class. It becomes an ordering principle for the huge flock without a shepherd. The flock acquires awareness of itself, of the task which it must now carry out in order to assert itself as a class, becomes conscious that its individual ends will remain purely arbitrary, pure words, empty and inflated wishes, until it possesses the tools, until these wishes have become will. Voluntarism, the word is meaningless, or it is used with the meaning of arbitrary will. Will, in the Marxist sense, means awareness of ends, which in turn means exact knowledge of one's own power and the means to express it in action. It therefore means, in the first place, that the class become distinct and individuated, compactly organized and disciplined to its own specific ends, without wavering or being deflected. It means an impulse acting in a straight line towards the maximum destination, without jaunts into the green meadows on the wayside to drink a glass of cordial fraternity, softened by the greenery and by tender declarations of respect and love. Page 39. But the phrase, in a Marxist sense, is pointless. It can give rise to equivocations and fatuous showerings of words. Marxist, in a Marxist sense, ellipsis. The terms are worn like coins that have passed through too many hands. Karl Marx is for us a master of spiritual and moral life, not a shepherd wielding a crook. He is the stimulator of mental laziness, the arouser of good energies which slumber, and which must wake up for the good fight. He is an example of intense and tenacious work to attain the clear honesty of ideas, the solid culture necessary in order not to talk in a void about abstractions. He is a monolith block of knowing and thinking humanity, who does not look at his tongue in order to speak, who does not put his hand on his heart in order to feel, but who constructs iron syllogisms which encircle reality in its essence and dominate it, which penetrate people's minds, which bring the sedimentations of prejudice and fixed ideas crumbling down and strengthen the moral character. Karl Marx is not for us the infant whimpering in the cradle or the bearded man who frightens priests. He is none of the anecdotal episodes of his biography, no brilliant or gauche gesture of his outward human animality. He is a broad and serene thinking brain. He is an individual moment in the anxious search that humanity has been conducting for centuries to acquire consciousness of its being and its becoming, to grasp the mysterious rhythm of history and disperse the mystery, to be stronger in its thinking and to act better. He is a necessary and integral part of our spirit, which would not be what it is if he had not lived, had not thought, had not sent sparks of light flying from the collision with his passions and his ideas, his sufferings and his ideals. In glorifying Karl Marx on the centenary of his birth, the international proletariat is glorifying itself, its conscious strength, the dynamism of its aggressiveness of conquest, which undermines the rule of privilege and prepares for the final struggle which will crown all its efforts and all its sacrifices. Signed, Antonio Gramsci, Il Grido del Popolo, 4 May 1918, asterisk, NM 3-7. Page 40. 4. Class, Intransigence, and Italian History. Bracketed ellipsis. Class, State, Parties. What does the state represent from the socialist point of view? The state is the economic political organization of the bourgeois class. The state is the bourgeois class in its modern, concrete expression. The bourgeois class is not a unified entity outside the state. As a result of the working of free competition, new groups of capitalist producers are constantly forming to fulfill the regime's economic capacity. Each one of these groups yearns to remove itself from the bloody struggle of competition through recourse to monopoly. The state's function is to find a juridical settlement to internal class disputes, to clashes between opposed interests. Thereby it unifies different groupings and gives the class a solid and united external appearance. Competition between groupings is concentrated at the point of government, of state power. The government is the prize for the strongest bourgeois party or grouping. The latter's strength wins for it the right to regulate state power, to turn it in any particular direction, and to manipulate it at any time in accordance with its economic and political program. The bourgeois parties and the Socialist Party have utterly different attitudes to the state. The bourgeois parties are either the representatives of categories of producers, or they are simply a swarm of coachman flies, who make not the slightest impact on the framework of the state, but drone their speeches and suck the honey of favoritism. The Socialist Party is not a sectional, but a class organization. Its morphology is quite different from that of any other party. It can only view the state, the network of bourgeois class power, as its antagonistic likeness. It cannot enter into direct or indirect competition for the conquest of the state without committing suicide, without losing its nature, without becoming a mere political faction that is estranged from the historical activity of the proletariat, without turning into a swarm of coachman flies on the hunt for a bowl of blancmange in which to get stuck and perish ingloriously. The Socialist Party does not conquer the state, it replaces it. Page 41. It replaces the regime, abolishes party government, and replaces free competition by the organization of production and exchange. Does Italy have a class state? In discussions and polemics, words are too frequently superimposed on historical reality. When speaking of Italy, we use words like capitalists, proletarians, states, parties, as if they represented social entities which had reached the peak of their historical development or a level of maturity comparable to that achieved in the economically advanced countries. But in Italy, capitalism is in its infancy, and the law is in no way adapted to the real situation. The law is a modern excrescence on an ancient edifice. It is not the product of economic evolution, but of international political mimicry, of the intellectual evolution of jurisprudence, not of the instruments of labor. Giuseppe Prezzolini drew attention to this recently in connection with the polemic over democracy. Note 2. Behind a facade of democratic institutions, the Italian state has retained the substance and framework of a despotic state. The same can be said of France. There exists a bureaucratic centralist regime founded on the tyrannical Napoleonic system with the express aim of crushing and containing any spontaneous drive or movement. Foreign affairs are conducted in the highest secrecy. Not only are discussions not public, but even the terms of treaties are kept from those whom they nevertheless affect. The army, until the war made the antiquated system untenable, had a career structure. It was not the nation in arms. There is a state religion, supported financially and in other ways by the state. There is no separation of church and state, nor equality of all religions. Schools are either non-existent, or the teachers, who come from a restricted number of needy folk, given the paltriness of the wages, are not equal to the demands of national education. The suffrage was restricted right up until the last elections, and even today is still far from giving the nation the capacity to express its will. Free competition, the essential principle of the capitalist bourgeoisie, has not yet touched the most important aspects of national affairs. So we have a position where political forms are mere arbitrary superstructures. They lack any effectiveness and achieve nothing. Page 42. The seats of power are still confused and interdependent. There are no large parties organized by the agrarian and industrial bourgeoisies. Left angle bracket. Parliament is, in reality, subordinated to the executive power. It has no effective capacity of control. The parliamentary deputies are no more than the messenger boys of local groups of peasants or the Third Estate who go up to the capital to request particular privileges as in a full-blooded feudal regime, not to establish the rule of law. Right angle bracket. Hence, the class state in which the effectiveness of the principle of free competition culminates with the great parties representing the vast interests of the different sections of production does not exist. What has existed has been the dictatorship of one man, bracket, Giolitti, close bracket, the representative of the narrow political interests of Piedmont, who, in order to keep the country united, has imposed on Italy a centralized and despotic system of colonial domination. The system is collapsing. New bourgeois forces have arisen and are growing stronger. Ever more insistently, they are demanding recognition of their interests. Interventionism is a contingent phenomenon, and so is pacifism. The war will not last forever. But what is in imminent danger is the despotic Giolittian state, the entire mass of parasitic interests encrusted upon this old state, and the old enfeebled bourgeoisie, which sees its super-privileges threatened by the agitation of bourgeois youth, wanting its place in the government, wanting to be part of the free play of political competition. Provided no new event cuts off its evolution, this new bourgeois generation will undoubtedly rejuvenate the state and throw out all of the traditional dross. For a democratic state is not the product of a kind heart or a liberal education. It is a necessity of life for large-scale production, for busy exchange, for the concentration of the population in modern capitalist cities. Bracketed ellipsis. The function of the proletariat. Just as the Socialist Party, the organization of the proletarian class, cannot enter into competition for conquest of the government without losing its intrinsic value and turning into a swarm of coachman flies, so, too, it cannot collaborate with any organized bourgeois parliamentary grouping without causing harm, without creating pseudo-facts that will have to be undone and corrected. Page 43. The political decadence which class collaboration brings is due to the spasmodic expansion of the bourgeois party, which is not satisfied with merely clinging to the state, but also makes use of the party which is antagonistic to the state. It thus becomes a hirco-service, a historical monster devoid of will or particular aims, concerned only with its possession of the state, to which it is encrusted like rust. State activity is reduced to mere legalities, to the formal settling of disputes, and never touches the substance. The state becomes a gypsy caravan held together by bits and pieces of wood, a mastodon on 4 tiny wheels. If it wishes to maintain and secure its position as the executive organ of the proletariat, the Socialist Party must itself observe and make everyone else respect the method of the fiercest intransigence. And if the bourgeois parties wish to form a government from their own forces, they will have to evolve, put themselves in contact with the country, bring their sectional disputes to an end, and acquire a distinctive political and economic structure. If they are unwilling to do so, then, since no party is capable of standing on its own, a permanent and dangerous crisis will arise. A crisis in which the proletariat, firm and tightly knit, will accelerate its rise and evolution. Intransigence is not inertia, since it forces others to move and act. Note 3. It is not based on stupidities, as La Stampa so cleverly insinuates. It is a principled policy, the policy of a proletariat that is conscious of its revolutionary mission as accelerator of the capitalist evolution of society, as a reagent clarifying the chaos of bourgeois production and politics, and forcing modern states to carry through their natural mission as dismantlers of the feudal institutions that still, after the collapse of the former societies, survive and hinder historical development. Intransigence is the only way in which the class struggle can be expressed. It is the only evidence we have that history is developing and creating solid, substantial achievements, not privileged, arbitrary syntheses cooked up by mutual agreement between a thesis and an antithesis, who have thrown in their lots together like the proverbial fire and water. The supreme law of capitalist society is free competition between all social forces. Merchants compete for markets. Bourgeois groupings compete for the government. The two classes compete for the state. Page 44. Merchants seek to create monopolies behind protective legislation. Each bourgeois grouping would like to monopolize the government and to be able to make exclusive use of the spellbound energies of the class that is outside governmental competition. Intransigents are free traders. They do not want barons, whether sugar or steel barons or barons in government. The law of freedom must be allowed unrestricted operation. It is intrinsic to bourgeois activity, the chemical reagent that is continually dissolving its cadres and forcing them to improve and perfect themselves. The powerful Anglo-Saxon bourgeois cadres acquired their modern productive capacity through the implacable play of free competition. The English state has evolved and been purged of its noxious elements through the free clash of bourgeois social forces that finally constituted themselves into the great historic parties, the liberals and conservatives. Indirectly from this clash, the proletariat has gained cheap bread and a substantial series of rights guaranteed by law and custom. The right to assemble, the right to strike, and individual security, which in Italy remains a chimerical myth. Class struggle is not a puerile dream. It is an act that is freely determined upon and an inner necessity to the social order. To obstruct its clear course arbitrarily by pre-established syntheses hatched by impenitent pipe dreamers is a puerile mistake, a historical waste of time. The non-Giolittian parties now in power, quite apart from the fact of the war, which is contingency, and already proving too much for the political capacity of the small nation's ruling classes, are unconsciously carrying out the task of dismantling the feudal, militarist, despotic state that Giovanni Giolitti perpetuated in order to make it the instrument of his dictatorship. The Giolittians can feel the monopoly slipping from their grasp. Let them move, by God, let them struggle, let them call on the country to judge, but no, they would rather make the proletariat do their moving for them, or better still, they would like to make the socialist deputies vote. So, Intransigence is inertia, is it? Movement, however, is never just a physical act. It is intellectual as well. Indeed, it is always intellectual before becoming physical, except for puppets on a string. Take away from the proletariat its class consciousness and what have you. Puppets dancing on a string. Unsigned, Il Grido del Popolo, 18 May 1918, SPWI 38-47. Page 45. 5. Utopia. Political constitutions are necessarily dependent on economic structure, on forms of production and exchange. By simply enunciating this formula, many people believe they resolve every economic and political problem, believe they are in a position to impart lessons to right and to left and to judge events with certainty, coming to the conclusion, for example, that Lenin is a utopian and the unfortunate Russian proletarians are prey to an utterly utopian illusion, so that a terrible awakening implacably awaits them. The truth is that no two political constitutions are the same, just as no two economic structures are the same. The truth is that the formula is anything but the arid expression of a glaringly obvious natural law. Between the premises, economic structure, and the consequence, political constitution, the relations are anything but simple and direct, and the history of a people is not documented by economic facts alone. The unraveling of the causation is a complex and involved process. To disentangle it requires nothing short of a profound and wide-ranging study of every intellectual and practical activity. This sort of study is possible only after the events have settled into a definite continuity, that is, long after the facts have occurred. The academic may be able to state with certainty that a particular political constitution will not emerge victorious, will not exist on a permanent basis, unless it is attached indissolubly and intrinsically to a particular economic structure, but his statement will have no value other than as a general indication. And while the facts are actually unfolding, how could he possibly know what pattern of dependency would be established? The unknowns are more numerous than the facts which can be ascertained and verified, and every single one of these unknowns could upset the eventual conclusion. History is not a mathematical calculation. It does not possess a decimal system, a progressive enumeration of equal quantities amenable to the four basic operations, the solution of equations, and the extraction of roots. Quantity, economic structure, turns into quality because it becomes an instrument for action in men's hands, men whose worth is to be seen not only in terms of their weight, their size, and the mechanical energy they derive from their muscles and nerves, but in the fact that they have a mind, that they suffer, understand, rejoice, desire, and reject. Page 46. In a proletarian revolution, the unknown variable humanity is more mysterious than in any other event. The common mentality of the Russian proletariat, as of other proletariats in general, has never been studied, and perhaps it was impossible to study it. The successful or unsuccessful outcome of the revolution will give us reliable documentary evidence on its capacity to make history. For the moment, we can do nothing but wait.
Those who do not wait, but seek to come at once to a definitive judgment, have other aims, current political aims, to be achieved among the people to whom their propaganda is directed. The assertion that Lenin is a utopian is not a cultural fact, nor a historical judgment. It is a political act with immediate consequences. To state so bluntly that political constitutions, etc., etc., is not a statement of doctrine, but an attempt to arouse a particular mentality to direct action one way rather than another. In life, no act remains without consequences, and to believe in one theory rather than another has its own particular impact on action. Even an error leaves traces of itself to the extent that its acceptance and promulgation can delay, but certainly not prevent, the attainment of an end. This is a proof that it is not the economic structure which directly determines political activity, but rather the way in which that structure and the so-called laws which govern its development are interpreted. These laws have nothing in common with natural laws, even granting that natural laws too have no objective, factual existence, but are the constructs of our intelligence designed to facilitate study and teaching. Events do not depend on the will of a single individual, nor on that even of a numerous group. They depend on the wills of a great many people, revealed through their doing or not doing certain acts and through their corresponding intellectual attitudes. And they depend on the knowledge a minority possesses concerning those wills, and on the minority's capacity to channel them more or less towards a common aim, after having incorporated them within the powers of the state. Why do the great majority of individuals perform only certain actions? Because they have no social goal other than the preservation of their own physiological and moral integrity. Page 47. It therefore comes about that they adapt to circumstances and mechanically repeat certain gestures which, through their own experience or through the education they have received, the outcome of others' experience, have proved themselves to be suitable for attaining the desired goal, survival. This similarity in the activity of the majority induces a similarity in its effects, so giving a certain structure to economic activity, there arises the concept of law. Only the pursuit of a higher goal can destroy this adaptation to the environment. If the human goal is no longer mere survival, but a particular standard of survival, then greater efforts are expended and, depending on the dissemination of the higher human goal, the environment is successfully transformed and new hierarchies are established. These hierarchies are different from those which currently exist to regulate the relations between individuals and the state, and gradually come to replace them on a permanent basis as the higher human goal is more and more generally attained. Anyone who posits these pseudo-laws as absolutes lying outside individual will, rather than as a psychological adaptation to the environment due to the weakness of individuals, to their not being organized and hence ultimately to the uncertainty of the future, is incapable of seeing that psychology can change, weakness can become strength. Yet such things do happen, and the law or pseudo-law is broken. Individuals abandon their solitary existence and associate together. But how does this association come about? It too is conceived only in terms of the absolute law of normality, and if, through stupidity or prejudice, the law is not immediately obvious, then judgment is decreed and sentence passed. Utopia, utopians. Lenin is thus a utopian. From the time of the Bolshevik Revolution to the present day, the Russian proletariat has been utterly utopian in its outlook, and a terrible awakening implacably awaits it. If one were to apply to Russian history the abstract general schemas constructed to follow the stages of the normal development of economic and political activity in the Western world, then one's conclusion could not be otherwise. Page 48. But every historical phenomenon is individual. Development is governed by a rhythm of freedom. Research should not concentrate on generic necessity, but on the particular. The causal process must be studied strictly within the context of the Russian events, and not from an abstract and generic perspective. In the Russian events there undoubtedly exists a relationship of necessity, and it is a relationship of capitalist necessity. The war was the economic condition, the way of organizing practical daily life that determined the development of the new state and made the dictatorship of the proletariat necessary. The war that backward Russia had to fight in the same ways as the more advanced capitalist states. In patriarchal Russia, those concentrations of individuals that occur in an industrial society, and which are a necessary condition if proletarians are to recognize each other, to organize and acquire an awareness of their own class strength, which could be used to attain a universal human goal, could not occur. A country of extensive agriculture isolates individuals and prevents any uniform and widespread awareness. It makes impossible proletarian social units and the concrete class consciousness that gives people an indication of their own strength and the will to establish a regime legitimized on a permanent basis by that strength. The war represents the maximum concentration of economic activity in a few hands, the leaders of the state, and to it there corresponds a maximum concentration of individuals in the barracks and trenches. Russia at war was truly the country of utopia. With barbarian invaders, the state sought to wage a war demanding technology, organization, spiritual resistance, all of which could be achieved only by a people welded together intellectually and physically by factories and machines. The war was utopia, and patriarchal Tsarist Russia collapsed under the extreme strain of the effort which it had chosen to assume, and that which was imposed upon it by a battle-hardened enemy. But the conditions created artificially by the all-embracing power of the despotic state brought about the necessary consequences. The broad masses of socially isolated individuals thrust together in a small geographical area developed new feelings and an unprecedented human solidarity. The weaker they had felt in their former state of isolation, and the more they had bowed before despotism, the greater was the revelation of their existing collective strength, and the more tenacious and adventurous was their will to preserve it, and to build upon it the new society. Page 49. Despotic discipline was liquidated, a period of chaos ensued, individuals sought to organize themselves, but how? And how were they to preserve this human unity that had grown out of suffering? Here the Philistine comes forward and replies, the bourgeoisie had to restore order because it has always happened in that way. A patriarchal and feudal economy has always been followed by a bourgeois economy and a bourgeois political constitution. The Philistine sees no salvation outside the pre-established schemas. He conceives of history as simply a natural organism passing through fixed and predictable stages of growth. If you plant an acorn, you can be sure of getting an oak shoot, and of having to wait a certain number of years for the tree to grow and give fruit. But history is not an oak tree, and men are not acorns. Whereabouts in Russia was the bourgeoisie that was capable of fulfilling this task? And if it is a natural law that the bourgeoisie should prevail, how come the law did not operate in this instance? This particular bourgeoisie has not been seen. A few bourgeois tried to take charge and were crushed. Did they have to win? Did they have to take charge, even though they were few in numbers, incapable and weak? But with what holy chrism were these unfortunates anointed to have to triumph even in defeat? Is historical materialism then just a reincarnation of legitimism, of divine right? Anyone who finds Lenin utopian, who states that the attempt to establish a proletarian dictatorship in Russia is a utopian attempt, cannot be a conscious socialist, and cannot have acquired his culture through study of the doctrine of historical materialism. He is a Catholic. He is bogged down in Holy Writ. It is he who is the real utopian. Utopianism consists, in fact, in not being able to conceive of history as a free development, in seeing the future as a pre-fashioned commodity, in believing in pre-established plans. Utopianism is Philistinism, of the kind Heinrich Heine mocked. The reformists are the Philistines and utopians of socialism, just as the protectionists and nationalists are the Philistines and utopians of the capitalist bourgeoisie. Page 50. Heinrich von Treitschke is the foremost exponent of German Philistinism. The German state-worshippers are his spiritual heirs, just as Auguste Comte and Hippolyte Taine represent French Philistinism and Vincenzo Gioberti the Italian variety. These are the people who preach national historic missions or believe in individual vocations. All of them are people who mortgage the future and seek to imprison it within their pre-established schemas. people who do not conceive of divine freedom and are forever groaning about the past because things have turned out so badly. They do not conceive of history as free development, the birth and free integration of free energies, which is quite different from natural evolution, just as man and human associations are different from molecules and molecular aggregates. They have not learnt that freedom is the inner force in history, exploding every pre-established schema. The Philistines of socialism have degraded and soiled the socialist doctrine, and they become ridiculously angry with anyone who in their eyes does not respect it. In Russia, the free expression of individual and combined energies has swept aside the obstacles of pre-established words and plans. The bourgeoisie sought to impose its hegemony and failed. Accordingly, the proletariat has taken over the direction of political and economic life and is establishing its own order. Its own order, not socialism, since socialism is not conjured up through a magical fiat. Socialism is a historical process, a development from one social stage to another that is richer in collective values. The proletariat is establishing its own order. It is constructing the political institutions which will ensure the autonomy of this development, which will place its power on a permanent footing. Dictatorship is the fundamental institution guaranteeing freedom through its prevention of coups de main by factious minorities. It is a guarantee of freedom, since it is not a method to be perpetuated, but a transitional stage allowing the creation and consolidation of the permanent organisms into which the dictatorship, having accomplished its mission, will be dissolved. After the revolution, Russia was not yet free, for there existed no guarantees of freedom, for freedom had not been organized. The problem was to create a hierarchy, but one which was open, which could not harden into a class and caste order. Page 51. From the mass, from number, it was necessary to attain oneness, so that a social unity existed, so that authority was only spiritual authority. The living nuclei of this hierarchy are the Soviets and the popular parties. The Soviets are the basic organizations to be integrated and developed, and the Bolsheviks become the government party precisely because they maintain that state power should rest upon and be controlled by the Soviets. Out of the Russian chaos, these elements of order are crystallizing. The new order has begun. A hierarchy is being constituted. From disorganized and suffering masses, one moves up to the organized workers and peasants, then the Soviets, then the Bolshevik Party, and finally one man, Lenin. It is a hierarchical gradation based on prestige and trust, which formed spontaneously and is maintained through free choice. Where is the utopia in this spontaneity? Utopia is authority, not spontaneity, and it is utopia to the extent that it becomes careerism, a caste system, and claims to be eternal. Freedom is not utopia because it is a basic aspiration. The whole history of mankind consists of struggles and efforts to create social institutions capable of ensuring a maximum of freedom. Once this hierarchy has been formed, it develops its own logic. The Soviets and the Bolshevik Party are not closed organisms. They are continually being integrated with one another. It is in this that freedom holds sway, that freedom is guaranteed. They are not castes, but organisms in a continuous state of development. They represent the development of consciousness, represent the capacity of Russian society to become organized. All workers can take part in the Soviets, and all workers can exert their influence in modifying the Soviets and bringing them closer into line with what is wanted and needed. The direction being taken by Russian political life at the moment is tending to coincide with that taken by the country's moral life, by the universal spirit of the Russian people. There is continual movement between the hierarchical levels. An uncultivated individual gets a chance to improve himself in the discussion over the election of his representative to the Soviet. He himself could be the representative. He controls these organs because he has them constantly under review and near to hand in the community. Page 52. He acquires a sense of social responsibility and becomes a citizen who is active in deciding the destiny of his country. Power and awareness are passed on through the agency of this hierarchy from one person to many. Society is such as has never before appeared in history. This is the élan vital of the new Russian history. In what way is it utopian? Where is the pre-established plan that people want to bring into operation, even against the grain of economic and political conditions? The Russian Revolution is the triumph of freedom. Its organization is based on spontaneity, not on the dictates of a hero who imposes himself through violence. It is a continuous and systematic elevation of a people, following the lines of a hierarchy and creating for itself one by one the organs that the new social life demands. But is it then not socialism? Ellipsis. No, it is not socialism in the ridiculous sense that these Philistines with their grandiose blueprints give the word. It is a human society developing under the leadership of the proletariat. Once the majority of the proletariat is organized, social life will be richer in socialist content than it is at present, and the process of socialization will be continually intensified and perfected. Socialism is not established on a particular day. It is a continuous process, a never-ending development towards a realm of freedom that is organized and controlled by the majority of the citizens, the proletariat. Signed by A.G. Avanti, 25 July 1918, SPWI, all in caps, 48 to 55. End of section 1. Page 53. Section 2. Working Class Education and Culture. Introduction. Questions of education and culture were always of central importance to Gramsci. His early educational thinking revolves around the problem of how working-class people can become intellectually autonomous. If this can be achieved, they can lead their own movement without having to delegate decision-making to career intellectuals. They can then be capable of acting as a ruling class. Educational opportunity and provision for working-class and peasant children, despite some progressive reforms in the Giolitti period, remained woefully inadequate in Italy during the early years of the century. The state school system was badly under-resourced. Teachers were poorly paid and demoralized. Compulsory schooling ended at the age of 9. Post-primary education since the 1859 Casati Act had been divided into 3 main streams: Gineceo and Liceo, akin to the American junior high and high school; Scuola Tecnica o Professionale, for the lower professions and white-collar jobs; and Scuola Normale, where primary teachers were trained. The upper tiers, Liceo and University, received a disproportionate amount of the funding, and the system as a whole discriminated against children from the working class. In addition, illiteracy rates in Italy were among the highest in Europe, rising steeply as one moved from the larger towns to rural areas and from north to south. The 1911 census recorded illiteracy rates for people over the age of 6 as 11% in Piedmont, 13% in Lombardy, 37% in Tuscany, 58% in Sardinia, and 70% in Calabria. The Italian labor movement, and notably the reformist wing of the PSI, had responded to this situation since the 1890s by making education a central plank of its program. The socialists set up their own evening and day schools for both adults and children, and campaigned in and outside Parliament for the eradication of illiteracy and for the introduction of compulsory free lay education, the last of these in order to check the educational influence of the Catholic Church. Page 54. By and large, however, and despite progressive intentions, the reformists' conception of socialist education reproduced a bourgeois paternalistic model of teaching as the dissemination of a body of knowledge to the unenlightened masses and the elevation of this mass to culture. In many cases, moreover, the content of what was taught was either a simplified socialist propaganda, a literature of moral and political edification, or it was identical to the traditional curriculum. Gramsci's approach is in many ways more radical. He starts from the assumption that everybody is already cultured, but in a primordial and undisciplined way. SCW, all in caps, page 25. He begins, in other words, not from the point of view of the teacher, but from that of the learner, and he emphasizes that the learning process is a movement towards self-knowledge, self-mastery, and thus liberation. Education is not a matter of handing out encyclopedic knowledge, but of developing and disciplining the awareness which the learner already possesses. Gramsci consequently criticizes the popular universities, often PSI-sponsored, similar to University Extension in Britain and the Université Populaire in France, for dispensing bits of knowledge without taking account of the different needs and background of a working-class public. He also repeatedly criticizes as paternalistic the reduction of socialist ideas into a simple language and argues that complex ideas cannot be vulgarized without falsifying their meaning. Workers active in a political movement have to make the effort necessary to grasp them. See, for instance, Culture and Class Struggle in SCW, all in caps, pages 31 to 34. In the political party, education plays a central role for Gramsci because through it working class members can develop a critical understanding of their own situation and of the revolutionary task, and so liberate themselves from their dependence on an upper stratum of intellectuals who tend to deflect their class demands towards reformist solutions. Two further themes represented here indicate the direction of Gramsci's thinking on education and culture at this time. The first is his twin vindication of a kind of school which can form a modern proletariat, schools of labor, and of a school able to provide workers with an education in the humanities rather than just vocational training, men or machines? Page 55. These two positions, which appear to be at odds with one another, are perhaps reconciled in his vision of a new educational tradition emerging in post-revolutionary Russia, one in which the working class fuses manual labor and intellectual labor. See Questions of Culture. A common school in which a broad general education is offered prior to specialization was always central to Gramsci's conception. It is these ideas which he will later expand in Americanism and Fordism, and in the prison notes on education. See sections 9 and 10 below. When he talks of the need to found new relations between intellectual and industrial work, and to create a psychophysical nexus of a new type. The second theme is that of revolutionary culture. Writing in 1921, Gramsci maintains that the Italian avant-garde movement, Futurism, is revolutionary because of its productivism and its iconoclastic hostility to the mummified traditions of bourgeois art. Marinetti, the revolutionary? Although Gramsci himself was later to modify this judgment quite radically, compare a letter to Trotsky on Futurism in SCW, all in caps, pages 52 to 54, the 1921 article remains striking for its contrast with contemporary conceptions of socialist culture as edification, or as a proletarian inheritance of bourgeois culture, and it reveals Gramsci's affinity with pro-avant-garde Soviet positions of the time. Certain aspects of Gramsci's educational outlook, notably his recurrent emphasis on discipline, his defense of the traditional curriculum, his insistence on the virtues of sweating at grammar and logic in order to learn to think critically, have been described as conservative and have been the object of criticism from several quarters. There is certainly some justification in this view. Gramsci's educational writings do constitute a problematic legacy for the left, but their conservative aspects need to be understood both in relation to the culture of Gramsci's time and to his own experience as a scholarship boy from Sardinia. They also need to be weighed against the radical democratic and liberatory aspects which are present in his educational thinking as a whole and which emerge clearly in these early pieces. Page 56. 1. Socialism and Culture. A short time ago an article by Enrico Leoni came to our attention where in that nebulous and convoluted style he all too often indulges in, he repeated a few commonplaces on culture and intellectualism in relation to the proletariat, opposing to them practice and the historical fact that the working class is building its future with its own hands. Note 1. We believe it would not be unproductive to return to this theme, one which has been aired before in Il Grido del Popolo, and which in the Youth Federation's Avanguardia received a more rigidly doctrinal treatment in the polemic between Bordiga from Naples and our own Tasca. Note 2. Let us recall two passages. The first comes from a German romantic, Novalis, who lived from 1772 to 1801, and says, "The supreme problem of culture is that of gaining possession of one's transcendental self, of being at one and the same time the self of oneself. Thus it should not surprise us that there is an absence of feeling or complete understanding of others. Lacking a perfect comprehension of ourselves, we can never really hope to know others." The other, which we summarize, is from Giambattista Vico, who, in the first corollary concerning the speech and poetic characters of the First Nations, in his Scienza Nuova, gives a political interpretation of the famous dictum of Solon, which Socrates subsequently made his own in relation to philosophy, "Know thyself." Vico maintains that in this dictum Solon wished to admonish the plebeians who believed themselves to be of bestial origin and the nobility to be of divine origin, to reflect on themselves and see that they had the same human nature as the nobles, and hence should claim to be their equals in civil law. Vico then points to this consciousness of human equality between plebeians and nobles as the basis and historical reason for the rise of the democratic republics of antiquity. We have not chosen these two fragments entirely at random. In them we believe the writers touch upon, though admittedly in a vaguely expressed and defined manner, the limits and principles governing the correct comprehension of the concept of culture, even in relation to socialism. We need to free ourselves from the habit of seeing culture as encyclopedic knowledge, and men as mere receptacles to be stuffed full of empirical data and a mass of unconnected raw facts, which have to be filed in the brain as in the columns of a dictionary, enabling their owner to respond to the various stimuli from the outside world. Page 57. This form of culture really is harmful, particularly for the proletariat. It serves only to create maladjusted people who believe they are superior to the rest of humanity because they have memorized a certain number of facts and dates and who rattle them off at every opportunity, so turning them almost into a barrier between themselves and others. It serves to create the kind of weak and colorless intellectualism that Romain Rolland has flayed so mercilessly, which has given birth to a mass of pretentious babblers who have a more damaging effect on social life than tuberculosis or syphilis germs have on the beauty and physical health of the body. The young student who knows a little Latin and history, the young lawyer who has been successful in wringing a scrap of paper called a degree out of the laziness and lackadaisical attitude of his professors, they end up seeing themselves as different from and superior to even the best skilled workman, who fulfills a precise and indispensable task in life and is 100 times more valuable in his activity than they are in theirs. But this is not culture, but pedantry, not intelligence, but intellect, and it is absolutely right to react against it. Culture is something quite different. It is organization, discipline of one's inner self, a coming to terms with one's own personality. It is the attainment of a higher awareness with the aid of which one succeeds in understanding one's own historical value, one's own function in life, one's own rights and obligations. But none of this can come about through spontaneous evolution, through a series of actions and reactions which are independent of one's own will, as is the case in the animal and vegetable kingdoms, where every unit is selected and specifies its own organs unconsciously through a fatalistic law of things. Above all, man is mind, that is, he is a product of history, not nature. Otherwise, how could one explain the fact, given that there have always been exploiters and exploited, creators of wealth and its selfish consumers, that socialism has not yet come into being? The fact is that only by degrees, one stage at a time, as humanity acquired consciousness of its own value and won for itself the right to throw off the patterns of organization imposed on it by minorities at a previous period in history. Page 58. And this consciousness was formed not under the brutal goad of physiological necessity, but as a result of intelligent reflection, at first by just a few people, and later by a whole class, on why certain conditions exist and how best to convert the facts of vassalage into the signals of rebellion and social reconstruction. This means that every revolution has been preceded by an intense labor of criticism, by the diffusion of culture and the spread of ideas amongst masses of men who are at first resistant and think only of solving their own immediate economic and political problems for themselves, who have no ties of solidarity with others in the same condition. The latest example, the closest to us and hence least foreign to our own time, is that of the French Revolution. The preceding cultural period, called the Enlightenment, which has been so misrepresented by the facile critics of theoretical reason, was not in any way, or at least was not entirely, a flutter of superficial encyclopedic intellectuals discoursing on anything and everything with equal imperturbability, believing themselves to be men of their time only if they had read the Encyclopédie of d'Alembert and Diderot. In short, it was not solely a phenomenon of pedantic and arid intellectualism, the like of which we see before our eyes today, exhibited most fully in the popular universities of the lowest order. The Enlightenment was a magnificent revolution in itself, and as De Sanctis acutely notes in his History of Italian Literature, it gave all Europe a bourgeois spiritual international in the form of a unified consciousness, one which was sensitive to all the woes and misfortunes of the common people, and which was the best possible preparation for the bloody revolt that followed in France. In Italy, France, and Germany, the same topics, the same institutions, and same principles were being discussed. Each new comedy by Voltaire, each new pamphlet moved like a spark along the lines that were already stretched between state and state, between region and region, and found the same supporters and the same opponents everywhere and every time. The bayonets of Napoleon's armies found their road already smoothed by an invisible army of books and pamphlets that had swarmed out of Paris from the first half of the 18th century and had prepared both men and institutions for the necessary renewal. Later, after the French events had welded a unified consciousness, a demonstration in Paris was enough to provoke similar disturbances in Milan, Vienna, and the smaller centers. Page 59. All this seems natural and spontaneous to superficial observers, yet it would be incomprehensible if we were not aware of the cultural factors that help to create a state of mental preparedness for those explosions in the name of what was seen as a common cause. The same phenomenon is being repeated today in the case of socialism. It was through a critique of capitalist civilization that the unified consciousness of the proletariat was or is still being formed, and a critique implies culture, not simply a spontaneous and naturalistic evolution. A critique implies precisely the self-consciousness that Novalis considered to be the purpose of culture. Consciousness of a self which is opposed to others, which is differentiated and, once having set itself a goal, can judge facts and events other than in themselves or for themselves, but also insofar as they tend to drive history forward or backward. To know oneself means to be oneself, to be master of oneself, to distinguish oneself, to free oneself from a state of chaos, to exist as an element of order, but of one's own order and one's own discipline in striving for an ideal. And we cannot be successful in this unless we also know others, their history, the successive efforts they have made to be what they are, to create the civilization they have created and which we seek to replace with our own. In other words, we must form some idea of nature and its laws in order to come to know the laws governing the mind, and we must learn all this without losing sight of the ultimate aim, to know oneself better through others and to know others better through oneself. If it is true that universal history is a chain made up of the efforts man has exerted to free himself from privilege, prejudice, and idolatry, then it is hard to understand why the proletariat, which seeks to add another link to that chain, should not know how and why and by whom it has been preceded, or what advantage it might derive from this knowledge. Signed, Alpha Gamma, Il Grido del Popolo, 29 January 1916, SPWI, all in caps, 10-13. 2. Schools of Labor. Returning to his professional chair at the Sorbonne after the War of 1870, Gaston Paris, with that liberty of spirit characteristic of sovereign minds, wove a magnificent eulogy of German universities which had molded the character and the energy of the new Germany, and he proposed to his pupils and colleagues as an example of how to achieve the transformation of France, the model of its abhorred rival. Page 60. After more than 40 years, it has taken a new and terrible war to direct attention back to the school, to the education system as a whole, and make people realize that an enormous disproportion exists in our country between the mass of those who study the liberal arts and those who study the art of production, of labor. Many people are ashamed even to quote the figures, to set out the statistics. The state, with that blindness characteristic of the backward Latin bourgeoisies who hate anything new, has turned its attention exclusively to the creation in the middle categories of the petty bourgeoisie of a legion of lawyers, doctors, and white-collar workers with a leaving certificate from the Liceo or the technical school. It has done nothing to give the proletariat, the enormous mass of citizens who form the backbone and the vital force of the nation, the chance to improve themselves, raise themselves up, acquire that professional culture from which spring the forces that animate industry, commerce, and agriculture. The school of labor has been sacrificed to the school of the service professions and occupations. The bureaucracy has murdered production. The minister, Casati, who 50 years ago drafted the legislation on Italian education with wide criteria that could have borne fruit, did not find successors able to adapt the law to new circumstances, although its dispositions lent themselves to such adaptation. The technical school also became a factory for white-collar workers, even though Casati, who had planned it, had seen its aim as to give young people who intend to dedicate themselves to specific careers in public service, industry, and commerce, and in the conduct of agricultural affairs, the appropriate general and specific education. Casati was concerned that lessons should be imparted with respect to their practical results, and particularly to the applications that can be made of them in the natural and economic conditions of the state. But the production of new wealth derived no benefit at all from all these dispositions. The spheres of administration and distribution expanded enormously at the expense of all the rest. Now, after the lessons of the war, people are realizing that it is not enough to know how to administer and distribute, but that one needs especially to produce. Page 61. A country's potential comes from the wealth it produces and the way it produces, not from the tittle-tattle of its lawyers and the clever inventions of its geniuses. The genius is too bizarre a product, too much beyond the control of any will for plans to be based on him. Assiduous work, small-scale competence, the spread of a professional culture, these alone can become indices of well-being, diplomas of historical merit. Italy lacks schools of labor. The little that has been done is due to chance, to the blind impulse of a necessity which throws up, alongside solid organisms, useless, unhealthy, harmful ones as well. In Italy, labor, despite the essays schoolchildren are given to write, is not held in civil or social esteem. A chief technician is considered inferior to a lawyer, a mechanic inferior to a professor. The state makes 50 million lire available for the high schools and only 2.5 million for professional schools. Every high school student costs the state about 1,000 lire a year, according to former Education Minister Rava. And yet, while for every 30 vice magistrates' jobs there are 300 applicants and 15 who are suitably qualified, our workshops are forced to import technical personnel, commerce falls into the hands of foreigners, and money in the form of savings leaves the country, and instead of increasing the nation's wealth and spreading well-being and jobs in our territory, it serves only to worsen the exchange rate, stimulate base egoism and atrocious jingoistic enthusiasms. It is the proletariat which must demand, which must impose the school of labor. Everything which serves to intensify, to improve production is of particular interest to socialism and the proletariat. We must be in agreement on a plan whereby our industries and Italian commerce employ Italian skilled labor, and where this should be equal in value and competence to the best skilled labor of other countries. No exclusions for the purposes of economic war, no protectionism even for the proletariat, but honest competition of abilities, contest for a greater exploitation of the products of the mind, so that everyone is given all the means necessary for their own inner improvement, for the valorization of their own good qualities. The proletariat must constrain the state to cut out of the national organism many universities, separating sores which produce prattlers and misfits, as well as many lycei and gymnasii, which cost a fortune and give neither culture nor dignity. Page 62. It must replace these old producers of administrators incapable of administering with schools of labor, out of which can swarm the new generation of producers who will give the country fewer sonnets and novels and more machines and factory chimneys. Unsigned, Avanti, 8 July 1916. Asterisk. CT, in caps, 440 to 442. 3. Men or machines? The brief discussion which was held at the last council meeting between our comrades and some representatives of the majority on the subject of vocational education programs deserves some comment, however brief and succinct. Note 3. Comrade Zinni's observations: there is still a conflict between the humanistic and vocational camps over the issue of popular education. We must endeavor to reconcile these currents, without forgetting that a worker is above all a man, who should not be denied the possibility of exploring the widest realms of the spirit by being enslaved from his earliest youth to the machine. And Councillor Sincero's attacks against philosophy. Philosophy finds people opposed to it, especially when it states truths that strike at vested interests, are not just isolated polemical episodes. They are necessary clashes between people representing fundamentally opposed interests. 1. Our party has still not settled on a concrete educational program that is in any way different from traditional ones. Until now we have been content to support the general principle of the need for culture, whether it be at an elementary or secondary technical or higher level, and we have campaigned in favor of this principle and propagated it with vigor and energy. We can state that the reduction in illiteracy in Italy is due not so much to the law on compulsory education as to the intellectual awakening, the awareness of certain spiritual needs that socialist propaganda has succeeded in arousing amongst the ranks of the proletariat in Italy. But we have gone no further than that. Education in Italy is still a rigidly bourgeois affair in the worst sense of the word. Middle and high schools, which are state-run and hence financed from state revenues, that is, direct taxes paid by the proletariat, can only be attended by the children of the bourgeoisie, who alone enjoy the economic independence needed for uninterrupted study. Page 63. A proletarian, no matter how intelligent, no matter how fit to become a man of culture, is forced either to squander his qualities on some other activity, or else to become a rebel and autodidact, that is, apart from some notable exceptions, a mediocrity, a man who cannot give all he could have given had he been completed and strengthened by the discipline of school. Culture is a privilege, education is a privilege, and we do not want it to be so. All young people should be equal before culture. The state should not be financing out of everybody's money the education even of mediocre and gormless children of wealthy parents, while it excludes the able and intelligent children of proletarians. Middle and high schools should be only for those who can demonstrate that they are worthy of it, and if it is in the public interest that such forms of education should exist, preferably supported and regulated by the state, then it is also in the public interest that they should be open to all intelligent children, regardless of their economic potential. Collective sacrifice is justified only when it benefits those who are most deserving. Therefore, this collective sacrifice should serve especially to give the most deserving children that economic independence they need if they are to devote their time to serious study. 2. The proletariat, which is excluded from the middle and high schools as a result of the present social conditions which ensure that the division of labor between men is unnatural, not being based on different capacities, and so retards and is inimical to production, has to fall back on the parallel educational system, the technical and vocational colleges. As a result of the anti-democratic restrictions imposed by the state budget, the technical colleges, which were set up along democratic lines by the Casati ministry, have undergone a transformation that has largely destroyed their nature. In most cases, they have become mere superfetations of the classical schools and an innocent outlet for the petty bourgeois mania for finding a secure job. The continually rising entrance fees and the particular prospects they open up in practical life have turned these schools too into a privilege. Anyway, the overwhelming majority of the proletariat is automatically excluded from them on account of the uncertain and precarious life which the wage earner is forced to lead, the sort of life which is certainly not the most propitious for fruitfully following a course of study. 3. What the proletariat needs is an educational system that is open to all. Page 64. A system in which the child is allowed to develop and mature and acquire those general features that serve to develop character. In a word, a humanistic school, as conceived by the ancients and more recently by the men of the Renaissance. A school which does not mortgage the child's future, a school that does not force the child's will, his intelligence and growing awareness to run along tracks to a predetermined station. A school of freedom and free initiative, not a school of slavery and mechanical precision. The children of proletarians, too, should have all possibilities open to them. They should be able to develop their own individuality in the optimal way, and hence in the most productive way for both themselves and society. Technical schools should not be allowed to become incubators of little monsters aridly trained for a job, with no general ideas, no general culture, no intellectual stimulation, but only an infallible eye and a firm hand. Technical education, too, helps a child to blossom into an adult so long as it is educative and not simply informative, simply passing on manual techniques. Councillor Sincero, who is an industrialist, is being too meanly bourgeois when he protests against philosophy. Of course, meanly bourgeois industrialists might prefer to have workers who were more machines than men, but the sacrifices which everyone in society willingly makes in order to foster improvements and nourish the best and most perfect men who will improve it still more, these sacrifices must bring benefits to the whole of society, not just to one category of people or one class. It is a problem of right and of force. The proletariat must stay alert to prevent another abuse being added to the many it already suffers. Unsigned, Avanti, 24 December 1916, SPWI, all in caps, 26 to 27. 4. The Popular University. I have in front of me the program for the Popular University, Università Popolare, for the first period 1916-1917. 5 courses, 3 devoted to natural sciences, 1 to Italian literature, 1 to philosophy. 6 lectures on various subjects, only 2 have titles giving some guarantee of seriousness. Page 65. I sometimes wonder why it has not been possible in Turin to develop a solid institution for the popularization of culture, why the popular university has remained the poor thing it is and has been unable to win the public's attention, respect, and love, why it has not succeeded in forming a public of its own. The answer is not easy, or it is too easy. There are clearly problems with organization and with the criteria which inform the university. The best response should be to do better, to show concretely that it is possible to do better and to gather a public round a cultural heat source, provided it is alive and really gives off heat. In Turin, the popular university is a cold flame. It is neither a university nor popular. Its directors are amateurs in matters of cultural organization. What causes them to act is a mild and insipid spirit of charity. not a live and fecund desire to contribute to the spiritual raising of the multitude through teaching. As in vulgar charitable institutes, they distribute food parcels which fill the stomach, perhaps cause some indigestion, but then leave no trace, bring about no change in people's lives. The directors of the popular university know that the institution they run has to cater for a specific category of people who have not been able to follow regular studies at school, and that is all. They are not bothered about how this category of people might be drawn most effectively to the world of knowledge. They find a model in the existing cultural institutions, they copy it, they worsen it. They reason something like this. People who attend courses at the popular university are the same age and have the same general background as people who go to the state universities, so let us give them a surrogate of the latter, and they ignore everything else. They do not consider the fact that the state universities are a natural point of arrival of a whole activity of previous work. They do not consider that when a student arrives at university, he has passed through the experience of high school, and this has disciplined his spirit of research, has bolstered his amateurish impulsiveness with a methodical approach. In other words, he has been through a process of becoming. He has been made alert gradually and gently, falling into error and pulling himself up, taking wrong turns and getting back on course. These directors do not understand that bits of knowledge plucked out from all this previous activity of individual research are nothing other than dogmas, absolute truths. Page 66. They do not understand that the popular university, as they run it, is reduced to a form of theological teaching, a new version of the Jesuit schools, where knowledge is presented as something definitive, self-evident, and unquestionable. Not even the universities are like this. There is now a common conviction that a truth is fecund only when one has made an effort to master it, that it does not exist in and for itself, but has been a conquest of the spirit, and that each individual must reproduce in himself that state of anxiety which the scholar passed through before arriving at it. This is why the truly magisterial teachers give great importance in their teaching to the history of their subject. Taking one's audience through the series of attempts, efforts, and successes through which men had to pass in order to attain the present state of knowledge has far more educational value than a schematic exposition of the knowledge itself. It forms the scholar, it gives his mind that elasticity of methodical doubt which makes an amateur into a serious person, which purifies curiosity in the popular sense of the word, and turns it into a healthy and fecund stimulus towards ever-increasing and more perfect knowledge. The author of these notes speaks partly out of personal experience. The courses he remembers most vividly from when he started at university were those where the lecturer made him feel the active effort of research over the centuries to bring the research method to perfection. In the natural sciences, for instance, we were shown all the effort it cost to liberate the human spirit from prejudices and a priori religious or philosophical notions in order to arrive at the conclusion that sources of water originate from atmospheric precipitations and not from the sea. In philology, we saw how the historical method was arrived at through the trials and errors of traditional empiricism, and how, for example, the criteria and convictions that guided Francesco de Sanctis in writing his history of Italian literature were nothing other than truths which had emerged through tiring research, truths which liberated the spirit from the sentimental and rhetorical dross that had polluted the study of literature in the past, and so on for the other subjects. This was the most living part of studying, this spirit of recreation which enabled encyclopedic items of information to be assimilated and fused them into a flame burning with new individual life. Teaching done in this way becomes an act of liberation. It has the fascination of all vital things. Page 67. It needs particularly to demonstrate its effectiveness in the popular universities, whose audiences lack precisely that intellectual preparation one needs in order to arrange the individual items of one's studies into an organized whole. For them particularly, what is most effective and interesting is the history of research, the history of this immense epoch of the human spirit, which slowly, patiently, tenaciously takes possession of truth, conquers truth. How from error one arrives at scientific truth. This is the road that everyone must follow. To show how it has been followed by others is the lesson that produces the best results. and it is, besides, a lesson in modesty which avoids the formation of those irritating know-it-alls who believe they have plumbed the depths of the universe when their memories are fortunate enough to pigeonhole a few dates and some random bits of knowledge. But the popular universities like that of Turin prefer to run useless and unwieldy courses on the Italian soul in the art of literature in recent generations, or give lectures on the European conflagration as judged by Vico, where more care is taken to impress than to teach effectively, and the pretentious little lecturer outstrips the efforts of the modest teacher, who at least knows he is talking to uneducated people. Unsigned, Avanti, 29 December 1916, asterisk, CT 673 to 676. 5. Illiteracy. Why are there still so many illiterate people in Italy? Because in Italy there are too many people who restrict their lives to their village and their family. They do not feel a need to learn the Italian language because dialect will do for their local and family life, because all their life of relationships is filled up with conversations in dialect. Literacy is not a need, and it therefore becomes a torment, something imposed by the wielders of power. In order for it to become a need, the general life would have to acquire greater fervor. It would have to draw in an ever-increasing number of citizens, and therefore make the sense of need arise spontaneously, out of the necessity for reading and writing and for the Italian language. Socialist propaganda has done more towards literacy than all the laws on compulsory schooling. The law is an imposition. It can oblige you to go to school, but it cannot oblige you to learn, or, once you have learned, not to forget. Page 68. Socialist propaganda directly arouses a sharp sense of not being just an individual within a little circle of immediate interests, the local community and the family, but a citizen of a wider world with whose other citizens one needs to exchange ideas, hopes, and sufferings. Culture literacy has thus acquired a purpose, and for as long as this purpose remains alive in people's consciousness, love of knowledge will be a compelling force. It is a sacrosanct truth of which the socialists can be proud. Illiteracy will disappear completely only when socialism has made it disappear, because socialism is the only ideal which can make citizens, in the best and fullest sense of the word, out of all the Italians who at present live exclusively on their little personal interests, humans born only to consume the fruits of the earth. La Città Futura, 11 February 1917, asterisk. CF in caps, 17. 6. The problem of the school. Bracketed ellipsis. The problem of the school, like any other problem which concerns a general activity of the state, a necessary function in society, must be studied as part of the sphere of action of the state, of workers' and peasants' councils. Note 4. We are aiming to stimulate a mentality of construction, of comrades already ideally organized in the state of the councils, already ideally active and at work in evoking all the organs of the new social life. The educational propaganda conducted so far by the socialists has been largely negative and critical. It could not have been otherwise. Today, after the positive experiences of our Russian comrades, it can and must be otherwise if we want to ensure that their experiences have not been in vain for us. We must develop these experiences critically, paring away from them what is specific to Russia, dependent on the particular conditions in which the Soviet Republic found Russian society when it came to power. We must pick out and establish what in them is a permanent necessity to communist society, dependent on the needs and aspirations of the class of workers and peasants exploited to the same degree in all parts of the globe. The problem of the school is at once both technical and political. Page 69. In a parliamentary democratic state, there can be no technical and political solution to the problem of the school. Ministers of education are placed in office because they belong to a political party, not because they know how to administer and direct the educational function of the state. It cannot even in all honesty be claimed that the bourgeois class molds the school to its own ends of domination. If this were to happen, it would mean that the bourgeois class had an educational program and was carrying it out with single-minded energy. The school would then be a living thing. This is not the case. The bourgeoisie, as the class which controls the state, takes no interest in the school. It lets the bureaucrats make or destroy it as they are able, and allows the education ministers to be chosen according to the caprice of political competition, through partisan intrigue, so as to attain a happy balance of parties in the cabinet. In these conditions, the technical study of the educational problem is a pure exercise of mental chess, a matter of intellectual gymnastics rather than a serious and concrete contribution to the problem itself, when, that is, it is not a tiresome lamentation and rehashing of old banalities about the excellence of the educative role of the state, the benefits of education, etc. In the state of the councils, the school will represent one of the most important and essential of public activities. Indeed, to the development and success of the school is linked the development of the communist state, the advent of a democracy in which the dictatorship of the proletariat is absorbed. The present generation will be educated into the practice of the social discipline necessary for the realization of communist society, with assemblies and direct participation in deliberation and the administration of the socialist state. The school will have the task of rearing the new generations, those who will enjoy the fruits of our sacrifices and efforts, those who will reap, after the transitional period of national proletarian dictatorships, the fullness of life and development of international communist democracy. How will the communist schools carry out this task? How should the educative function of the state be organized in the overall system of the councils? What administrative duty will need to be carried out by the primary and secondary teachers' union? How will universities and polytechnics be transformed and coordinated in the general cultural activity? Once the Constitution is changed and the fundamental principles of the law have been altered, what character should the faculty of law possess? Page 70. Our review numbers among its subscribers and readers a strong contingent of young students, artists, and teachers of different levels who have the ability and the training to pose their problems critically and try to solve them. We appeal to their goodwill, to the active desire they feel for useful cooperation towards the advent of the new order of communism. Unsigned, L'Ordine Nuovo, 27 June 1919, SCW, all in caps, 39-40. 7. In brackets, questions of culture. The proletarian revolution cannot but be a total revolution. It consists in the foundation of new modes of labor, new modes of production and distribution that are peculiar to the working class in its historical determination in the course of the capitalist process. This revolution also presupposes the formation of a new set of standards, a new psychology, new ways of feeling, thinking, and living that must be specific to the working class, that must be created by it, that will become dominant when the working class becomes the dominant class. The proletarian revolution is essentially the liberation of the productive forces already existing within bourgeois society. These forces can be identified in the economic and political fields, but is it possible to start identifying the latent elements that will lead to the creation of a proletarian civilization or culture? Do elements for an art, philosophy, and morality, standards, specific to the working class already exist? The question must be raised and it must be answered. Together with the problem of gaining political and economic power, the proletariat must also face the problem of winning intellectual power. Just as it has thought to organize itself politically and economically, it must also think about organizing itself culturally. Although through such organizations it is not yet going to be possible, no more than in the economic and political sectors, to obtain positive creative results before the system of bourgeois domination has been broken up, it should still be possible to pose the fundamental questions and outline the most characteristic features of the development of the new civilization. Page 71. According to our Russian comrades, who have already set up an entire network of organizations for proletarian culture, Proletkult, the mere fact that the workers raise these questions and attempt to answer them means that the elements of an original proletarian civilization already exist, that there are already proletarian forces of production of cultural values, just as the fact that the workers create class organizations in order to carry out their cultural activity means that these values too, unlike in the bourgeois period, will be created by the working class on the basis of organization. Do the workers have their own conception of the world? The conception of the world specific to the working class today is that of critical communism, which bases historical development on the class struggle. Yet because of this very conception of the world, the working class knows that its conquest of political and economic power will mark the end of the period of class-divided societies. Will there no longer be historical development? Will the machine of progress be broken once classes have been abolished and the class struggle suppressed? Many workers have undoubtedly asked this question, just as some of them have undoubtedly felt anxiety because they have been unable to find an answer. The working class, therefore, has its own metaphysical needs, which are proper to it alone. Even a bourgeois can conceive the world from the standpoint of the class struggle, but since he cannot but imagine this struggle as perpetual, he does not ask himself, and after the abolition of classes? The abolition of the class struggle does not mean the abolition of the need to struggle as a principle of development. There will still be the struggle against the brute forces of nature, and this struggle will be applied on a scale never before seen. But what notions, what particular ways of seeing, thinking, and feeling does this form of struggle, which does not set living beings against each other, presuppose in order for one to imagine the same conquering spirit in people, the same expansive energy that one finds today in the class struggle? On this basis, then, we can begin to think that in the fullness of its autonomous historical life, the working class will also have its own original conception of the world, some of whose fundamental features can already be delineated. Tomorrow, like today, the school will undoubtedly be a crucible where the new spirits will be forged. Indeed, tomorrow the school will be immensely more important than it is now. In the various educational organizations, near home or at the workplace, in Russia, one studies up to the age of 50. Page 72. In the way schools have been organized in Russia, a Marxist principle has been applied in practice. The dominant class reflects in its social life the relations that characterize its particular modes of existence. The Russian school reflects the way of studying characteristic of the working class. The worker studies and works. His labor is study, and study is labor. In order to become a specialist in his work, the worker on average puts in the same number of years that it takes to get a specialized degree. The worker, however, carries out his studies in the very act of doing immediately productive work. Industrial progress tends to annihilate the studies proper to the worker in that it tends to destroy specialized trades. Having become dominant, the working class wants manual labor and intellectual labor to be joined in the schools, and thus creates a new educational tradition. One can easily foresee that when the working class wins its liberty, it will bring to the light of history new complexes of linguistic expressions, even if it will not radically change the notion of beauty. The existence of Esperanto, although it does not demonstrate much in itself and has more to do with bourgeois cosmopolitanism than with proletarian internationalism, shows nevertheless by the fact that the workers are strongly interested in it and manage to waste their time over it, that there is a desire for and a historical push towards the formation of verbal complexes that transcend national limits, and in relation to which current national languages will have the same role as dialects now have. For those who have the will to solve them or to try to solve them, there are an endless number of problems of this order. Is it a waste of time to be concerned with these problems? Our Russian comrades say that not only is that not a waste of time, but that, on the contrary, if the working class is not concerned with them, it means that it has not yet reached that stage of revolutionary development in which it truly understands the full implications of the notion of ruling class. In order to help in this field, too, the working classes that have not yet liberated themselves from the political yoke of the bourgeoisie, our Russian comrades want to establish relations between the proletkult and the proletarian cultural organizations that already exist in embryonic form throughout the world. Unsigned, Avanti, 14 June 1920, SCW, all in caps, 41 to 43. Page 73. 8. Marinetti, the Revolutionary? This incredible, enormous, colossal event has happened which, if divulged, threatens completely to destroy all the prestige and reputation of the Communist International. During the Second Congress in Moscow, Comrade Gramsci, in his speech to the Italian delegates, a speech given, mark you, in Italian, excellent Italian even, so that any suspicion of a dubious interpretation must a priori be rejected, said that in Italy there lives a revolutionary intellectual by the name of Filippo Tommaso Marinetti. The Philistines of the workers' movement are extremely shocked. It is now certain that to the insults of being called Bergsonian voluntarists, pragmatists, and spiritualists will be added the more deadly one of futurists, Marinettians. Note 5. Since such a fate awaits us, let us see if we can raise ourselves to a self-awareness of our new intellectual position. Many groups of workers looked kindly towards futurism before the European War. It happened very often before the war that groups of workers would defend the futurists from the attacks of cliques of professional artists and littérateurs. This point established, this historical observation made, the question automatically arises, in this attitude of the workers, was there an intuition, here we are with the word intuition, Bergsonians, of an unsatisfied need in the proletarian field? We must answer, yes, the revolutionary working class was and is aware that it must found a new state, that by its tenacious and patient labor it must elaborate a new economic structure and found a new civilization. It is relatively easy to outline right from this moment the shape of the new state and the new economic structure. In this absolutely practical field, we are convinced that for a certain time the only possible thing to do will be to exercise an iron-like power over the existing organization, over that constructed by the bourgeoisie. From this conviction comes the stimulus to struggle for the conquest of power, and from it comes the formula by which Lenin has characterized the workers' state. For a certain time the workers' state cannot be other than a bourgeois state without the bourgeoisie. Note 6. The battlefield for the creation of a new civilization is, on the other hand, absolutely mysterious, absolutely characterized by the unforeseeable and the unexpected. Having passed from capitalist power to workers' power, the factory will continue to produce the same material things that it produces today. Page 74. But in what way and under what forms will poetry, drama, the novel, music, painting, and moral and linguistic works be born? It is not a material factory that produces these works. It cannot be reorganized by a worker's power according to a plan. One cannot establish its rate of production for the satisfaction of immediate needs to be controlled and determined statistically. Nothing in this field is foreseeable except for this general hypothesis. There will be a proletarian culture, a civilization totally different from the bourgeois one, and in this field too class distinctions will be shattered. Bourgeois careerism will be shattered, and there will be a poetry, a novel, a theater, a moral code, a language, a painting, and a music peculiar to proletarian civilization, the flowering and ornament of proletarian social organization. What remains to be done? Nothing other than to destroy the present form of civilization. In this field, to destroy does not mean the same as in the economic field. It does not mean to deprive humanity of the material products that it needs to subsist and to develop. It means to destroy spiritual hierarchies, prejudices, idols, and ossified traditions. It means not to be afraid of innovations and audacities, not to be afraid of monsters, not to believe that the world will collapse if a worker makes grammatical mistakes, if a poem limps, if a picture resembles a hoarding, or if young men sneer at academic and feeble-minded senility. The futurists have carried out this task in the field of bourgeois culture. They have destroyed, without worrying if the new creations produced by their activity were on the whole superior to those destroyed. They have had confidence in themselves, in the impetuosity of their youthful energies. They have grasped sharply and clearly that our age, the age of big industry, of the large proletarian city, and of intense and tumultuous life, was in need of new forms of art, philosophy, behavior, and language. This sharply revolutionary and absolutely Marxist idea came to them when the socialists were not even vaguely interested in such a question, when the socialists certainly did not have as precise an idea in politics and economics, when the socialists would have been frightened, as is evident from the current fear of many of them, by the thought that it was necessary to shatter the machine of bourgeois power in the state and the factory. In their field, the field of culture, the futurists are revolutionaries. Page 75. In this field, it is likely to be a long time before the working classes will manage to do anything more creative than the futurists have done. When they supported the futurists, the workers' group showed that they were not afraid of destruction, certain as they were of being able to create poetry, paintings, and plays like the futurists. These workers were supporting historicity, the possibility of a proletarian culture created by the workers themselves. Unsigned, L'Ordine Nuovo, 5 January 1921, SCW, all in caps, 49 to 51. End of section 2. Page 76. Section 3. Factory Councils and Socialist Democracy. Introduction. In 1919, the situation in Italy was characterized by acute labor conflicts and a weak state. Both the industrial bourgeoisie and the labor movement had emerged strengthened after the war. Strike activity reached unprecedented levels and took on an increasingly political character. The model of Soviet Russia was powerful. In 1919 came the conquest of an 8-hour day and a national minimum wage. In the summer, there were widespread street riots against the high cost of living. It was in this year that Gramsci and a handful of others, Palmiro Togliatti, Umberto Terracini, Angelo Tasca, set up in Turin a weekly newspaper, L'Ordine Nuovo, the New Order. From June 1919, its animating idea, largely Gramsci's inspiration, was that of the Factory Council. The point was to transform the factory workshop committees, commissioni interni, that had emerged during the war into assemblies of elected delegates which would be capable of taking over the means of production at the point of production, fulfilling simultaneously, on the model of the Russian Soviets, the economic role of direct workers' management of the plant and the political function of democratic self-government. These factory councils would in turn elect delegates to a ward committee, Comitato Rionale, whose function would be to coordinate all workers in a given area and become democratic committees for the whole community. Similar organizations were to be developed among the peasantry.
By the end of 1919, the Ordine Nuovo proposals had been adopted by the 16,000-strong Turin branch of FIOM, the Metal Workers Union, and by the local section of the PSI. The formation of factory councils in the city's big engineering plants, Fiat, Lancia, and so forth, frightened the employers into a lockout in March 1920. The workers responded in April with a general strike involving over 200,000 people. The action, explicitly about the political principle of workers' control in the factories, was widely considered to have been the high point in Turin of the 2 red years, Biennio Rosso, of 1919 to 20. Page 77. The strike was defeated not only because of a well-organized response by the employers, who sent in troops and hired volunteer strikebreakers, but also because the leaders of the PSI and CGL, the Reformist Trade Union Confederation, refused to back it up. In September 1920 came the occupation of factories throughout northern Italy, most notably in Milan, Turin, and Genoa. The occupation followed the breakdown of negotiations over a new national wage agreement in the engineering industry. The occupied factories carried on production under workers' control, while the police and army, although they surrounded the factories, did not intervene. Prime Minister Giolitti deliberately refrained from ordering the troops to break the occupation, preferring a more tactical approach. He set up a committee to study the problem and promised to introduce a parliamentary bill establishing workers' control over industry, thus giving the reformists a semblance of satisfaction and taking the ground away from the revolutionaries. The PSI and CGL leaders met in Milan from 9 to 11 September and decided by 591,245 votes to 409,569, with 93,623 abstentions, to limit the aims of the workers' actions to winning recognition by the factory owners of trade union control in the plants. The factories were evacuated and work was resumed for the owners on 4 October 1920. The end of the occupation of the factories marked a turning point in the class struggle in Italy. By January 1921, a concerted employers' counteroffensive was underway. With increased workplace discipline, victimizations and sackings of the leaders of the 1920 actions. There was also now an increasing alignment between employers. Their confidence in the government further weakened by Giolitti's refusal to use a heavy hand, and the rising fascist movement. The factory councils were ultimately destroyed in the course of the fascist reaction. The idea of the factory councils drew both on contemporary communist sources, Lenin's ideas on dual power and those of Rosa Luxemburg, and the Spartacist periodical Arbeiter Rat, Workers' Council, as well as on revolutionary syndicalism, Georges Sorel's writings in France, the shop stewards movement in Britain, and the industrial workers of the world, Wobblies, in the United States and elsewhere. These syndicalist elements in the factory council movement were criticized within the PSI both from the right, the reformist and the CGL, and from the left. Page 78. For example, Amadeo Bordiga, leader of the other main communist faction within the PSI, said the movement was a form of economic gradualism and predicted that the councils would, like trade unions, be reabsorbed by the employers as corporatist organizations. He also accused the Ordine Nuovo group of underemphasizing the central role of a tightly disciplined political party in leading the revolution. Gramsci later accepted some of these criticisms. He said that, at the time, he had not sufficiently connected the factory council movement to the party, whose role was left somewhat nebulous. He wrote in 1925 that the Ordine Nuovo group's concentration on mass action had placed it in a position of inferiority within the general organization of the party. He was also self-critical of the group for not having organized during the Biennio Rosso a national faction within the PSI, which could have broken the grip of the reformists in the party and the trade unions and prevented its own political isolation. See SPW Roman II, page 189. He nevertheless asserted that there was an essential difference between factory councils and trade unions and repudiated Bordiga's emphasis on strict party leadership from above at the expense of the mobilization and organization of the working class from below. It was this emphasis on working class autonomy and socialist democracy which constituted the most original and powerful aspect of the factory councils movement. By contrast, one of the major limitations of the movement, and a key reason for its defeat, as Gramsci would later argue, was its relative geographical isolation. The movement was confined to the industrial north, and although it did not seem able to build an alliance with the peasantry in Piedmont in April 1920, it failed to forge political links with the poor peasants of the south. The Ordine Nuovo group emphasized the importance of building a platform of common action with the peasants. See Gramsci's article, Workers and Peasants, in Section 4. But this platform was not constructed at a national level. This was one of the principal sources of the movement's vulnerability in the face of the employers' counteroffensive and the rise of fascism. The lesson of its defeat was to underlie one of the main areas of Gramsci's strategic rethinking from 1923 onward. Page 79. 1. Workers' democracy. An urgent problem today faces every socialist with a keen sense of the historical responsibility that rests on the working class and on the party representing the critical and active consciousness of the mission of this class. How are the immense social forces unleashed by the war to be harnessed? How are they to be disciplined and given a political form which has the potential to develop normally and continuously into the skeleton of the socialist state, in which the dictatorship of the proletariat will be embodied? How can the present be welded to the future, so that while satisfying the urgent necessities of the one, we may work effectively to create and anticipate the other? The aim of this article is to stimulate thought and action. It is an invitation to the best and most conscious workers to reflect on the problem and collaborate, each in the sphere of his own competence and activity, towards its solution, focusing the attention of their comrades and associations on it. Only common solidarity in a work of clarification, persuasion, and mutual education will produce concrete, constructive action. The socialist state already exists potentially in the institutions of social life characteristic of the exploited working class. To link these institutions, coordinating and ordering them into a highly centralized hierarchy of competences and powers, while respecting the necessary autonomy and articulation of each, is to create a genuine workers' democracy here and now, a workers' democracy in effective and active opposition to the bourgeois state, and prepared to replace it here and now in all its essential functions of administering and controlling the national heritage. The workers' movement today is led by the Socialist Party and the Confederation of Labor, CGL. But for the great mass of workers, the exercise of the social power of the party and confederation is achieved indirectly by prestige and enthusiasm, authoritarian pressure, and even inertia. The party's influence grows daily, spreading to previously unexplored popular strata. It wins consent and a desire to work effectively for the advent of communism among groups and individuals hitherto absent from the political struggle. These disorderly and chaotic energies must be given a permanent form and discipline. Page 80. They must be absorbed, organized, and strengthened. The proletarian and semi-proletarian class must be transformed into an organized society that can educate itself, gain experience, and acquire a responsible consciousness of the obligations that fall to classes achieving state power. It will take the Socialist Party and the trade unions years, even decades of effort to absorb the whole of the working class. These two institutions will not be identified immediately with the proletarian state. In fact, in the communist republics, they have continued to exist independently of the state, with the party functioning as a driving force, and the unions as instruments for supervision and the achievement of limited reforms. The party must carry on its role as the organ of communist education, as the furnace of faith, the depository of doctrine, the supreme power harmonizing the organized and disciplined forces of the working class and peasantry and leading them toward the ultimate goal. It is just because it must strictly carry out this task that the party cannot throw open its doors to an invasion of new members who are not accustomed to the exercise of responsibility and discipline. But the social life of the working class is rich in the very institutions and activities which need to be developed, fully organized and coordinated into a broad and flexible system that is capable of absorbing and disciplining the entire working class. The workshop, with its internal commissions, the socialist clubs, the peasant communities, these are the centers of proletarian life we should be working in directly. The internal commissions are organs of workers' democracy, which must be freed from the limitations imposed on them by the entrepreneurs, and infused with new life and energy. Today, the internal commissions limit the power of the capitalist in the factory and perform functions of arbitration and discipline. Tomorrow, developed and enriched, they must be the organs of proletarian power, replacing the capitalist in all his useful functions of management and administration. The workers should proceed at once to the election of vast assemblies of delegates, chosen from their best and most conscious comrades under the slogan, "All power in the workshop to the workshop committees," together with its complement, "All state power to the workers' and peasants' councils." Page 81. The communists organized in the party and the ward clubs would thus be presented with a vast field for concrete revolutionary propaganda. The clubs, in agreement with the urban party sections, should carry out a survey of the working class forces in their area and become the seat of the ward council of workshop delegates, the ganglion coordinating and centralizing all the proletarian energies in the ward. The electoral system could vary according to the size of the workshops. The aim, however, should be to elect one delegate for every 15 workers, divided into categories, as is done in English factories, and ending up through a series of elections with a committee of factory delegates representing every aspect of work: manual workers, clerical workers, technicians. The ward committee should also seek to incorporate delegates from other categories of workers living in the ward: waiters, cab drivers, tramwaymen, railwaymen, road sweepers, private employees, clerks, and others. The ward committee should be an expression of the whole of the working class living in the ward, an expression that is legitimate and authoritative, that can enforce a spontaneously delegated discipline that is backed with powers, and can order the immediate and complete cessation of all work throughout the ward. The ward committees would grow into urban commissariats, controlled and disciplined by the Socialist Party and the craft federations. Such a system of workers' democracy, integrated with corresponding peasants' organizations, would give the masses a permanent structure and discipline. It would be a magnificent school of political and administrative experience, and would involve the masses down to the last man, accustoming them to tenacity and perseverance, and to thinking of themselves as an army in the field which needs a strict cohesion if it is not to be destroyed and reduced to slavery. Each factory would make up one or more of the regiments of this army, which would have to have its own NCOs, its own liaison services, officers' corps, and general staff, with all powers being delegated by free election and not imposed in an authoritarian manner. Meetings held inside the factory, together with ceaseless propaganda and persuasion by the most conscious elements, should effect a radical transformation of the workers' mentality, should make the masses better equipped to exercise power, and finally should diffuse a consciousness of the rights and obligations of comrade and worker that is both concrete and effective, because spontaneously generated from living historical experience. Page 82. As we said above, these brief proposals are put forward only to stimulate thought and action. Every aspect of the problem deserves special study, detailed elucidation, coherent extension, and integration. But the concrete and complete solution to the problems of socialist living can only arise from communist practice, collective discussion which sympathetically alters men's consciousness, unifies them, and inspires them to industrious enthusiasm. To tell the truth, to arrive together at the truth, is a communist and revolutionary act. The formula dictatorship of the proletariat must cease to be a mere formula, a flourish of revolutionary rhetoric. Whoever wills the end must will the means. The dictatorship of the proletariat represents the establishment of a new proletarian state which channels the institutional experiences of the oppressed class and transforms the social activity of the working class and peasantry into a widespread and powerfully organized system. This state cannot be improvised. The Russian Bolshevik communists labored for 8 months to broadcast and concretize their slogan, "All power to the Soviets," and the Russian workers had been familiar with Soviets since 1905. Italian communists must treasure this Russian experience and economize on time and effort. The work of reconstruction itself will demand so much time and effort that every day and every act should be dedicated to it. Unsigned but written in collaboration with Palmiro Togliatti. L'Ordine Nuovo, 21 June 1919. SPWI 65-8. Page 83. 2. Conquest of the state. Capitalist concentration, determined by the mode of production, produces a corresponding concentration of working human masses. This is the fact that underlies all the revolutionary theses of Marxism, that underlies the conditions of the new proletarian way of life, the new communist order destined to replace the bourgeois way of life and the disorder of capitalism arising from free competition and class struggle. In the sphere of general capitalist activity, the worker, too, operates on the level of free competition. He is an individual and a citizen. But the starting conditions in the struggle are not the same for everyone at the same time. The existence of private property places the social minority in a privileged position and makes the struggle uneven. The worker is continuously exposed to the most deadly hazards. The bare necessities of his life, his culture, the life and future of his family, are all exposed to the sudden consequences of a shift in the labor market. So the worker attempts to free himself from the sphere of competition and individualism. The principles of combination and solidarity become paramount for the working class. They transform the mentality and way of life of the workers and peasants. Organs and institutions embodying these principles arise. They are the basis upon which the process of historical development that leads to communism in the means of production and exchange begins. The principle of combination can and must be seen as the central feature of the proletarian revolution. The emergence and development of the Socialist Party and the trade unions in the period preceding this present one, what we might call the period of the First and Second Internationals, or the period of recruitment, was dependent upon this historical tendency. The development of these proletarian institutions and of the whole proletarian movement in general was not, however, autonomous. It was not constrained wholly by laws inherent in the living conditions and historical experience of the exploited working class. In fact, the laws of historical development were laid down by the property-owning class organized in the state. The state has always been the protagonist of history. In its organs, the power of the propertied class is centralized. Page 84. Within the state, the propertied class forges its own discipline and unity over and above the disputes and clashes of competition, in order to keep intact its privileged position in the supreme phase of competition itself, the class struggle for power, for preeminence in the leadership and ordering of society. In this period, the proletarian movement was merely a function of capitalist free competition. Proletarian institutions developed in the way they did, not through inner necessity, but through external influences. Under the formidable pressure of events and compulsions dependent upon capitalist competition. In this lies the origin of the inner conflicts, the deviations, the hesitations, the compromises that characterize the whole of the proletarian movement's existence prior to the current period, and which have now culminated in the bankruptcy of the Second Internationale. Some of the currents in the socialist and proletarian movement had emphasized trade union organization as the essential feature of the revolution, and directed their propaganda and activity accordingly. At one stage, the syndicalist movement appeared in the light of the true interpreter of Marxism, the true interpreter of reality. The error of syndicalism consists in this. It assumes that the present form and functions of the trade unions are permanent and represent the perennial form of the principle of combination, when in fact they have been imposed on the unions and not proposed by them, and so cannot have a constant and predictable line of development. Syndicalism, while presenting itself as the initiator of a spontaneous libertarian tradition, was in fact one of the many disguises of the Jacobin and abstract spirit. This was the origin of the errors of the syndicalist current, which did not succeed in replacing the Socialist Party in the task of educating the working class for the revolution. The workers and peasants felt that, so long as the propertied class and the democratic parliamentary state are dictating the laws of history, any attempt to remove oneself from the sphere of operation of these laws is inane and ridiculous. There is no denying the fact that within the general configuration of an industrial society, each man can actively participate in affairs and modify his surroundings only to the extent that he operates as an individual and citizen, as a member of the democratic parliamentary state. The liberal experience is not worthless and can only be transcended after it has been experienced. The apoliticism of the apoliticals was merely a degeneration of politics. Page 85. To reject the state and fight against it is just as much a political act as to take part in the general historical activity that is channeled into Parliament and the municipal councils, the popular institutions of the state. The quality of the political act varies. The syndicalists worked outside of reality, and hence their politics were fundamentally mistaken. On the other hand, the parliamentary socialists worked in close contact with events, and while they could make mistakes, and indeed they committed many mistakes and grievous ones too, they made no mistake in the direction their activity took, and so they triumphed in the competition. The broad masses, the people who objectively modify social relations through their intervention, favored the Socialist Party. Notwithstanding all its mistakes and shortcomings, the party did succeed, in the final analysis, in accomplishing its mission, namely, to transform the proletariat into something, whereas before it had been nothing, to give it an awareness, to point the liberation movement firmly and enthusiastically in the direction corresponding in its general lines to the process of historical development of human society. The gravest error of the socialist movement was akin to that of the syndicalists. Participating in the general activity of human society within the state, the socialists forgot that their role had to be essentially one of criticism, of antithesis. Instead of mastering reality, they allowed themselves to be absorbed by it. Marxist communists should be characterized by what may be called a maieutic mentality. Their activity does not consist in throwing themselves into the course of events determined by bourgeois competition, but in a critical biding of their time. History is a continuous process of development, and hence is essentially unpredictable. But this does not mean that everything is unpredictable in the process of development of history. That history, in other words, is the domain of arbitrariness and irresponsible caprice. History is at once freedom and necessity. The institutions in whose development and activity history is embodied emerge and continue to exist because they have a task and a mission to accomplish. There emerged and developed particular objective conditions for the production of material wealth and for men's intellectual awareness. If these objective conditions, which by virtue of their mechanical nature are almost mathematically commensurable, change, then there is a corresponding change in the totality of relations that regulate and inform human society, and a change in the degree of men's awareness. Page 86. The social configuration is transformed. Traditional institutions are impoverished and become inadequate to their task, obstructive and lethal. If a man's intelligence were incapable of discerning rhythm or establishing a process in the course of history, then civilized life would be impossible. Political genius can be recognized precisely by this capacity to master the greatest possible number of concrete conditions necessary and sufficient to determine a process of development. By the capacity, therefore, to anticipate both the immediate and distant future, and on the basis of this intuition, to prescribe a state's activity and hazard the fortunes of a people. In this sense, Karl Marx was by far the greatest of contemporary political geniuses. The socialists have simply accepted, and frequently in a supine fashion, the historical reality produced by capitalist initiative. They have acquired the same mistaken mentality as the liberal economists. They believe in the perpetuity and fundamental perfection of the institutions of the democratic state. In their view, the form of these democratic institutions can be corrected, touched up here and there, but in fundamentals must be respected. An example of this narrow-minded conceit is evident in Filippo Turati's Minoan judgment that Parliament stands in relation to the Soviet like the city to the barbarian horde. Note 1. Now the modern formula of the conquest of the state arises precisely from this mistaken conception of historical development, from the old game of compromise, and from the cretinous tactics of parliamentarianism. We, on the other hand, remain convinced, in the light of the revolutionary experiences of Russia, Hungary, and Germany, that the socialist state cannot be embodied in the institutions of the capitalist state. We remain convinced that with respect to these institutions, if not with respect to those of the proletariat, the socialist state must be a fundamentally new creation. The institutions of the capitalist state are organized in such a way as to facilitate free competition. Merely to change the personnel in these institutions is hardly going to change the direction of their activity. The socialist state is not yet communism, that is, the establishment of a practice and an economic way of life that are communal. But it is the transitional state whose mission is to suppress competition via the suppression of private property, classes, and national economies. Page 87. This mission cannot be accomplished by parliamentary democracy, so the formula "conquest of the state" should be understood in the following sense: replacement of the democratic parliamentary state by a new type of state, one that is generated by the associative experience of the proletarian class. And here we come back to our starting point. We said that the institutions of the socialist and proletarian movement in the period prior to this present one did not develop autonomously, but in response to the general configuration of human society under the sway of the sovereign laws of capitalism. The war turned the strategic conditions of the class struggle upside down. The capitalists have lost their preeminence. Their freedom is limited. Their power is reduced to a minimum. Capitalist concentration has reached its maximum possible level, with the achievement of a global monopoly of production and exchange. The corresponding concentration of the working masses has given the revolutionary proletarian class an unprecedented power. The traditional institutions of the movement have become incapable of containing such a flowering of revolutionary activity. Their very structure is inadequate to the task of disciplining the forces which have become part of the conscious historical process. These institutions are not dead. Born in response to free competition, they must continue to exist until the last remnant of competition has been wiped out, until classes and parties have been completely suppressed, and national proletarian dictatorships have been fused in the Communist Internationale. But besides these institutions, new, state-oriented institutions must arise and develop. The very institutions which will replace the private and public institutions of the parliamentary democratic state. The very institutions which will replace the person of the capitalist in his administrative functions and his industrial power, and so achieve the autonomy of the producer in the factory. Institutions capable of taking over the management of all the functions inherent in the complex system of relations of production and exchange that link the various workshops of a factory together to form a basic economic unit, link together the various activities of the agricultural industry, and through horizontal and vertical planning have to construct the harmonious edifice of the national and international economy, liberated from the obstructive and parasitical tyranny of the private property owners. Page 88. Never has the drive and revolutionary enthusiasm of the Western European proletariat been more vigorous. It seems to us, however, that a lucid and precise awareness of the end is not accompanied by a comparably lucid and precise awareness of the means that are needed at the present moment to achieve that end. The conviction has already taken root in the masses that the proletarian state is embodied in a system of workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils. But the tactical conception which will objectively ensure that this state comes into being is not yet evident. So a network of proletarian institutions must be set up without delay, a network rooted in the consciousness of the broad masses, one that can depend on their discipline and permanent support, a network in which the class of workers and peasants in their totality can adopt a form that is rich in dynamism and in future growth possibilities. It is certain that if a mass movement with a revolutionary character were to develop today, in the present conditions of proletarian organization, all it would achieve would be a purely formal correction of the democratic state. The outcome would simply be increased powers for the Chamber of Deputies via a constituent assembly, and the arrival in power of the bungling anti-communist socialists. The forces of the democratic state and of the capitalist class are still immense. We must not blind ourselves to the fact that capitalism survives mainly through the activity of its sycophants and lackeys, and this scurvy race is certainly far from extinct. To sum up, the creation of the proletarian state is not a thaumaturgical act. It is itself a process of development. It presupposes a preparatory period involving organization and propaganda. Greater emphasis and powers must be given to the proletarian factory institutions that already exist. Comparable ones must be set up in the villages. They must be composed of communists conscious of the revolutionary mission these institutions must accomplish. Otherwise, all our enthusiasm, all the faith of the working masses, will not succeed in preventing the revolution from degenerating pathetically into a new parliament of schemers, talkers, and irresponsibles, nor in avoiding the necessity to make further and more dreadful sacrifices to bring about a proletarian state. Unsigned, L'Ordine Nuovo, 12 July 1919. SPWI 73-8. Page 89. 3. To the workshop delegates of the Fiat Centro and Brevetti plants. The new form which the Internal Commission has assumed in your plants with the election of workshop delegates, together with the discussions that led up to and accompanied this transformation, have not passed unnoticed amongst the workers and bosses of Turin. On the one hand, the workers in other plants in the city and province are preparing to follow your lead. On the other hand, the owners and their direct agents, the managers of the great industrial enterprises, are watching the movement with mounting interest. They are asking themselves and asking you, what can be the ultimate goal of all this? What can be the program that the Turin working class is pursuing? We are well aware of the fact that our newspaper has played a substantial part in bringing this movement into existence. In its pages, not only has the question been examined from a theoretical and general point of view, but we have also brought together and analyzed the results of experiences in other countries to furnish material for the study of practical applications. We know, however, that our work has been of value to the extent that it has satisfied a need, and has helped to give concrete expression to an aspiration that was latent in the consciousness of the working masses. This is why we were so rapidly understood. This is why the transition from discussion to realization was effected so rapidly. We believe that this need and this aspiration, whence the movement to renew working-class organization initiated by you draws its origins, are inscribed in reality, that they are a direct consequence of the point reached, in the process of its development, by the social and economic system based on private appropriation of the means of production and exchange. Today, the worker on the shop floor and the peasant in the fields, the English miner and the Russian mujik, all of the workers of the whole world, are sensing more or less certainly, and experiencing more or less directly, that truth which studious men had foreseen, and about which they are growing more and more certain when they observe the events of this phase in the history of humanity. We have reached the point at which the working class, if it does not wish to fail in the task of reconstruction, which is inherent in its action and its will, must begin to organize itself positively and appropriately for the ends to be accomplished. Page 90. Now, if it is true that the new society will be based on work and on coordination of the producers' energies, then tomorrow the workplaces where the producers live and function together will be the centers of the social organism, and will have to take the place of the directive bodies of present-day society. In the early stages of the workers' struggle, organization along craft lines was most suitable for the purposes of defense, for the requirements of the struggle for immediate improvements in economic conditions and the work regime. So too today, when reconstructive aims are beginning to emerge and take on increasing coherence in the minds of the workers, it is essential that a factory organization should arise parallel to and in support of the craft one, as a true school for developing the reconstructive capacities of the workers. The working masses must take adequate measures to acquire complete self-government, and the first step along this road consists in disciplining themselves inside the workshop in the strictest possible, yet autonomous, spontaneous, and unconstrained manner. Nor can it be denied that the discipline, which will be established along with the new system, will lead to an improvement in production. But this is nothing but the confirmation of one of the theses of socialism. The more the productive human forces acquire consciousness, liberate themselves and freely organize themselves by emancipating themselves from the slavery to which capitalism would have liked to condemn them forever, the better does their mode of utilization become. A man will always work better than a slave. So to those who object that by this method we are collaborating with our opponents, with the owners of the factories, we reply that on the contrary, this is the only means of letting them know in concrete terms that the end of their domination is at hand, since the working class is now aware of the possibility of doing things itself and doing them well. Indeed, from one day to the next, it is acquiring an ever clearer certainty that it alone can save the entire world from ruin and desolation. Hence, every action that you undertake, every battle that is waged under your leadership, will be illuminated by the light of that ultimate goal which is in all of your minds and intentions. And so even the acts of apparently little importance in which the mandate conferred upon you is concretized will acquire an enormous value. Page 91. Since you were elected by a workforce in which there are still many unorganized elements, your first concern naturally will be to bring these into the ranks of the workers' organizations, a task which, moreover, will be facilitated by the fact that these people will see in you their ready defenders, their guides, their initiators into the life of the factory. You will show them through example that a worker's strength lies wholly in union and solidarity with his comrades. You will also have the job of ensuring that the rules of work fixed by the trade federations and accepted in the agreements are respected in the workshops. For in this area, too, the slightest departure from the established principles can constitute a grave threat to the worker's rights and person, and you will be his inflexible and tenacious defenders and guardians. And since you yourselves will be living continuously on the job in the midst of the workers, you will be in a position to know what modifications should be made in the rules from time to time, as a result of technological progress or the improved consciousness and capacity of the workers themselves. In this way, a shop floor way of life will be established, initial germ of a true and effective labor legislation. That is, laws which the producers will enact and lay down for themselves. We feel sure that the importance of all this does not escape you, and that it is equally clear to all the workers who have promptly and enthusiastically grasped the value and significance of the task you have set yourselves. The era of the active intervention of the labor forces themselves in the field of technique and discipline has begun. In the technical field you can, on the one hand, do an extremely useful job of collecting precious data and factual material for both the trade federations and the central directive bodies of the new factory organizations. In addition, you will see to it that the shop floor workers acquire more and more skill, and that the petty feelings of craft jealousy that still divide them are banished forever. In this way you will prepare them for the day when they are no longer working for the boss but for themselves, and will have to be united and in solidarity if the strength of the great proletarian army, whose first units they represent, is to be enhanced. Why could you not set up, inside the factory, appropriate instruction departments, real vocational schools, in which every worker, rousing himself from the fatigue that brutalizes, may open his mind to knowledge of the processes of production and so better himself? Page 92. Certainly, if all this is to be accomplished, then discipline will be needed. But the discipline you will require from the working masses will be quite different from the kind imposed and demanded by the boss, who derived his strength from the property rights that gave him a position of privilege. You will derive your strength from another right, the right of labor. This has for centuries been an instrument in the hands of its exploiters, but today it is ready to redeem itself and govern itself on its own. Your power, as opposed to that of the bosses and their officials, represents not the forces of the past, but the free forces of the future, which await their hour and are preparing for it, in the knowledge that it will be the hour of redemption from all slavery. And so the central organs that will be created for every group of workshops, every group of factories, every city and every region, right up to a supreme national workers' council, will pursue and broaden and intensify the job of controlling and preparing and organizing the whole class for the task of conquest and government. We realize that the road will not be short or easy. Many difficulties will arise and be placed in your path. To overcome them, you will have to draw on great ability. Perhaps at times you will have to appeal to the strength of the organized working class, You will always have to be inspired and stimulated to action by a supreme faith in our cause. But what is most important, comrades, is that under your guidance and under the guidance of those who will follow your lead, the workers should acquire a deep certainty that now, secure in their goal, they are marching on the great road of the future. Signed, L'Ordine Nuovo, 13 September 1919, SPWI 94-7. 4. Unions and councils. The trade union is not a predetermined phenomenon. It becomes a determinate institution, that is, it takes on a definite historical form to the extent that the strength and will of the workers, who are its members, impress a policy and propose an aim that define it. Objectively, the trade union is the form which labor as a commodity is bound to assume in a capitalist system, when it organizes itself in order to control the market. Page 93. This form consists in an office staffed by functionaries, organizational technicians, when they can be called technicians, specialists, when they can be called specialists, in the art of concentrating and guiding the workers' forces in such a way as to establish a favorable balance between the working class and the power of capital. The development of trade union organization is characterized by two facts. 1. The union embraces an ever-increasing number of workers. 2. The union concentrates and generalizes its scope until the movement's power and discipline is focused in a central office. This office becomes divorced from the masses it has regimented and removes itself from the eddies and currents of fickle whims and foolish ambitions that are to be expected in the excitable broad masses. The union thus acquires the ability to negotiate agreements and take on responsibilities. In this way, it obliges the employer to acknowledge a certain legality in his dealings with the workers, a legality that is conditional on his faith in the union's solvency and its capacity to secure respect for contracted obligations from the working masses. The emergence of an industrial legality is a great victory for the working class, but it is not the ultimate and definitive victory. Industrial legality has improved the working class's standard of living, but it is no more than a compromise which had to be made and must be supported until the balance of forces favors the working class. If the trade union officials regard industrial legality as a necessary, but not a permanently necessary compromise, if they deploy all the means at the union's disposal to improve the balance of forces in favor of the working class, and if they carry out all the spiritual and material preparatory work that will be needed if the working class is to launch at any particular moment a victorious offensive against capital and subject it to its law, then the trade union is a tool of revolution, and union discipline, even when used to make the workers respect industrial legality, is revolutionary discipline. The relations which should prevail between the trade unions and factory councils need to be judged in the light of the following question. What is the nature and value of industrial legality? The council is the negation of industrial legality. It strives at all times to destroy it, to lead the working class to the conquest of industrial power and make it the source of industrial power. The union represents legality and must aim to make its members respect that legality. Page 94. The trade union is answerable to the industrialists, but only in so far as it is answerable to its own members. It guarantees to the worker and his family a continuous supply of work and wages, that is, food and a roof over their heads. By virtue of its revolutionary spontaneity, the factory council tends to spark off the class war at any moment, while the trade union, by virtue of its bureaucratic form, tends to prevent class war from ever breaking out. The relations between the two institutions should be such that a capricious impulse on the part of the councils could not result in a setback or defeat for the working class. In other words, the council should accept and assimilate the discipline of the union. They should also be such that the revolutionary character of the council exercises an influence over the trade union and functions as a regent, dissolving the union's bureaucracy and bureaucratism. The Council strives at all times to break with industrial legality. The Council consists of the exploited and tyrannized masses who are obliged to perform servile labor. As such, it strives to universalize every rebellion and give a resolutive scope and value to each of its acts of power. The Union, as an organization that is jointly responsible for legality, strives to universalize and perpetuate this legality. The relations between Union and Council should create the conditions in which the break with legality, the working class offensive, occurs at the most opportune moment for the working class, when it possesses that minimum of preparation that is deemed indispensable to a lasting victory. The relations between unions and councils cannot be stabilized by any other device than the following. The majority, or a substantial number, of the electors to the council should be organized in unions. Any attempt to link the two institutions in a relation of hierarchical dependence can only lead to the destruction of both. If the conception that sees the councils merely as an instrument in the trade union struggle takes material form in a bureaucratic discipline and a hierarchical structure in which the union has direct control over the council, then the council is sterilized as a force for revolutionary expansion, as a form of the actual development of the proletarian revolution, tending spontaneously to create new modes of production and labor, new modes of discipline, and, in the end, a communist society. Page 95. Since the rise of the Council is a function of the position that the working class has achieved in the sphere of production and a historical necessity for the working class, any attempt to subordinate it hierarchically to the Union would sooner or later result in a clash between the two institutions. The Council's strength consists in the fact that it is in close contact, indeed identified, with the consciousness of the working masses, who are seeking their autonomous emancipation and wish to put on record their freedom of initiative in the creation of history. The masses as a whole participate in the activity of the Council and gain a measure of self-respect in the process. Only a very restricted number of members participate in the activity of the trade union. Its real strength lies in this fact. But this fact is also a weakness that cannot be put to the test without running very grave risks. If, moreover, the unions were to lean directly on the councils, not to dominate them, but to become their higher form, then they would reflect the council's own tendency to break at all times with industrial legality and unleash the final phase of the class war. The union would lose its capacity to negotiate agreements, and would lose its role as an agent to regulate and discipline the impulsive forces of the working class. If its members establish a revolutionary discipline in the union, a discipline which the masses see as being necessary for the triumph of the workers' revolution and not as slavery to capital, this discipline will undoubtedly be accepted and made its own by the Council. It will become a natural aspect of the Council's activity. If the Union headquarters becomes a center for revolutionary preparation and appears as such to the masses by virtue of the campaigns it succeeds in launching, the men who compose it and the propaganda it issues, then its centralized and absolutist character will be seen by the masses as a major revolutionary strength, as one more, and a very important, condition for the success of the struggle to which they are committed all the way. In Italian conditions, the trade union official sees industrial legality as a permanent state of affairs. Too often, he defends it from the same perspective as the proprietor. He sees only chaos and willfulness in everything that happens amongst the working masses. He does not universalize the workers' act of rebellion against capitalist discipline as rebellion. He perceives only the physical act, which might in itself be trivial. Page 96. Thus, the story of the porter's raincoat has been as widely disseminated and has been interpreted by stupid journalists in the same way as the myth of the socialization of women in Russia. In these conditions, the trade union discipline can be nothing other than a service rendered to capital. In these conditions, any attempt to subordinate the councils to the trade unions can only be judged as reactionary. The communists would like the revolutionary act to be, as far as possible, a conscious and responsible act. Hence, they would like to see the choice of the moment in which to launch the working-class offensive, to the extent that such a moment can be chosen, resting in the hands of the most conscious and responsible section of the working class, the section organized in the Socialist Party and playing the most active part in the life of the organization. For this reason, the Communists could not possibly want the Union to lose any of its disciplinary energy and systematic centralization. By forming themselves into permanently organized groups within the trade unions and factories, the Communists need to import into these bodies the ideas, theses, and tactics of the Third Internationale. They need to exert an influence over union discipline and determine its aims. They need to influence the decisions of the factory councils and transform the rebellious impulses sparked off by the conditions that capitalism has created for the working class into a revolutionary consciousness and creativity. Since they bear the heaviest historical responsibility, the Communists in the party have the greatest interest in evoking, through their ceaseless activity, relations of interpenetration and natural interdependence between the various working-class institutions. It is these relations that leaven discipline and organization with a revolutionary spirit. Unsigned, L'Ordine Nouveau, 12 June 1920, SPWI 265-8. 5. Red Sunday. The bourgeois scribblers are writhing in fury, constrained as they are to acknowledge the activity of the working class in the occupied factories. Note 2. Working class activity. Initiatives by the working class in production, in internal order, and in military defense. Social hierarchies have been smashed and historical values turned upside down. The executive classes, the instrumental classes, have become the controlling classes. Page 97. They have taken leadership over themselves and found in their own ranks their representatives, men to invest with the power of government, men who will take upon themselves all the functions that turn an elemental and mechanical aggregate into an organic whole, a living creature. All this has set the hacks of the bourgeoisie twisting in rage, believing as they do that the bourgeois class is divinely invested with powers of decision and historical initiative. What the workers have done has an immense historical importance, and it needs to be understood in all its aspects by the working class. This is a day the workers will devote to thought, discussion, and recapitulation of the events that have occurred. For the workers, one day like this is worth 10 years of normal activity, normal propaganda, and normal absorption of revolutionary notions and concepts. What has happened in these past few days? The Metal Workers' Federation had called on the workers to engage in trade union struggle to win wage improvements. The industrialists refused to acknowledge that there was any real validity in the workers' demands. Then the leaders of the organization, though they are not communists and sign manifestos against Bolshevik methods of emancipating the people, nevertheless, after examining the actual situation, found they had to transfer the struggle to a new domain, a domain where, if violence was not an immediate necessity, the study and organization of violence at once became a necessity. Meanwhile, a new fact emerged at once from this new method of struggle. When the workers were fighting to improve their economic situation through strike action, their role in the struggle was limited to having faith in their distant leaders. It was limited to developing the virtues of solidarity and resistance, on the basis precisely of this generic faith. But if, in the course of the struggle, the workers occupy the factories with the intention of continuing production, the moral position of the masses at once takes on a different form and value. The trade union leaders are no longer able to lead and disappear in the immensity of the membership. The masses are left to solve the problems of the factory on their own, with their own resources and their own men. Under capitalists, the factory was a miniature state, ruled over by a despotic lord. The lord had sole right to select the manual workers, clerks, foremen, and specialists and distribute them among the workshops, offices, and laboratories. Page 98. The factory was a despotically organized state, with all power resting in the hands of the proprietor or his delegates. The multiplicity of states, constituted by all the capitalist factories, found united expression in the bourgeois state, which secured the discipline and obedience of the non-property owning population by giving it a semblance of power and sovereignty, by summoning it every 5 or 7 years to nominate its deputies to Parliament and the municipal councils. Today, after the workers' occupation, this despotic power in the factories has been smashed. The right to choose industrial executives has passed into the hands of the working class. Every factory has become an illegal state, a proletarian republic living from day to day, awaiting the outcome of events. But even if a great uncertainty still hangs over the future of these proletarian republics, given that the enemy forces have not revealed themselves and offer no hint as to their real intentions, the very fact that these republics live has an importance and historical value out of all proportion. Life has a logic and inner energy of its own that goes beyond the will and whims of individuals. While these proletarian republics live, they will have to cope with all the problems that face any autonomous and independent power exercising its sovereignty over a delimited territory. The political capacity, the initiative and revolutionary creativity of the working class is now put to the test. The first problem, the fundamental and unavoidable problem confronting the citizens of the factory state, is that of military defense. This problem arises in a novel form. The bourgeois state builds its army upon 3 social strata: the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, and the working people. The people provides the military mass. The big property-owning bourgeoisie and the aristocracy provide the upper ranks of the officers, while the petty bourgeoisie provides the junior commands. The same organization emerges in the capitalist army as in the capitalist factory, where the class of proprietors, or those assimilated to them through financial interests, has despotic command, the proletariat is the passive infantry mass, and the petty bourgeoisie fills the subordinate command posts. In the factory republic, there exists one class only, the proletariat, the class which provided the army and industry with a passive infantry mass. Page 99. Now the proletariat needs to create its own articulated, organized, and disciplined army, an army that is capable of resisting the enemy forces and vanquishing them. The workers tend to see defense as an obligation incumbent upon all, and this conception hits the mark. But then they are led to conclude that everyone, without distinction, should at once fulfill this obligation, and this is a mistake. Military defense needs to be organized in a special corps, with its own commands and roles. The conception of hierarchy can no longer be applied to such a formation as there exists one class only. These formations should not be restricted in numbers, since defense may at any moment give way to attack and military initiative. This problem of military initiative is linked to another. Will not this multiplicity of proletarian republics, constituted by the factories occupied and controlled by the workers, be led necessarily, through the inner dialectic of historical development, to confederate themselves, form themselves into a unity, and counterpose a central power of their own to the central power of the bourgeois state? Today, the working class is confronted by the concrete problem of forming a citywide Soviet. If such a Soviet is formed, it will need to have an armed force at its disposal. This force can and must be provided by regularly constituted and commanded factory brigades that can be amalgamated through a relay of commands into an urban militia. But conversely, the creation of military nuclei in the factories raises the problem of the Soviet, since defense has no bounds and must proceed according to its own logic. These problems should be discussed by the workers today in the factory general assemblies, the organs which express the power and sovereignty of the factory proletarian republics. The preparatory and propaganda work for the nomination of workers' deputies needs to be carried out in such a way that, at any given moment, when the march of events brings history to the pitch where the new and unexpected is bound to happen, the forms of the proletariat's power, as it struggles to emancipate itself, will spring from each individual factory or group of factories, and the same remarks apply to this particular revolutionary creation as to that of armed force. Within the bourgeois state, the functions of supreme command, the government, are in the hands of the capitalist, or the social class that is bound by financial interests to the proprietors. Page 100. The subordinate posts, the role played by the national deputies, are in the hands of the petty bourgeoisie, which allows itself to be dominated economically and morally by the capitalists. The mass of the working people is manipulated politically to satisfy the material interests of the property owners and the ideological ambitions of the petty bourgeois. To keep this hierarchy of classes intact, the state maintains that it is illegal for deputies to be bound by authoritative mandates. The bourgeoisie counts on the distractions of the surroundings and on hints concerning the possibility of satisfying personal ambitions to corrupt deputies, even when these are workers, if they are not bound by an imperative mandate. In the constitution of the proletarian central power, all these conditions are changed. There exists one class only, which elects its deputies from its own ranks, the electoral college being the factory and mandates being authoritative and binding. This means that the old hierarchies are smashed and the workers' power is built on a purely industrial and administrative basis. The anarchists should be the first to welcome this organization of power, since their ideals are given concrete expression. Today, on the metalworkers' Red Sunday, the workers themselves must construct the first historic cell of the proletarian revolution that the general situation is generating with all the irresistible force of natural phenomena. Unsigned, Avante, 5 September 1920, SPWI, 340-3. 6. Political capacity. Today, the metalworkers are to approve or reject, by referendum, the motion voted by the Congress of their Federation. Note 3. The result of this consultation of the workforce in the factories is not difficult to predict. The referendum is an exquisitely democratic and counter-revolutionary form. It serves to valorize the amorphous mass of the population and to crush the vanguards that lead those masses and give them political consciousness. So the vanguard of the proletariat should not be demoralized or disorganized by this outcome of the revolutionary movement. Its quality as a vanguard will be verified by the strength of mind and political capacity it succeeds in demonstrating. Page 101. Have the groups of workers which have been at the head of the movement in the last few days taken the exact measure of their powers to act and the forces of passive resistance that exist within the masses? Have they acquired a consciousness of their historical mission? Have they acquired a consciousness of the inner weaknesses which have been revealed in the solidity of the working class, weaknesses which are not individual, that do not modify our assessment of the revolutionary spirit of the proletariat in the present historical phase, but which can be traced to the general relations of a trade organization? Have they transformed their experiences into an active and operative consciousness? Have they become skilled in identifying the deepest hidden feelings that move the popular mind and the negative feelings, the inhibiting forces that fatigue and immobilize the most generous and daring impulses? The political capacity of the proletarian vanguard, and hence the real revolutionary capacity of the Italian working class, will be revealed by the attitudes that emerge from today's referendum. Many perils threaten the working class. These perils are not external, they are primarily internal. The greatest danger is the lack of a spirit of adaptation to higher circumstances, a spirit of critical, conscious, and deliberate adaptation which cannot and must not be confused with opportunism. Rather, it is the lack of this spirit that leads the working class into opportunism, or which comes to the same thing, to the triumph of the opportunists among the masses and the maintenance of the hierarchies that have brought the revolutionary movement to its present pass. The revolutionary vanguard needs to consider and analyze the events that have just taken place, not according to its own wishes, passions, and will, but objectively, as external data to be subjected to political judgment, and as a historical movement susceptible to conscious extension and development. From a merely objective point of view, the working class can register a great step forward. As a mass guided and disciplined in the factory by its direct representatives, it has proved itself capable of industrial and political self-government. This fact, which should be elementary for revolutionary communists, has consequences of incalculable social importance. The middle classes of the population have compared the strength of the proletariat with the inadequacy of the entrepreneurial class. Page 102. Half a century ago, the working class was still, as Marx put it, a sack of potatoes, a generic imponderable, an amorphous conglomeration of individuals without ideas, without will, and without a unitary perspective. Today, it is the entrepreneurial class that has become a sack of potatoes, an aggregate of the inept and the imbecile, without political capacity, without internal power. The revolutionary events of the past few days have illuminated this position of the two classes contending for the government of production and of society. The prejudice and follies which the capitalist-owned press had disseminated in public opinion have collapsed. The middle classes are lining up with the proletariat, convinced that this young and energetic class holds the key to civilization and human progress. From the tests that both classes have had to undergo, the proletariat has emerged higher in public estimation, while capitalism has revealed even further its deficiencies and incapacity. This new political situation has definitely put forward the proletariat as a ruling class. It is a spring that drives it irresistibly toward the conquest of power. Why, then, was this result not immediately attained? Or at least, why was no attempt made to attain it? The answer to this question must be sought in the tactics pursued until today, culminating in the referendum. The leaders of the proletarian movement base themselves on the masses. In other words, they ask the prior permission of the masses before acting, consulting them in the forms and at the time they choose. But a revolutionary movement can only be based on the proletarian vanguard, and must be led without prior consultation, without the apparatus of representative assemblies. Revolution is like war. It must be minutely prepared by a working-class general staff, just as a war is by the army's general staff. Assemblies can only ratify what has already taken place, exalt the successful, and implacably punish the unsuccessful. It is the task of the proletarian vanguard to keep the revolutionary spirit constantly awake in the masses, to create the conditions which keep them ready for action, in which the proletariat will respond immediately to the call for revolution. In the same way, the nationalists and imperialists, with their frantic preaching of patriotic vanities and hatred for foreigners, are trying to create the conditions in which the crowd will approve a war that has already been agreed on by the general staff of the army and by the diplomatic service. Page 103. No war would ever break out if prior permission had to be obtained from the masses to declare it. Parliaments approve wars because they know they have already been inexorably decided, because they know that they will be thrust inexorably aside if they oppose them. Similarly, no revolutionary movement can be decreed by a workers' national assembly. To call such an assembly is to confess in advance one's disbelief in revolution. It amounts, therefore, to exercising a prejudicial pressure against it. The proletarian vanguard, which today is disillusioned and threatened with dissolution, must ask itself whether it is not itself responsible for this situation. It is a fact that in the General Confederation of Labor there is no organized revolutionary opposition, centralized enough to exercise control over the leading offices and capable not only of replacing one man by another, but one method by another, one aim by another, and one will by another. This is the real situation, which lamentations, curses, and oaths will not change, only tenacious and patient organizations and preparation. It is thus essential that the groups of workers which have been at the head of the masses accept reality as it is, in order to alter it effectively. They must keep the masses firm and united behind their programs and slogans. They must become capable of producing from among themselves an energetic general staff which is able to conduct a broad mass action with intelligence and daring. Today we have the referendum. Its result must not be the occasion for dismay and dissolution, but rather a warning of the need for tighter, more disciplined, and better organized action. The emancipation of the proletariat is not a labor of small account and of little men. Only he who can keep his heart strong and his will as sharp as a sword when the general disillusionment is at its worst can be regarded as a fighter for the working class or called a revolutionary. Unsigned. Avante, 24 September 1920, SPWI, 347-9. 7. Those mainly responsible. If, in September 1920, the Turin communists had been anarchists instead of communists, the factory occupation movement would have had a very different outcome from the one it actually did have. This is the essence of an article from Turin in Umanita Nova, which reasserts our heavy responsibility for the failure to make a revolution. Note 4. Page 104. What a pity! The Turin communists in September 1920 were in fact communists and not anarchists. Even then, they believed that proletarian revolution means and can only mean creation of a revolutionary government. Even then, they believed that a revolutionary government can only be created if there exists a revolutionary party, nationally organized, which is capable of leading a mass action towards this historically concrete objective. The Turin communists belonged to the Italian Socialist Party and were members of its Turin section. The reformist leaders of the General Confederation of Labor also belonged to that party and that section. The movement had been launched by the reformists. The weekly L'Ordine Nuovo of 15 August 1920 clearly shows that the Turin communists were opposed to the action initiated by FIOM because of the way in which it had been initiated, because of the fact that it had not been preceded by any preparation, and because of the fact that it had no concrete aim. Given these concrete conditions, the movement could only culminate in a revolution on condition that the reformists continued to lead it. If the reformists, once the action had begun and taken on the dimensions and the character which it did, had led it forward to its logical conclusion, certainly the great majority of the proletariat, and broad layers of the petty bourgeoisie and peasantry as well, would have followed their slogans. If, on the other hand, the Turin communists had begun the insurrection on their own initiative, Turin would have been isolated. Proletarian Turin would have been pitilessly crushed by the armed forces of the state. In September 1920, Turin would not even have had the solidarity of the Piedmont region, as it had had in the previous April. The evil campaign which the trade union officials and Serratian opportunists, Note 5, had waged against the Turin communists after the April strike had had its effect, especially in Piedmont. The comrades from Turin could not even approach those from the region. Not a word of what they said was believed. They were always asked if they had an express mandate from the party leadership. The whole regional organization built up from Turin had completely fallen to pieces. The Turin correspondent of Umanita Nova, who perhaps knows the organizational efforts that were made in that period, certainly does not know many other things. The communists sought to put the Turin proletariat in the best conditions from the point of view of a probable insurrection. Page 105. They knew, however, that elsewhere nothing was being done, nor any slogan being circulated. They knew that the Union leaders responsible for the movement had no warlike intentions. For a very brief period of time, 3 or 4 days, the Union leaders were extremely favorable to an insurrection. They called wildly for an insurrection. Why? Apparently, Giolitti, under pressure from the industrialists, who were openly threatening to overthrow the government by a military pronunciamento, wanted to go over from homeopathy to surgery. He evidently made certain threats. The Union leaders lost their heads. They wanted an outrage, a local massacre which would justify their reaching an agreement at national level in accordance with reformist traditions. Were we right or wrong to refuse to take part in this infamous game, which was to be played with the blood of the Turin proletariat? By dint of repeating from April onward that the Turin communists were irresponsible hotheads, localists, and adventurers, the reformists had actually ended up by believing this, and by believing that we would lend ourselves to their game. They were not easy, those days of September 1920. In those days we acquired, perhaps belatedly, a precise and resolute conviction of the need for a split. How could men who mistrusted each other, who precisely at the moment of action saw that it was necessary to protect their backs from their own fellow members, possibly remain together in the same party? This was the situation, and we were not anarchists, but communists. That is, convinced of the need for a national party if the proletarian revolution was to have the least chance of a successful outcome. But even if we had been anarchists, would we have acted differently? There is a point of reference for answering this question. In September 1920, there did indeed exist anarchists in Italy. There existed a national anarchist movement. What did the anarchists do? Nothing. If we had been anarchists, we would not even have done what was done in Turin in September 1920, that is, carried out preparations that were certainly very considerable, seeing that they were accomplished by purely local effort, without assistance, without advice, and without any national coordination. If the anarchists reflect well upon the events of September 1920, they cannot fail to reach a single conclusion: the need for a strongly organized and centralized political party. Page 106. Certainly the Socialist Party, with its incapacity and its subordination to the trade union officials, was responsible for the failed revolution. But precisely for that reason, there must exist a party which puts its national organization at the service of the proletarian revolution, and which, through discussion and through an iron discipline, prepares capable men who can see ahead and who do not know hesitation or wavering. Unsigned, L'Ordine Nuovo, 20 September 1921. SPWII, 68 through 70. 8. Once again on the organic capacities of the working class. 6 years have passed since September 1920. In the intervening period, many things have changed among the working class masses who in September 1920 occupied the factories in the metalworking industry. A notable part of the most active and combative workers, who in those years of heroic struggle represented the vanguard of the working class, are outside Italy. Marked with a triple cross on the black lists, after months and months of unemployment, after having tried every way, by changing trade, isolating themselves in small plants, and so forth, of remaining in their homeland to continue the revolutionary struggle, and to reconstruct each day the links which each day reaction was destroying. After unheard-of sacrifices and sufferings, they were forced to emigrate. 6 years are a long time. A new generation has already entered the factories of workers who in 1920 were still adolescents or children, and who at most took part in political life by acting out in streets the war between the Red Army and the Polish Army, and by refusing to be the Polish one even in a game. Yet the occupation of the factories has not been forgotten by the masses, and this is true not just of the working-class masses, but also of the peasant masses. It was the general test of the Italian revolutionary class, which as a class showed that it was mature, that it was capable of initiative, that it possessed an incalculable wealth of creative and organizational energies. If the movement failed, the responsibility cannot be laid at the door of the working class as such. but at that of the Socialist Party, which failed in its duty, which was incapable and inept, which was at the tail of the working class, not at its head. Page 107. The occupation of the factories is still on the agenda in the conversations and discussions which take place at the base between vanguard elements and those who are more backward and passive, or between the former and class enemies. Recently, in a meeting of peasants and artisans in a village of southern Italy, all sympathizers of our Communist Party, after a brief report on the present situation, two kinds of questions were raised by those present.
1. What is happening in Russia? How are the local authorities organized in Russia? How did they succeed in getting the workers and peasants to agree, given that the former want to buy foodstuffs cheap and the latter want to sell them at a decent price? Are the officers of the Red Army and the functionaries of the Soviet state like officers and functionaries in our country? Are they a different class, or are they workers and peasants? 2. Explain to us why we workers, an artisan was speaking, a blacksmith, abandoned the factories which we had occupied in September 1920. The gentry still says to us, "Did you occupy the factories? Yes or no? Why, then, did you abandon them?" Certainly because without capital one cannot do anything. You sent away the capitalists, and so the capital was not there, and you went bankrupt. Explain the whole question to us so that we will be able to reply. We know that the gentry are wrong, but we do not know how to put our arguments, and often have to shut our mouths. The revolutionary impact of the occupation of the factories was enormous, both in Italy and abroad. Why? Because the working masses saw in it a confirmation of the Russian Revolution in a Western country more industrially advanced than Russia, with a working class that was better organized, technically more skilled, and industrially more homogeneous and cohesive than was the Russian proletariat in October 1917. Are we capable of running production for ourselves in accordance with our interests and a plan of our own? Wondered the workers. Are we capable of reorganizing production in such a way as to transfer society as a whole onto new tracks leading to the abolition of classes and economic equality? The test was positive, within the limits in which it took place and developed, within the limits in which the experiment could be carried through, in the sphere of problems that were posed and resolved. Page 108. The experiment was limited in general to relations within the factory. Contacts between one factory and another were minimal from the industrial point of view. They occurred only for purposes of military defense, and even in this sense they were rather empirical and rudimentary. The positive aspects of the occupation of the factories can be briefly resumed under the following headings. 1. Capacity for self-government of the mass of workers. In normal mass activity, the working class generally appears as a passive element awaiting orders. During struggles, strikes, etc., the masses are required to show the following qualities: solidarity, obedience to the mass organization, faith in their leaders, a spirit of resistance, and sacrifice. But the masses are static, like an immense body with a tiny head. The occupation of the factories requires an unprecedented multiplicity of active, leading elements. Each factory had to put together its own government, which was invested at once with political and with industrial authority. Only a part of the technicians and white-collar employees remained at their posts. The majority deserted the plants. The workers had to choose from their own ranks: technicians, clerks, managers, foremen, accountants, etc., etc. This task was performed brilliantly. The old management, when it took up its functions again, had no administrative difficulties to overcome. The normal functions of an enterprise had been kept up to date, in spite of the fact that the technical and administrative personnel was extremely limited and made up of crude, ignorant workers. 2. capacity of the mass of workers to maintain or exceed the capitalist order's level of production. The following occurred. The workforce was reduced, because a tiny proportion did desert their work, because a certain proportion was assigned to military defense, because a certain proportion was working to produce objects that were not precisely for current use, although they were very useful for the proletariat, and because workers had had to replace the majority of technicians and white-collar workers who had deserted. And in spite of all this, production kept up to the earlier level and often exceeded it. More cars were produced at Fiat than before the occupation, and the workers' cars, displayed to the public daily by proletarian Fiat, were not among the least of the reasons for the undeniable sympathy which the occupation enjoyed among the general population of the city of Turin, including among intellectuals and even tradesmen, who accepted the workers' goods as excellent currency. Page 109. 3. Limitless capacity for initiative and creation of the working masses. An entire volume would be needed to cover this point fully. Initiative developed in every direction. In the industrial field, because of the need to resolve technical questions of industrial organization and production. In the military field, in order to turn every slight possibility into an instrument of defense. In the artistic field, through the capacity shown on Sundays to find ways of entertaining the masses by theatrical and other performances in which mise en scène, production, everything was devised by the workers. It was really necessary to see with one's eyes old workers, who seemed broken down by decades upon decades of oppression and exploitation, stand upright, even in a physical sense, during the period of the occupation. See them develop creative activities, suggesting, helping, always active day and night. It was necessary to see these and other sights in order to be convinced how limitless the latent powers of the masses are, and how they are revealed and develop swiftly as soon as the conviction takes root among the masses that they are arbiters and masters of their own destinies. As a class, the Italian workers who occupied the factories revealed themselves to be up to their tasks and functions. All the problems which the needs of the movement posed for them to resolve were resolved brilliantly. They could not resolve the problems of restocking or communications because the railways and merchant fleet were not occupied. They could not resolve the financial problems because the institutes of credit and commercial firms were not occupied. They could not resolve the big national and international problems because they did not conquer state power. These problems should have been confronted by the Socialist Party and by the unions, which instead capitulated shamefully, giving the immaturity of the masses as a pretext. In reality, it was the leaders who were immature and incapable, not the class. This was the reason why the Livorno split took place and a new party was created, the Communist Party. Though patient and tenacious in his individual efforts to wrest a lean harvest from nature and capable of making unheard-of sacrifices in his family life, he was impatient and savagely violent in class struggle, incapable of setting himself a general goal for action and pursuing it with perseverance and systematic struggle. 4 years of the trenches and exploitation of his blood have radically changed the peasant psychology. This change occurred especially in Russia, and was one of the essential factors in the revolution. What industrialism had not brought about in its normal process of development was produced by the war. The war forced those nations which were less advanced in capitalist terms, and hence less endowed with technological equipment, to enroll all available men and to oppose wave after wave of living flesh to the war instruments of the Central Powers. For Russia, the war meant that individuals who had previously been scattered over a vast territory came into contact with each other. It meant that humans were concentrated together, uninterruptedly for years on end under conditions of sacrifice, with the ever-present danger of death and under a uniform and uniformly ferocious discipline. The lengthy duration of such conditions of collective living had profound psychological effects and was rich in unforeseen circumstances. Selfish individual instincts were blunted, a common united spirit was fashioned, feelings were universalized, the habit of social discipline was formed. The peasants came to see the state in all its complex grandeur, its measureless power, its intricate construction. They came to see the world no longer as something infinitely vast like the universe and as circumscribed and small as the village bell tower, but as a concrete reality consisting of states and peoples, social strengths and weaknesses, armies and machines, wealth and poverty. Links of solidarity were forged which would have taken decades of historical experience and intermittent struggles to form. Within 4 years, in the mud and blood of the trenches, a spiritual world emerged that was avid to form itself into permanent and dynamic social structures and institutions. In this way there emerged the councils of military delegates on the Russian front, and the peasant soldiers who were able to play an active part in the Soviets of Petrograd, Moscow, and the other industrial centers, and so acquired a consciousness of the unity of the working class. Page 116. In this way, too, as fast as the Russian army was demobilized and the soldiers returned to their jobs, the entire territory of the empire, from the Vistula to the Pacific, became covered in a tight-knit network of local councils, basic organs of the Russian people's reconstruction of their state. It was on this new psychology that the communist propaganda which radiated out from the industrial cities was based, and the same was true of the new social hierarchies, freely advocated and accepted as a result of the experience of collective revolutionary living. Historical conditions in Italy were not and are not very different from those in Russia. The problem of the class unification of the workers and peasants is expressed in identical terms. It will be achieved through the practice of the socialist state, and will be based on the new psychology created by communal life in the trenches. Italian agriculture must radically transform its procedures if it is to emerge from the crisis caused by the war. So much livestock was destroyed that machinery will have to be introduced. There will have to be a rapid transition to centralized industrial farming, with generously equipped technical institutions available. But a transformation of this order could not occur under a regime of private property without provoking a disaster. It will have to be effected by a socialist state, and in the interests of the peasants and workers combined in communist labor units. In the past, the introduction of machinery into the process of production has always provoked profound unemployment crises, only gradually overcome through the elasticity of the labor market. Today, labor conditions have been radically altered, and agrarian unemployment has already become an insoluble problem as a result of the virtual impossibility of emigrating. The industrial transformation of agriculture can only be achieved with the agreement of the poor peasants, via a dictatorship of the proletariat that is embodied in councils of industrial workers and poor peasants. Factory workers and poor peasants are the two driving forces of the proletarian revolution. For them especially, communism is a vital necessity. Its advent signifies life and liberty, while the continued existence of private property signifies the imminent danger of being crushed, of losing everything, including life itself. They are the revolution's irreducible element. They sustain revolutionary enthusiasm. Page 117. They represent the iron will not to accept compromises, but to carry on implacably until everything has been accomplished without either being demoralized by temporary and partial setbacks or manufacturing too many illusions as a result of easy victories. They represent the backbone of the revolution, the iron battalions of the advancing proletarian army, which overturns obstacles by its sheer weight, or lays siege to them with its human tides that demolish and corrode, through patient work and tireless sacrifice. For them, communism represents civilization. It stands for the system of historical conditions in which they will acquire a personality, a dignity, a culture, and through which they will become a spirit creating progress and beauty. Any revolutionary work has a chance of succeeding only to the degree that it is based on the necessities of their life and on the needs of their culture. It is essential that the leaders of the socialist and proletarian movement understand this, and it is essential that they see the urgency of the problem of giving this irrepressible revolutionary force the structure best adapted to its diffuse mentality. In the backward conditions of the pre-war capitalist economy, there was no scope for the emergence and development of mass peasant organizations on a wide scale in which the agricultural workers could acquire an organic conception of class struggle as well as the discipline needed to reconstruct the state after the capitalist catastrophe. The spiritual advances made during the war, the communistic experiences accumulated over 4 years of bloody exploitation undergone collectively, standing elbow to elbow in the muddy, bloody trenches, all this will be frittered away unless every individual is involved in organs of a new collective life. In the functioning and practice of these, the advances can be consolidated, the experiences developed and linked and directed consciously toward the accomplishment of a concrete historical goal. Organized in this way, the peasants will become an element of order and of progress. Left to themselves, incapable as they are of waging any systematic and disciplined action, they will become a disordered rabble, a tumultuous horde driven to the cruelest barbarities by the unprecedented sufferings which are becoming ever more frighteningly evident. Page 118. The Communist Revolution is essentially a problem of organization and discipline. Given the actual objective conditions of Italian society, the protagonists of the revolution will be the industrial cities with their tightly packed and homogeneous masses of factory workers. Hence we must devote maximum attention to the new life that the new form of class struggle is evoking within the factory and in the process of industrial production. But with the forces of the factory workers alone, the revolution will not be able to establish itself on a stable and widespread basis. The cities must be welded to the countryside. Institutions of poor peasants must be set up in the countryside, on which the socialist state can be established and developed, and through which the socialist state will be able to foster the introduction of machinery and direct the immense process of transformation of the agrarian economy. In Italy, this undertaking is not as difficult as it might seem. During the war, vast numbers of the rural population entered the urban factories. Communist propaganda rapidly took root among them. They can now act as a bond between the town and countryside. They must be used to mount an intense propaganda campaign in the countryside to destroy suspicion and resentment. Taking advantage of their profound understanding of the rural psychology and the confidence they inspire, they must be used precisely to begin the activity necessary to bring about the emergence and development of the new institutions that will draw the vast forces of the agricultural workers into the communist movement. Unsigned, L'Ordine Nuovo, 2 August 1919, SPWI 83-7. 3. The Livorno Congress. The Livorno Congress is destined to become one of the most important historical events in contemporary Italian life. Note 2. At Livorno, the question of whether the Italian working class has the capacity to form an autonomous class party from its own ranks will finally be resolved. The question whether the experiences of 4 years of imperialist war and 2 years of misery for the productive forces all over the world will succeed in making the Italian working class conscious of its historical mission will also be resolved. page 119. The working class is both a national and an international class. It must place itself at the head of the working people struggling to emancipate themselves from the yoke of industrial and financial capitalism on both a national and international scale. The national task of the working class is determined by the process of development of Italian capitalism and its official expression, the bourgeois state. Italian capitalism came to power by following this line of development. It subjected the countryside to the industrial cities and central and southern Italy to the north. In the Italian bourgeois state, the question of relations between town and countryside is expressed not only as a question of the relations between the great industrial cities and the countryside immediately surrounding them, but also as a question of the relations between one part of the national territory and another, quite distinct and characteristic, part. Capitalism exercises its predominance and its exploitative practices in the following manner. Within the factory, directly over the working class, but within the state, over broader layers of the Italian working people made up of poor peasants and semi-proletarians. What is indisputable is that only the working class, by seizing political and economic power from the hands of the bankers and capitalists, is in a position to resolve the central problem of national life in Italy, the southern problem. What is indisputable is that only the working class can bring the painful task of unification that the Risorgimento began to a successful conclusion. The bourgeoisie has unified the Italian people in terms of territory. The working class has the task of concluding this work of the bourgeoisie and unifying the Italian people in economic and spiritual terms. This can happen only by smashing the bourgeois state machine, which is constructed on the hierarchical dominance of industrial and financial capitalism over the nation's other productive forces. Such an event can happen only through the revolutionary efforts of the working class directly subjected to capitalism. It can only happen in Milan, Turin, Bologna, in the great industrial cities that generate those millions of threads which make up the network of industrial and finance capitalism's dominance over the rest of the country's productive forces.
Page 120.
In Italy, as a result of the particular configuration of the country's economic and political structure, not only is it true that by emancipating itself, the working class will emancipate all the other oppressed and exploited classes, but it is no less a fact that the only way these other classes will ever emancipate themselves is to enter into a close alliance with the working class, and to hold by this alliance through even the harshest sufferings and the cruelest trials. The break between communists and reformists that will occur at Livorno will have the following special significance. The revolutionary working class will break with these degenerate socialist currents that have decayed into state parasitism. It will break with those currents that sought to exploit the position of superiority enjoyed by the North over the South in order to create proletarian aristocracies, that erected a cooperative protectionist system alongside the bourgeois protectionist system of tariffs, the legal expression of the predominance of industrial and financial capitalism over the other productive forces of the nation, in the belief that they could emancipate the working class behind the backs of the majority of the working people. The reformists point to the socialism of Reggio Emilia as exemplary. They expect us to believe that the whole of Italy and the whole world can become one great Reggio Emilia. Note 3. The revolutionary working class asserts its repudiation of such spurious forms of socialism. The emancipation of the workers cannot be secured through taking over a few privileges, through a workers' aristocracy, or through parliamentary compromise and ministerial blackmail. The workers' emancipation can be secured only through an alliance between the industrial workers of the North and the poor peasants of the South, an alliance designed to smash the bourgeois state. found the workers' and peasants' state, and construct a new apparatus of industrial production that will serve the needs of agriculture, serve to industrialize the backward agriculture of Italy, and hence raise the level of the national produce to the benefit of the working masses. The Italian workers' revolution and the participation of the Italian working people in world affairs can come about only in the context of the world revolution. Already there exist the seeds of a world workers' government in the Executive Committee of the Communist International that emerged at the Second Congress. Page 121. At Livorno, the vanguard of the Italian working class, the communist fraction of the Socialist Party, will emphasize that disciplined loyalty to the first world government of the working class is necessary and unavoidable. Indeed, it will make this the central point of the Congress discussion. The Italian working class accepts a maximum of discipline because it wants the working classes of all other nations to similarly accept and observe a maximum of discipline. The Italian working class knows that the condition for its own self-emancipation and for its ability to emancipate all the other classes exploited and oppressed by capitalism in Italy is the existence of a system of world revolutionary forces all conspiring to the same end. The Italian working class is willing to help the other working classes in their efforts toward liberation, but it would also like some guarantee that the other classes will help it in its own efforts. This assurance can be given only by a powerfully centralized international authority, which enjoys the full and sincere confidence of all its members and is in a position to launch its forces with the same speed and precision that the world authority of capitalism achieves on its own account and in the interests of the bourgeoisie. Thus it should be obvious that the questions which are currently tormenting the Socialist Party and which will be resolved at the Livorno Congress are not simply internal party questions or personal conflicts between individuals. At Livorno, the destiny of the working people of Italy will be under discussion. At Livorno, a new era in the history of the Italian nation will begin. Unsigned. L'Ordine Nuovo, 13 January 1921, SPWI 375-7. 4. Parties and masses. Bracketed ellipsis. Politically, the broad masses only exist insofar as they are organized within political parties. The changes of opinion which occur among the masses under pressure from the determinate economic forces are interpreted by the parties, which first split into tendencies and then into a multiplicity of new organic parties. Through this process of disarticulation, new association, and fusion of homogeneous entities, a more profound and intimate process of breakdown of democratic society is revealed. Page 122. This leads to a definitive alignment of conflicting classes for preservation or for conquest of power over the state and productive apparatus. In the period which lasted from the armistice to the occupation of the factories, the Socialist Party represented a majority of the Italian working people, made up of three basic classes: the proletariat, the petty bourgeoisie, and the poor peasants. Of these three classes, only the proletariat was essentially and therefore permanently revolutionary. The other two classes were occasionally revolutionary. They were war socialists, who accepted the idea of revolution in general because of the sentiments of anti-governmental rebellion which germinated during the war. Since the Socialist Party was predominantly made up of petty bourgeois and peasant elements, it could have made the revolution only in the first period after the armistice, when those sentiments of anti-government revolt were still alive and active. Furthermore, since the Socialist Party was predominantly made up of petty bourgeois and peasant elements, whose mentality is not very different from that of urban petty bourgeois, it could not fail to waver and hesitate, without any clear or precise program, without a line of march, and especially without an internationalist consciousness. The occupation of the factories, basically proletarian, found the Socialist Party, only partially proletarian and already under the first blows of fascism, undergoing a crisis of consciousness in its other constitutive parts, unprepared. The end of the occupation of the factories threw the Socialist Party into total confusion. Its infantile and sentimental revolutionary beliefs were utterly confounded. The pains of war had been partly deadened. A revolution is not made because of memories of the past. Bourgeois rule still appeared strong in the person of Giolitti and in the activity of the fascists. The reformist leaders asserted that to think of communist revolution at all was insane. Cerati asserted that it was insane to think of communist revolution in Italy in that period. Note 4. Only a minority of the party, made up of the most advanced and educated part of the industrial proletariat, did not change its communist and internationalist viewpoint, was not demoralized by what was occurring daily, and did not allow itself to be taken in by the bourgeois state's apparent strength and energy. Page 123. Thus the Communist Party was born, first autonomous and independent organization of the industrial proletariat, the only class of the people that is essentially and permanently revolutionary. The Communist Party did not at once become a party of the broadest masses. This proves only one thing: the conditions of great demoralization and dejection into which the masses had been plunged after the political failure of the occupation of the factories. In a great many leaders, faith was extinguished. What had previously been vaunted was now derided. The most intimate and sensitive feelings of the proletarian consciousness were vilely trampled on by these junior officers of the leadership, who had become skeptical, corrupted by repentance and remorse for their past of maximalist demagogy. The popular masses, who immediately after the armistice had aligned themselves around the Socialist Party, became dismembered, fluid, dispersed. The petty bourgeois, who had sympathized with socialism, now sympathized with fascism. The peasants, now without support in the Socialist Party, tended to give their sympathies to the Popular Party. Note 5.
This confusion of the former forces of the Socialist Party with the fascists on the one hand and the popolare on the other was not without its consequences. The Popular Party drew closer to the Socialist Party. In the parliamentary election, popular open slates in every constituency were filled with hundreds and thousands of names of socialist candidates. In the municipal elections which have taken place in some country districts since the general election, the socialists have often not put forward a minority slate, but advised their supporters to vote for the popular one. In Bergamo, this phenomenon took a sensational form. The popolare left-wingers split away from the Catholic organization and fused with the socialists, founding a chamber of labor and a weekly newspaper, respectively led and written by socialists and popolare together. Objectively, this process of popular socialist rapprochement represents an advance. The peasant class is becoming united, acquiring consciousness and the idea of overall solidarity, breaking the religious carapace in the popular camp, and breaking the carapace of petty bourgeois anti-clerical culture in the socialist camp. As a result of this tendency among its rural members, the Socialist Party is becoming further and further detached from the industrial proletariat, making it seem that the strong unitary bond which the Socialist Party appeared to have created between city and countryside is being broken. Page 124. However, since this bond did not really exist, no real damage has derived from the new situation. On the contrary, a real advantage is becoming clear. The Popular Party is undergoing an extremely powerful swing to the left and becoming increasingly secular. The final result will be that its right wing, made up of big and medium landowners, will split off. In other words, it will decisively enter the field of the class struggle, with a consequent tremendous weakening of bourgeois rule. The same phenomenon is beginning to appear in the fascist camp. The urban petty bourgeoisie, politically strengthened by all the defectors from the Socialist Party, had sought after the armistice to put to advantage the skill in military organization and action which it had acquired during the war. The Italian war was led, in the absence of an effective general staff, by the junior officers, i.e., by the petty bourgeoisie. The disappointments suffered during the war aroused extremely powerful sentiments of anti-government rebellion in this class, which, having lost the military unity of its cadres after the armistice, became fragmented among the various mass parties and infused them with the ferment of rebellion, but also with uncertainty, wavering, and demagogy. When the strength of the Socialist Party declined after the occupation of the factories, this class, with lightning speed, under pressure from that same general staff which had exploited it during the war, reconstructed its cadres militarily and organized itself on a national scale. Extremely swift evolution, extremely swift appearance of a constitutional crisis. The urban petty bourgeoisie, a toy in the hands of the general staff and the most retrograde forces in the government, allied itself with the landowners and broke the peasant organizations on their behalf. The Rome Pact between fascists and socialists marked the halting point of this blind and politically disastrous policy of the urban petty bourgeoisie, which came to understand that it was selling its birthright for a mess of pottage. Note 6. If fascism had gone on with punitive expeditions of the Treviso, Sarzana, or Rocastrada type, the population would have risen en masse. Note 7. Moreover, even in the event of a popular defeat, it is certainly not the petty bourgeoisie who would have captured power, but rather the general staff and the big landowners. Page 125. The fascists are once again drawing closer to the socialists. The petty bourgeoisie is seeking to break its links with large-scale landed property, and to have a political program which ends up by strangely resembling that of Turati and d'Aragona. Note 8. This is the present situation of the Italian popular masses. Great confusion, replacing the artificial unity created by the war and personified by the Socialist Party. A great confusion which has found its points of dialectical polarization in the Communist Party, independent organization of the industrial proletariat, in the Popular Party, organization of the peasantry, and in fascism, organization of the petty bourgeoisie. The Socialist Party, which from the armistice to the occupation of the factories represented the demagogic confusion of these three classes of the working people, is today the major exponent and the most notable victim of the process of disarticulation towards a new definitive order, which the popular masses of Italy are undergoing as a consequence of the breakdown of democracy. Unsigned, L'Ordinaire Nuovo, 25th September 1921, SPW 2, 71-4. 5. What the relations should be between the PCDI and the Comintern. Up till now, we have adopted an attitude towards the Comintern that has appeared equivocal. While we have proclaimed the utmost formal discipline and used a language more appropriate for inferiors speaking to their superiors than for use between equals, we have acted in such a way as to give the impression that we were ready to do anything effectively to evade the directives established by the international congresses and by the Executive Committee. It is a principle of orientation that has now become fundamental that every local attitude must have an international reflection, and can lead to an international process of organization, or at least a movement, that will bring about the emergence of factions within the Comintern. It is certain that the executive will combat sharply any manifestation of such a kind. One procedure which the executive regards as being of the highest importance is that there should always be unanimity in votes. This is not simply a formal question. Page 126. From the entire experience of the Russian Revolution, it is clear that the absence of unanimity in important public votes produces quite specific attitudes among the broad masses. Political enemies are polarized towards the minority, enlarging and generalizing its positions. They clandestinely publish manifestos and programs, etc., perhaps even signed by the oppositionists or by a group of their friends, and they carry out a whole agitational activity which may become extremely dangerous at a certain juncture. A defensive approach to such maneuvers is unanimity in voting, which appears in the eyes of the public as an agreement reached and as proof of the most open unity. From this principle, which has become fundamental for the communist parties insofar as they must take up positions today with an eye to tomorrow, there flow corollaries which are relevant to our attitudes too. For example, the assertion that we will observe discipline even if we are not convinced, the threat of resignations, etc. Indeed, this attitude is more dangerous insofar as it gives rise to, or can give rise to rumors and whisperings, and can lead to pseudo-revelations from behind the scenes, which can have very grave repercussions in the international arena. It is therefore better to raise questions in their full dimensions in private discussions, upholding one's own point of view proudly and showing that one is also ready to struggle. Naturally, such questions can arise only within the limits of the statutes and of the decisions already taken by the various congresses and conferences. We are in a questionable position in view of the international situation. The tactic of the United Front, laid down with considerable precision by the Russian comrades, both technically and in the general approach to its practical application, has in no country found the party or the men capable of concretizing it. Germany, where it seemed until recently that exemplary things had been achieved, has been strongly criticized. The great majority of the German party has not understood this tactic, and the minority is the expression of this widespread state of mind. The Frankfurt delegation sent to Amsterdam was only capable of pursuing a bureaucratic practice, and for that reason was recalled. Obviously, all this cannot be accidental. There is something not functioning in the international field as a whole. There is a weakness and inadequacy of leadership. Page 127. The Italian question must be seen in this framework, not as something which depends on the ill will of individuals, and which can be modified by the goodwill of the first rough fellow who decides to become a Marcellus. Note 9. We must argue that we want to pose the problem to the other parties in this way, and must utilize whatever elements are available to us if there is a refusal to recognize our goodwill and correct conduct. The present majority of the CP intends to defend to the last its position and historical role in Italy, where the unified Communist Party must be constituted with an ideological center which is neither the traditional socialist one nor a compromise with that. We are defending the future of the Italian Revolution. The situation of the Socialist Party to a great extent depends upon a similar attitude in a group of socialist leaders. They defend and will defend to the last, and with every means, their political profile and their future. We may have made mistakes, and we are willing to amend them, but we are not willing to allow the center of attraction and assimilation of new elements entering the Italian section of the Comintern to be shifted onto a new basis, represented by individuals who want to make a compromise with the Socialists on the fundamental issue. Note 10. The attitude of the Comintern and the activity of its representatives is bringing disintegration and corruption into the communist ranks. We are determined to struggle against the elements who would liquidate our party and against the corrupt elements. The situation of illegality and exile makes this obligatory. We do not want what happened in Hungary and in Yugoslavia to be repeated in Italy. If the Comintern too receives a few blows as we strike back, we should not be blamed for that. It is a mistake to ally oneself with untrustworthy elements. Handwritten notes, probably written in Moscow in June 1923. SPW2, 154-6. 6. Letter to Togliatti, Terracini, and others. Vienna, 9th February 1924. Bracketed ellipsis. A new phase is beginning in the history not just of our party, but of our country too. It is, therefore, necessary that we should enter a phase of greater clarity in relations within the party and in relations between the party and the international. I do not want to run on too long. Page 128. I will simply deal with a few points in the hope that they will suffice to illuminate also the questions left on one side. One of the most serious errors which have characterized and continue to characterize our party's activity can be summed up in the same words as those used in the second of the theses on tactics. It would be wrong to see these two factors of consciousness and will as faculties which can be obtained from or should be demanded of individuals, since they are only realized through the integration of the activity of many individuals into a unitary collective organism. This concept, correct if it refers to the working class, is mistaken and extremely dangerous if referred to the party. Before Livorno, it was the conception of Cerati, who maintained that the party as a whole was revolutionary, even if socialists of various shapes and colors cohabited within it. At the Congress where the Russian Social Democrats split, this conception was upheld by the Mensheviks, who said it was the party as a whole that counted, not its individual members. So far as the latter were concerned, it was enough that they should declare themselves to be socialists. In our party, this conception has been partly responsible for the opportunistic danger. For one cannot deny that the minority was born and won disciples as a result of the absence of discussion and polemic within the party, i.e., as a result of our failure to give importance to individual comrades, or to seek to orient them a little more concretely than can be done through decrees and peremptory orders. In our party, we have had another aspect of the danger to lament: the withering of all individual activity, the passivity of the mass of members, the stupid confidence that there is always somebody else who is thinking of everything and taking care of everything. This situation has had the most serious repercussions in the organizational field. The party has lacked the possibility of choosing, with rational criteria, the trustworthy elements to whom particular tasks could be assigned. The choice has been made empirically, according to the personal knowledge of individual leaders, and has most often fallen on elements who did not enjoy the confidence of the local organizations, and therefore saw their work sabotaged. And it should be added that the work carried out has only been controlled to the most minimal extent, and that in the party there has therefore been produced a real separation between the membership and the leadership. This situation still continues, and seems to me to contain innumerable dangers. Page 129. In my stay in Moscow, I did not find a single one of the political exiles, though they came from every different part of Italy, and were among the most active elements, who understood the position of our party, or did not criticize the Central Committee harshly, while, of course, observing fully the norms of discipline and obedience. The error of the party has been to have accorded priority in an abstract fashion to the problem of party organization, which in practice has simply meant creating an apparatus of functionaries who could be depended on for their orthodoxy towards the official view. It was believed, and it is still believed, that the revolution depends only on the existence of such an apparatus, and it is sometimes even believed that its existence can bring about the revolution. The party has lacked any organic activity of agitation and propaganda, although this should have had all our attention and involved the formation of genuine specialists in this field. No attempt has been made to stimulate the masses, at every opportunity, to express themselves in the same direction as the Communist Party. Every event, every anniversary of a local or national or worldwide nature should have served to agitate the masses by means of the Communist cells, putting through resolutions, distributing leaflets. This has not been accidental. The Communist Party has even been against the formation of factory cells. Any participation of the masses in the activity and internal life of the party, other than on big occasions and following a formal decree from the center, has been seen as the result of a dialectical process, in which the spontaneous movement of the revolutionary masses and the organizing and directing will of the center coverage. It has been seen merely as something suspended in the air, something with its own autonomous and self-generated development, something which the masses will join when the situation is right and the crest of the revolutionary wave is at its highest point, or when the party center decides to initiate an offensive and stoops to the level of the masses in order to arouse them and lead them into action. Naturally, since things do not work out in this way, areas of opportunistic infection have formed without the center knowing anything about them. These have had their reflection in the parliamentary group, and subsequently, in a more organic form, in the minority. This conception has had its influence on the fusion issue. Page 130. The question that was always put to the Comintern was the following: do you think that our party is still at the nebular stage, or that its formation has been completed? The truth is that historically a party is never definitive, and never will be, for it will become definitive only when it has become the whole population, in other words, when it has disappeared. Until it disappears because it has achieved the ultimate aims of communism, it will pass through a whole series of transitory phases, and will from time to time absorb new elements in the two forms which are historically possible, through individual recruitment or through the recruitment of smaller or larger groups. The situation was made even more difficult for our party as a result of its disagreements with the Comintern. If the International is a world party, even taking this with many pinches of salt, it is obvious that the development of the party and the forms it can take depend on two factors, and not just one. They depend, in other words, not just on the national executive, but also and especially on the international executive, which is the stronger. To repair the situation, to succeed in impressing the orientation which Amadeo Bordiga wants on the development of our party, it is necessary to conquer the international executive, in other words, to become the hub of a general opposition. Politically, this is the result one arrives at, and it is natural that the international executive should seek to break the back of the Italian executive. Amadeo has a whole theory about this, and in his system everything is logically coherent and consistent. He thinks that the tactic of the International reflects the Russian situation, i.e., was born on the terrain of a backward and primitive capitalist civilization. For him, this tactic is extremely voluntaristic and theatrical, because only with an extreme effort of will was it possible to obtain from the Russian masses a revolutionary activity which was not determined by the historical situation. He thinks that for the more developed countries of Central and Western Europe, this tactic is inadequate or even useless. In these countries, the historical mechanism functions according to all the approved schemes of Marxism. There exists the historical determinism which was lacking in Russia, and therefore the overriding task must be the organization of the party as an end in itself. I think that the situation is quite different. Page 131. Firstly, because the political conception of the Russian communists was formed on an international and not on a national terrain. Secondly, because in Central and Western Europe, the development of capitalism has not only determined the formation of the broad proletarian strata, but also, and as a consequence, has created the higher stratum, the labor aristocracy, with its appendages in the trade union bureaucracy and the social democratic groups. The determination, which in Russia was direct and drove the masses onto the streets for a revolutionary uprising, in Central and Western Europe is complicated by all these political superstructures, created by the greater development of capitalism. This makes the action of the masses slower and more prudent, and therefore requires of the Revolutionary Party a strategy and tactics altogether more complex and long-term than those which were necessary for the Bolsheviks in the period between March and November 1917. But the fact that Amadeo has this conception, and that he seeks to achieve its victory not merely on a national scale, but also internationally, is one thing. He is a convinced man, and struggles with great skill and great elasticity to obtain his objective, to avoid compromising his theses, to postpone any Comintern sanctions which might prevent him from continuing until the historical period in which the revolution in Western and Central Europe deprives Russia of the hegemonic position it holds today. But that we, who are not convinced of the historical truth of this conception, should continue to ally ourselves with it politically, and thereby give it the international status which it at present enjoys, is quite another thing. Amadeo approaches things from the viewpoint of an international minority, but we must approach things from the viewpoint of a national majority. We cannot, therefore, wish the leadership of the party to be given to representatives of the minority on the grounds that they are in agreement with the international, even if, after the discussion opened up by the manifesto, the majority of the party remains with the present leaders. This, in my view, is the central point which must determine our attitude politically. If we agreed with Amadeo's theses, of course, we ought to ask ourselves whether, having the majority of the party with us, it would be better to remain in the international, with the national leadership drawn from the minority, taking our time and waiting for a reversal of the situation to prove us correct theoretically, or whether it would be better to break away. Page 132. But if we do not agree with these theses, to sign the manifesto means taking full responsibility for the following equivocal alternatives. Either, if there is a majority for Amadeo's theses, to accept a minority leadership, we who do not agree with the theses, and could therefore resolve the situation organically, or else to remain a minority, when by virtue of our ideas we are in agreement with the majority, which would align itself with the international. This would mean our political liquidation, and to split from Amadeo after such a state of affairs would appear extremely distasteful and odious. Suggestions for our future work. I do not want to go very deeply into this subject, because it would require a great deal of space to deal with it adequately. I will content myself with a few suggestions. The future work of the party will have to be renewed both organizationally and politically. In the organizational field, I think it is necessary to give a greater role to the CC and make it do more work, insofar as this is possible, given the situation. I think it is necessary to establish more clearly the relations which should exist between the various party bodies, fitting more precisely and strictly the division of labor, and the allocation of responsibilities. 2 new bodies and activities must be created. A control commission, made up predominantly of old workers, should in the last instance adjudicate litigious questions which do not have immediate political repercussions, in other words, which do not require an immediate intervention by the executive. It should also keep the status of party members under continuous review through periodic checks. And an agitation and propaganda committee should collect all such local and national material as is necessary and useful for the party's agitational and propaganda activity. It should study local situations, propose forms of agitation, and compose leaflets and programs to orient the work of the local bodies. It should be based on a whole national organization, whose constitutive nucleus would be the ward in the big urban centers and the rural district in the countryside. It should begin its work by census of party members, who should be divided up for organizational purposes according to their seniority and the posts which they have held, the abilities they have shown, and of course their moral and political talents. A precise division of labor must be established between the executive and the clandestine bureau. Page 133. Precise responsibilities and functions established, which cannot be violated without serious disciplinary sanctions. I think that this is one of the weakest sides of our party, demonstrating most clearly how the centralism installed has been more a bureaucratic formality and banal confusion of responsibilities and functions than a rigorous system of organization. In the political field, it is necessary to draw up detailed theses on the Italian situation and the possible phases of its further development. In 1921-22, the party had the following official conception: that the advent of a fascist or military dictatorship was impossible. With great difficulty, I managed to get this conception removed from the theses and prevent it from being written down, securing basic modifications in Theses 51 and 52 on tactics. Now, it seems to me that the party is falling into another error, closely linked to the previous one. Then, no importance was accorded to the silent, latent opposition to fascism of the industrial bourgeoisie, and a social democratic government was not thought possible, but only one of these 3 solutions: dictatorship of the proletariat, least probable; dictatorship of the general staff on behalf of the industrial bourgeoisie and the court; dictatorship of fascism. This conception bound our political action and led us into many mistakes. Now, once again, no account is being taken of the emerging opposition of the industrial bourgeoisie, especially that which is beginning to take shape in the South, with a more explicitly territorial character, and thus presenting certain aspects of a national question. It is more or less believed that a proletarian revival can and must only benefit our party. I think, however, that if there is a revival, our party will still be in a minority, that the majority of the working class will go with the reformists, and that the liberal democratic bourgeois will still have a great deal to say. That the situation is actively revolutionary, I do not doubt, and that therefore, within a given space of time, our party will have the majority with it. But although this period will perhaps not be long chronologically, it will undoubtedly be packed with supplementary phases, which we will have to foresee with some accuracy in order to be able to maneuver and avoid making mistakes which would prolong the trials of the proletariat. Page 134. I believe, moreover, that the party should tackle, in a practical sense, certain problems which have never been confronted, and whose resolution has simply been left to such elements of the party as were directly affected by them. The problem of winning the Milanese proletariat is a national problem for our party, which should be solved with all means the party has at its disposal, rather than just with Milanese means. If we do not have with us, in a stable fashion, the overwhelming majority of the Milanese proletariat, we cannot carry out or keep going the revolution in Italy as a whole. It is, therefore, necessary to bring worker elements from other cities into Milan, to introduce them to work in the factories, to enrich the legal and clandestine organization in Milan with the best elements from all Italy. Thus, I think it is, roughly speaking, necessary to inject into the Milanese working class at least 100 comrades willing to work themselves to death for the party. Another problem of this kind is that of the seamen, closely linked to the problem of the military fleet. Italy lives from the sea. To fail to concern oneself with the problem of the seamen as one of the most important questions and worthy of the party's maximum attention would mean not to think concretely about revolution. When I think that for a long time the leader of our work among seamen was a boy like Carotti's son, it makes me shudder. Note 11. Another problem is that of the railwaymen, which we have always looked at from a purely trade union point of view, whereas it transcends that definition and is a national political problem of the first order. Fourth and last of these problems is that of the South, which we have misunderstood just as the socialists did, considering that it could be solved within the normal framework of our general political activity. I have always been convinced that the South would become the grave of fascism, but I also think that it will be the greatest reservoir and the marshalling ground for national and international reaction if, before the revolution, we do not adequately study its problems and are not prepared for everything. I think I have given you a fairly clear idea of my position, and of the differences which exist between it and what comes out from the manifesto. Since I think that to a great extent you are more in agreement with my position, on which we found ourselves together for some considerable time, I hope that you still have the possibility of deciding otherwise than you are on the point of doing. With the most fraternal greetings. Masci, SPW2, 196 through 203. End of section 4. Page 135. Section 5. Fascist Reaction and Communist Strategy, 1924 through 1926. Introduction. These writings date from the period of Gramsci's leadership of the PCDI, August 1924 to November 1926, and deal principally with three subjects: fascism, developments in the Soviet Union, and prospects for revolution in Italy. In the summer of 1924, the fascist movement was rocked by its first serious crisis since coming to power. See The Crisis of the Middle Classes and Elements of the Situation. Gramsci focused both on the immediate political crisis precipitated by the murder of the socialist parliamentary deputy Giacomo Matteotti in June, and on what he saw as a breakdown in the class alliance between the capitalists and petty bourgeoisie, the middle classes referred to in the first piece in this section. Whereas in 1921 to 1922, the middle classes had formed the mass base of the fascist movement by making an alliance with the capitalists against the working class, they were now becoming economically squeezed by fascism. This, Gramsci believed, would propel them towards an alliance with the proletariat. The Matteotti murder generated a wave of popular protest and led to the formation by the other parliamentary parties, Liberals, Republicans, Catholics, Socialists, of an opposition known as the Aventine. The PCDI initially joined the opposition committee, but withdrew when the other parties refused to back its demand for a general strike. Although some members of the party's right wing favored a collaboration with the Aventine, the majority, including Gramsci, did not because they considered the Aventines' opposition feebly legalitarian, constrained within the limits of bourgeois democracy, and because they believed that after a phase of democratic transition, the situation would turn to the advantage of the working class and be ripe for socialist revolution. With hindsight, it is easy to see that Gramsci's reading of the situation in 1924 overestimated the crisis of fascism and underestimated the depth of its political and ideological resources. Page 136. One can also see that his attitude towards the legalitarian opposition was too sectarian under the circumstances, given that by the end of 1926 the fascists had installed a dictatorship and outlawed all the opposition parties. Nonetheless, he was quite correct in characterizing the immediate prospect for the left as democratic rather than revolutionary, a characterization which was opposed by the left of the PCDI, and in recognizing the need to broaden the mass base of the anti-fascist opposition by applying the United Front tactic. Gramsci had acquired first-hand knowledge of the Russian situation during his time in Moscow, and developments in the Soviet Union constituted an essential point of reference for his strategic thinking as leader of the Italian Party. In 1924, Lenin's successors in the party leadership were becoming bitterly divided over the course of the revolution. Trotsky criticized both the bureaucratic stagnation of inter-party life and the new economic policy, NEP, for retarding socialism by entrenching a market economy in agriculture. He said the party was returning to the pre-1917 prejudice that the revolution had to pass through discrete phases and could not advance to socialism until capitalism had matured. He argued instead for the concept of permanent revolution, an uninterrupted transition from one phase to another, sustained by a wave of revolutions abroad. Gramsci initially seems to have judged the divisions among the Bolsheviks from Trotsky's viewpoint. He wrote to Togliatti and others from Vienna in February 1924, demanding a greater intervention of the proletarian elements in the life of the party and a diminution in the powers of the bureaucracy. They, Trotsky and the left opposition, want basically to ensure the socialist and proletarian character of the revolution and prevent a gradual transition to that democratic dictatorship, carapace for a developing capitalism, which was still the program of Zinoviev and Company in November 1917. SPW2, page 192. He was also alarmed by the ferocity of Stalin's criticisms of Trotsky. Writing to his wife, he remarked, "I do not know Trotsky's article, nor Stalin's. Ellipsis. I cannot understand the latter's attack, which seems to me highly irresponsible and dangerous." 2000 pagine di Gramsci, ed. G. Ferrata and N. Gallo, Milan, 1964, Volume 2, page 29. He was to express similar anxieties again in 1926. See Letter to the Central Committee of the CPSU, by which time the inter-party crisis had become acute. Page 137. By now, however, his political judgment of the opposition had changed. He had come to accept the pro-NEP positions of the majority, Stalin and Bukharin, against the positions of the joint opposition, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev. Yet his criticisms of the CPSU's handling of its internal divisions remained outspoken. Togliatti, who received Gramsci's letter in Moscow, did not forward it to the Central Committee, though he showed it to Bukharin. For his subsequent correspondence with Gramsci on this issue, see SPW2, pages 432 through 440. Soviet discussions of the agrarian question, as well as the formation in 1923 of the Peasant International, Krestintern, and the Comintern's call for Bolshevization, which included the building of Communist Party cells in rural areas, all influenced Gramsci's decisive reorientation of PCDI policy around the slogans of a workers' and peasants' government and a federal workers' and peasants' republic. In particular, he seems to have been influenced by Bukharin's conception of a bloc of workers and peasants. Bukharin argued that, since the majority of the world's population were peasants, world revolution had to be based on alliances between the industrial proletariat and the colonial peasantry, in which the former class exercised hegemony, i.e., leadership of the alliance. Bukharin put forward this conception against Trotsky's idea of proletarian dictatorship over the peasantry, which, he claimed, was couched in too narrowly Western terms, i.e., in terms of the revolutionary possibilities of the advanced industrial countries only. The innovative quality of Gramsci's positions within the PCDI in this period can perhaps be seen most clearly from its two most famous political documents, the Lyon Theses, written with Togliatti, and Some Aspects of the Southern Question, of which Gramsci left an unfinished draft at the time of his arrest in November 1926. The discussion, in the former, of fascism and party strategy in relation to the peculiarities of the Italian situation and class structure is a model of concrete Marxist analysis. In the latter, Gramsci relates contemporary Soviet discussions of the worker and peasant alliance brilliantly to Italian conditions and adumbrates the themes of hegemony and the intellectuals which will become central to the prison notebooks. Page 138. 1. The Crisis of the Middle Classes. Bracketed ellipsis. Why has the crisis of the middle classes had more radical consequences in Italy than in other countries? Why has it created fascism and carried it to the state power? Because in our country, given the scanty development of industry and the regional character of what industry there is, not only is the petty bourgeoisie very numerous, but it is also the only class that is territorially national. The capitalist crisis, in the years following the war, had also taken the acute form of a collapse of the unitary state, and thus encouraged the rebirth of a confusedly patriotic ideology, so that there was no other solution than the fascist one. Once the working class had in 1920 failed in its task of creating, by its own means, a state capable of also satisfying the unitary national needs of Italian society. The fascist regime is dying because it has not merely failed to halt, but has actually helped to accelerate the crisis of the middle classes initiated after the war. The economic aspect of this crisis consists in the ruin of small and medium firms. The number of bankruptcies has multiplied rapidly in the last 2 years. The monopoly of credit, the fiscal regime, and legislation on rents have crushed the small commercial and industrial enterprise. A real transfer of wealth has taken place from the small and medium to the big bourgeoisie, without any development of the productive apparatus. The small producer has not even become proletarian. He is simply permanently hungry, a desperate man without prospects for the future. Bracketed ellipsis. The Italian economic crisis can only be resolved by the proletariat. Only by participating in a European and world revolution can the Italian people regain the ability to utilize fully its human productive forces, and to restore development to the national productive apparatus. Fascism has merely delayed the proletarian revolution. It has not made it impossible. Indeed, it has helped to enlarge and enrich the terrain of the proletarian revolution, which after the fascist experiment will be a truly popular one. Bracketed ellipsis. In what does the crisis of fascism consist? To understand it, some say that it is first necessary to define the essence of fascism. page 139. But the truth is that there does not exist any essence of fascism as such. The essence of fascism in 1922 to 1923 was provided by a particular system of relations of force that existed in Italian society. Today, this system has changed profoundly, and the essence has evaporated to some extent. The characteristic feature of fascism consists in the fact that it has succeeded in creating a mass organization of the petty bourgeoisie. It is the first time in history that this has happened. The originality of fascism consists in having found the right form of organization for a social class which has always been incapable of having any cohesion or unitary ideology. This form of organization is the army in the field. The militia is thus the fulcrum of the National Fascist Party. One cannot dissolve the militia without also dissolving the party as a whole. There does not exist a fascist party that can turn quantity into quality. That is an apparatus for political selection of a class or a stratum. There only exists a mechanical aggregate, undifferentiated and impossible to differentiate from the point of view of intellectual and political capabilities, which only lives because it has acquired in the Civil War an extremely strong esprit de corps, crudely identified with the national ideology. Outside the sphere of military organization, fascism has not contributed and cannot contribute anything, and even in this sphere, what it can contribute is very relative. The product of circumstances in this way, fascism is not capable of realizing any of its ideological premises. Fascism today says that it aims to conquer the state. At the same time, it says that it aims to become a prevalently rural phenomenon. How the two assertions can be reconciled is hard to understand. To conquer the state, it is necessary to be capable of replacing the dominant class in those functions which have an essential importance for the government of society. In Italy, as in all capitalist countries, to conquer the state means first and foremost to conquer the factory. It means to have the capability of taking over from the capitalists in governing the country's productive forces. This can be done by the working class. It cannot be done by the petty bourgeoisie, which has no essential function in the productive field, which in the factory, as an industrial category, exercises a function that is mainly of a police nature, not a productive one. The petty bourgeoisie can conquer the state only by allying itself with the working class, only by accepting the program of the working class, Soviet system instead of parliament in the state organization, communism and not capitalism in the organization of the national and international economy. Page 140. Bracketed ellipsis. What should be the political attitude and the tactics of our party in the present situation? The situation is democratic because the broad working masses are disorganized, dispersed, and fragmented into the undifferentiated people. Hence, whatever the immediate evolution of the crisis may be, we can only foresee an improvement in the political position of the working class, not a victorious struggle for power. The crucial task of our party consists in winning the majority of the working class. The phase which we are passing through is not that of a direct struggle for power, but rather a preparatory phase of transition to the struggle for power. In short, a phase of agitation, propaganda, and organization. This, of course, does not rule out the possibility that savage conflicts may take place, and it does not mean that our party must not at once prepare itself and be ready to confront these. Quite the contrary. But these conflicts, too, must be seen in the context of the transitional phase, as elements of propaganda and agitation for winning the majority. If there exist within our party fanatical groups and tendencies which want to force the situation, it will be necessary to struggle against these in the name of the entire party, in the name of the vital and permanent interests of the Italian proletarian revolution. The Matteotti crisis has offered us many lessons in this respect. It has taught us that the masses, after 3 years of terror and oppression, have become very prudent and want to cut their coat according to their cloth. This prudence is called reformism. It is called maximalism. It is called opposition bloc. It is destined to disappear, certainly, and in the not-too-distant future. But for the moment it exists, and can only be overcome if at all times, on every occasion, and at every moment, although moving forward, we maintain contact with the working class as a whole. Thus, we must combat every rightist tendency which seeks a compromise with the opposition bloc, and which seeks to obstruct the revolutionary development of our tactics and our work of preparation for the next stage. The first task of our party consists in equipping itself to become fitted for its historic mission. Page 141. In every factory and every village there must exist a communist cell, which represents the party and the international, which knows how to work politically, which shows initiative. Hence, it is necessary to struggle against a certain passivity which still exists among our comrades, and against the tendency to keep the ranks of the party narrow. On the contrary, we must become a great party. We must seek to draw into our organizations the greatest possible number of revolutionary workers and peasants, in order to educate them for struggle, form them into mass organizers and leaders, and raise their political level. The workers' and peasants' state can only be built if the revolution has many politically qualified elements at its disposal. The struggle for the revolution can be waged victoriously only if the broad masses are, in all their local formations, organized and led by solid and capable comrades. Otherwise, we are really going back, as the reactionaries clamor, to the years 1919 to 1920. In other words, to the years of proletarian impotence, to the years of maximalist demagogy, to the years of working-class defeat. We communists do not want to go back to the years 1919 to 1920 either. The party must carry out an enormous amount of work in the trade union field. Without big trade union organizations, there is no way out of parliamentary democracy. Bracketed ellipsis. The Communist Party represents the totality of the interests and aspirations of the working class. We are not a mere parliamentary party. Our party therefore carries on a genuine trade union activity. It puts itself at the head of the masses, also in the little daily struggles for wages, for working hours, for industrial discipline, for accommodation, for bread. Our cells must push the internal commissions to incorporate all proletarian activities within their operations. It is, therefore, necessary to create a broad factory movement that can develop until it gives birth to an organization of citywide proletarian committees, elected directly by the masses. These committees, in the social crisis that is looming, can become the strongholds of the general interests of the entire working people. This real activity in the factories and villages will revive the trade union and give it back some content and effectiveness, if in parallel all the vanguard elements go back into the organization, for the struggle against the present reformist and maximalist leaders. Whoever keeps his distance from the trade unions today is an ally of the reformists, not a revolutionary militant. He will be able to produce anarchoid phrases, but he will not shift by a hair's breadth the iron conditions in which the real struggle is going on. Page 142. The extent to which the party as a whole, in other words the entire mass of members, succeeds in fulfilling its essential task of winning the majority of workers and transforming into a molecular fashion the basis of the democratic state, will also be the extent to which we shall advance along the path of revolution, and will permit us to pass on to a subsequent phase of development. The whole party, in all its bodies, but especially through its press, must work in a united way to secure the maximum benefit from each comrade's work. Today we are forming up for the general struggle against the fascist regime. We reply to the stupid campaigns of the opposition press by showing our real determination to overthrow not merely the fascism of Mussolini and Farinacci, but also the semi-fascism of Amendola, Sturzo, and Turati. Note 1. To achieve this, it is necessary to reorganize the broad masses and become a great party, the only party in which the working population sees the expression of its political will, the citadel of its immediate and permanent historical interests. L'Unità, 26 August 1924, SPW 2, 255-66. 2. The Italian Situation and the Tasks of the PCDI. Lyon Theses. Bracketed ellipsis. Analysis of the Italian social structure. 4. Capitalism is the predominant element in Italian society, and the force which is decisive in determining its development. This fundamental fact means that there is no possibility of a revolution in Italy that is not the socialist revolution. In the capitalist countries, the only class which can accomplish a real, deep social transformation is the working class. Only the working class is capable of translating into action the changes of an economic and political character which are necessary, if the energies of our country are to have complete freedom and possibility to develop. The way in which it will accomplish this revolutionary function is related to the degree of development of capitalism in Italy, and to the social structure which corresponds to it. Page 143. 5. Industrialism, which is the essential part of capitalism, is very weak in Italy. Its possibilities for development are limited, both because of the geographical situation and because of the lack of raw materials. It therefore does not succeed in absorbing the majority of the Italian population. 4 million industrial workers exist side by side with 3.5 million agricultural workers and 4 million peasants. To industrialism, there is counterposed an agriculture which naturally presents itself as the basis of the country's economy. The extremely varied conditions of the terrain and the resulting differences in cultivation and in systems of tenancy, however, cause a high degree of differentiation among the rural strata, with the prevalence of poor strata, nearer to the conditions of the proletariat and more liable to be influenced by it and accept its leadership. Between the industrial and agrarian classes, there lies a fairly extensive urban petty bourgeoisie, which is of very great significance. It consists mainly of artisans, professionals, and state employees. 6. The intrinsic weakness of capitalism compels the industrial class to adopt expedients to guarantee its control over the country's economy. These expedients are basically nothing more than a system of economic compromises between a part of the industrialists and a part of the agricultural classes, specifically the big landowners. One does not, therefore, find here the traditional economic struggle between industrialists and landowners, nor the rotation of ruling groups which this produces in other countries. The industrialists, in any case, do not need to defend against the landowners an economic policy ensuring a continuous flow of labor from the countryside into the factories, since this flow is guaranteed by the abundant, poor rural population which is characteristic of Italy. The industrial-agrarian agreement is based on a solidarity of interests between certain privileged groups, at the expense of the general interests of production and of the majority of those who work. It produces an accumulation of wealth in the hands of the big industrialists, which is the result of a systematic plundering of whole categories of the population and whole regions of the country. The results of this economic policy have in fact been to create a deficit in the economic budget, to halt economic development in entire regions, South, islands, to block the emergence and development of an economy better fitted to the structure and resources of the country, growing poverty of the working population, and the existence of a continuous stream of emigration with the resulting demographic impoverishment. Page 144. 7. Just as it does not naturally control the entire economy, so too the industrial class does not succeed in organizing single-handed the whole of society and the state. The construction of a national state is only made possible for it by the exploitation of factors of international politics, so-called risorgimento. Its reinforcement and defense necessitate a compromise with the classes upon which industry exercises a limited hegemony, in particular the landowners and petty bourgeoisie. Thence derives a heterogeneity and weakness of the entire social structure, and of the state which is its expression. Bracketed ellipsis. 8. In Italy, the relations between industry and agriculture, which are essential for the economic life of a country and for the determination of its political superstructures, have a territorial basis. In the north, agricultural production and the rural population are concentrated in a few big centers. As a result of this, all the conflicts inherent in the country's social structure contain within them an element which affects the unity of the state and puts it in danger. The solution of the problem is sought by the bourgeois and agrarian ruling groups through a compromise. None of these groups naturally possesses a unitary character or a unitary function. The compromise whereby unity is preserved is, moreover, such as to make the situation more serious. It gives the toiling masses of the South a position analogous to that of a colonial population. The big industry of the North fulfills towards them the function of the capitalist metropolis. The big landowners and even the middle bourgeoisie of the South, for their part, take on the role of those categories in the colonies which ally themselves to the metropolis in order to keep the mass of working people subjugated. Economic exploitation and political oppression thus unite to make the working people of the South a force continuously mobilized against the state. 9. The proletariat has greater importance in Italy than in other European countries, even of a more advanced capitalist nature. It is comparable only to that which existed in Russia before the Revolution. This is above all related to the fact that industry, because of the shortage of raw materials, bases itself by preference on the labor force, specialized skilled workers. It is also related to the heterogeneity and conflicts of interest which weaken the ruling classes. Page 145. In the face of this heterogeneity, the proletariat appears as the only element by which its nature has a unificatory function, capable of coordinating the whole of society. Its class program is the only unitary program, in other words, the only one whose implementation does not lead to a deepening of the conflicts between the various elements of the economy and of society, or to breaking the unity of the state. Alongside the industrial proletariat, there also exists a great mass of rural proletarians, centered above all in the Po Valley. These are easily influenced by the workers in industry, and hence easily mobilized for the struggle against capitalism and the state. In Italy, there is a confirmation of the thesis that the most favorable conditions for the proletarian revolution do not necessarily always occur in those countries where capitalism and industrialism have reached the highest level of development, but may indeed arise where the fabric of the capitalist system offers least resistance, because of its structural weakness, to an attack by the revolutionary class and its allies. The policy of the Italian bourgeoisie. 10. The aim which the Italian ruling classes set themselves from the origin of the unitary state onwards was to keep the great mass of the working people subjugated and prevent them from becoming, by organizing around the industrial and rural proletariat, a revolutionary force capable of carrying out a complete social and political transformation and giving birth to a proletarian state. The intrinsic weakness of capitalism, however, compelled it to base the economic disposition of the bourgeois state upon a unity obtained by compromises between non-homogeneous groups. In a wide historical perspective, this system is clearly not adequate to its purpose. Every form of compromise between the different groups ruling Italian society in fact becomes an obstacle placed in the way of the development of one or other part of the country's economy. Thus new conflicts are produced and new reactions from the majority of the population. It becomes necessary to intensify the pressure on the masses, and the result is a more and more decisive tendency for them to mobilize in revolt against the state. Bracketed ellipsis. 12. Bracketed ellipsis. The establishment of the industrial agrarian dictatorship posed the problem of revolution in its real terms, determining its historical conditions. Page 146. In the North, an industrial and rural proletariat emerged, while in the South, the rural population, subjected to a colonial system of exploitation, had to be held down with a stronger and stronger political repression. The terms of the Southern question were laid down clearly in this period, and spontaneously, without the intervention of any conscious factor, and without the Socialist Party even drawing any indication from this fact for its strategy as the party of the working class. For the first time in this period, there occurred a convergence of insurrectionary attempts by the northern proletariat with a revolt of southern peasants. Sicilian fasci. Note 2. Bracketed ellipsis. 14. The greatest economic concentration in the industrial field occurred in the post-war period. The proletariat reached its highest level of organization, and this corresponded to the maximum disintegration of the ruling classes and the state. All the contradictions inherent in the Italian social organism came to the surface with extreme violence, as a result of the reawakening to political life of even the most backward masses that was brought about by the war and its immediate consequences. As always, the advance of the industrial and agricultural workers was accompanied by a massive agitation of the peasant masses, both in the South and in the other regions. The great strikes and the occupation of the factories took place simultaneously with occupations of the land. The resistance of the reactionary forces once again operated along traditional lines. The Vatican allowed a real party to be formed, alongside Catholic action, which aimed to integrate the peasant masses into the framework of the bourgeois state by apparently satisfying their aspirations for economic redemption and political democracy. The ruling classes, in their turn, implemented in the grand style their plan to corrupt the working class movement and destroy it from within, by dangling before the eyes of the opportunistic leaders the possibility that a labor aristocracy might collaborate in government, in an attempted reformist solution to the problem of the state, left government. But in a poor and disunited country like Italy, the appearance of a reformist solution to the problem of the state inevitably provokes a disintegration of the cohesion of state and society, for this cannot resist the shock of the numerous groups into which the ruling classes themselves and the intermediate classes fragment. Page 147. Each group has its own need for economic protection and political autonomy, and in the absence of a homogeneous class nucleus capable of imposing, through its dictatorship, a discipline of work and production on the whole country, routing and eliminating the capitalist and landowning exploiters, government is made impossible and the crisis of power is continuously open. The defeat of the revolutionary proletariat in this decisive period was due to political, organizational, tactical, and strategic deficiencies of the Workers' Party. As a consequence of these deficiencies, the proletariat did not succeed in placing itself at the head of the insurrection of the great majority of the population and channeling it towards the creation of a workers' state. Instead, it was itself influenced by other social classes, which paralyzed its activity. The victory of fascism in 1922 must be seen, therefore, not as a victory won over the revolution, but as a consequence of the defeat suffered by the revolutionary forces through their own intrinsic weakness. Fascism and its policy. 15. Fascism, as a movement of armed reaction which set itself the task of fragmenting and disorganizing the working class in order to immobilize it, fitted into the framework of traditional Italian ruling class policies and into capitalism's struggle against the working class. It was, therefore, favored in its origins, in its organization, and in its development by all the old ruling groups without exception, but especially by the landowners, who felt most threatened by the pressure of the rural populace. Socially, however, fascism found its base in the urban petty bourgeoisie, and in a new rural bourgeoisie thrown up by the transformation of rural property in certain regions, phenomena of agrarian capitalism in Emilia, origin of a category of middlemen in the countryside, land grants, new divisions of holdings. Bracketed ellipsis. In substance, fascism merely modifies the program of conservation and reaction which has always dominated Italian politics, through a different way of conceiving the process of unification of the reactionary forces. It replaces the tactic of agreements and compromises by the project of achieving an organic unity of all the bourgeoisie's forces in a single political organism under the control of a single center, which would simultaneously direct the party, the government, and the state. Page 148. This project corresponds to the determination to resist to the last against any revolutionary attack. It thus allows fascism to win the support of the most decisively reactionary part of the industrial bourgeoisie and of the landowners. 16. The fascist method of defending order, property, and the state tends, even more than the traditional system of compromises and left policies, to shatter social cohesion and the political superstructures which go with it. The reactions which it provokes must be examined in relation to its application in both the economic and in the political field. In the political field, first of all, the organic unity of the bourgeoisie in fascism was not achieved immediately after the winning of power. Centers of a bourgeois opposition to the regime remain outside fascism. Bracketed ellipsis. Fascism is compelled to struggle very fiercely against these surviving groups, and to struggle even more fiercely against Freemasonry, which it rightly considers as the organizing center of all the traditional forces supporting the state. This struggle, which is the sign of a break in the block of conservative and anti-proletarian forces, whatever the intentions, may in certain circumstances favor the development and self-assertion of the proletariat as a third and decisive factor of the political situation. In the economic field, fascism acts as the instrument of an industrial and agrarian oligarchy to concentrate control over all the wealth of the country in the hands of capitalism. This cannot fail to provoke discontent in the petty bourgeoisie, which believed that with the arrival of fascism, the hour of its rule had struck. A whole series of measures are being adopted by fascism to encourage a new industrial concentration, abolition of death duties, financial and fiscal policy, heightening of protectionism. And to these there correspond other measures favoring the landowners and directed against small and medium farmers, taxes, duty on grain, the battle for wheat. The accumulation which these measures achieve is not an increase in the national wealth, but the plundering of one class in favor of another. In other words, that of the working and middle classes in favor of the plutocracy. The intention of favoring the plutocracy is shamelessly revealed in the plan to legalize the preference share system in the new commercial code. Page 149. A little handful of financiers will in this way be enabled, without restriction, to dispose of vast masses of savings originating from the middle and petty bourgeoisie, and these categories will be stripped of the right to dispose of their wealth. On the same level, but with bigger political consequences, must be placed the plan to unite the issuing banks, i.e., in practice to eliminate the two big southern banks. Bracketed ellipsis. The elimination of the southern banks as issuing banks will transfer this function to northern big industry, which controls, via the Banca Commerciale, the Bank of Italy. We shall thus see the colonial economic exploitation and impoverishment of the South increased, and the slow process of detachment of the southern petty bourgeoisie from the state accelerated. The economic policy of fascism is completed by the measures aimed at raising the value of the lira, stabilizing the trade balance, paying war debts, and encouraging the intervention of Anglo-American capital in Italy. In all these fields, fascism is carrying out the program of the plutocracy, bracketed ellipsis, and of an industrial landowning minority, at the expense of the great majority of the population, whose conditions of life are being made progressively worse. All the ideological propaganda and the political and economic activity of fascism is crowned by its tendency to imperialize. This tendency expresses the need felt by the industrial, landowning, ruling classes of Italy to find outside the national domain the elements to resolve the crisis of Italian society. It contains the germs of a war which in appearance will be fought for Italian expansion, but in which fascist Italy will in reality be an instrument in the hands of one of the imperialist groups which are striving for world domination. 17. As a consequence of fascism's policies, deep reactions are provoked among the masses. The most serious phenomenon is the sharper and sharper detachment of the rural populations of the South and the islands from the system of forces that rule the state. The old local ruling class, bracketed ellipsis, no longer exercises in a systematic fashion its function as a connecting link with the state. The petty bourgeoisie thus tends to draw closer to the peasantry. The system of exploitation and oppression of the southern masses is being carried to extremes by fascism. This facilitates the radicalization of the intermediate categories too, and poses the southern question in its true terms, as a question which will only be resolved by the insurrection of the peasants, allied to the proletariat, in a struggle against both capitalists and landowners. Page 150. The middle and poor peasants of the other parts of Italy, too, are taking on a revolutionary function, although in a slower fashion. The Vatican, whose reactionary function has been taken over by fascism, no longer controls the rural populations completely through the priests, Catholic Action, and the Popular Party. There is a part of the peasantry which has been reawoken to struggle in defense of its own interests, precisely by the organizations authorized and directed by the ecclesiastical authorities. Now, under the economic and political pressure of fascism, this element is intensifying its own class orientation and beginning to feel that its destiny cannot be separated from that of the working class. Bracketed ellipsis. As for the proletariat, activity to shatter its forces is finding a limit in the active resistance of the revolutionary vanguard, and in a passive resistance of the broad masses, who remain fundamentally class-conscious and give signs that they will begin to move again as soon as the physical pressure of fascism is relaxed and the stimuli of class interest makes themselves more strongly felt. The attempt by the fascist unions to split their ranks can be considered to have failed. The fascist unions, changing their program, are now becoming direct instruments of reactionary repression in the service of the state. 18. Fascism reacts to the dangerous shifts and new recruitment of forces provoked by its policies, by subjecting the whole of society to the weight of a military force and repressive system which hold the population riveted to the mechanical fact of production, without any possibility of having a life of its own, expressing a will of its own, or organizing to defend its own interests. So-called fascist legislation has no purpose other than to consolidate this system and make it permanent. The new political electoral law, the modifications to the administrative structure with the introduction of the podesta in rural communes, Note 3, etc., are designed to mark the end of any participation by the masses in the country's political and administrative life. The control over associations prevents any permanent legal form of organization of the masses. The new trade union policy strips the Confederation of Labor and the class unions of any possibility of negotiating agreements, in order to exclude them from contact with the masses who had been organized around them. Page 151. The proletarian press is suppressed. The class party of the proletariat is reduced to a purely illegal existence. Physical violence and police persecution are utilized systematically, above all in the countryside, to strike terror and preserve a situation of emergency. The result of this complex activity of reaction and repression is an imbalance between the real relationship of social forces and the relationship of organized forces, so that an apparent return to normality and stability, in fact, corresponds to an intensification of contradictions ready to break out at any instant in new ways. 18. Bis. The crisis which followed the Matteotti assassination furnished an example of the possibility that the apparent stability of the fascist regime might be shaken from below by the sudden outbreak of economic and political conflicts which have grown sharper without being noticed. At the same time, it furnished proof of the incapacity of the petty bourgeoisie in the present historical period to lead the struggle against industrial, landowning reaction to any outcome.
Motor forces and perspectives of the Revolution. 19. The motor forces of the Italian Revolution, as is now clear from our analysis, are in order of their importance the following. A. The working class and the rural proletariat. B. The peasantry of the South and the islands, bracket, Sicily and Sardinia, close bracket, and the peasantry in the other parts of Italy. The development and speed of the revolutionary process cannot be predicted without an evaluation of subjective elements, i.e., of the extent to which the working class succeeds in acquiring its own political profile,
a precise class consciousness, and an independence from all other classes, and of the extent to which it succeeds in organizing its own forces, i.e., in de facto exercising leadership over the other elements, and above all in concretizing politically its alliance with the peasantry. One may in general assert, basing oneself moreover upon Italian experience, that one will pass from the period of revolutionary preparation to an immediately revolutionary period when the industrial and rural proletariat of the North has succeeded in regaining, thanks to the development of the objective situation and through a series of specific and immediate struggles, a high level of organization and combativity. Page 152. As for the peasantry, that of the South and Islands must be included in the front line among the forces upon which the insurrection against the industrial landowning dictatorship must rely, although one should not attribute to them decisive importance unless they are allied to the proletariat. The alliance between them and the workers is the result of a natural and deep historical process, encouraged by all the past experience of the Italian state. For the peasants of the other parts of Italy, the process of orientation towards an alliance with the proletariat is slower, and will have to be encouraged by careful political activity on the part of the proletarian party. The successes already obtained in Italy in this field indicate, moreover, that the problem of breaking the alliance of the peasantry with the reactionary forces must be posed, to a great extent in other Western European countries too, as the problem of destroying the influence of Catholic organizations on the rural masses. 20. The obstacles to the development of the revolution do not derive only from fascist pressure, but are also related to the variety of groups into which the bourgeoisie is divided. Each of these groups strives to exert an influence on a section of the working population, to prevent the influence of the proletariat being extended, or on the proletariat itself, to cause it to lose its profile and autonomy as a revolutionary class. In this way, a chain of reactionary forces is created, which starts from fascism and includes anti-fascist groups which do not have a large mass base, liberals, those which have a base among the peasants and petty bourgeoisie, Democrats, war veterans, Popular Party, Republicans, and in part also among the workers, Reformist Party, and those which have a proletarian base and tend to maintain the working class masses in a condition of passivity and to induce them to follow the policies of other classes, Maximalist Party. Note 4. Bracketed ellipsis. 21. The possibility that action by so-called democratic anti-fascist groups might bring down the fascist regime would only exist if these groups succeeded in neutralizing the activity of the proletariat and in controlling a mass movement that would enable it to break the latter's development. The function of the democratic bourgeois opposition is rather to collaborate with fascism in preventing the reorganization of the working class and the realization of its class program. Page 153. In this sense, a compromise between fascism and bourgeois opposition is in train and will inspire the policies of every center formation which emerges from the ruins of the Aventine. The opposition will only be able to become once again the protagonist of the capitalist regime's defense activity, when fascist repression itself no longer succeeds in preventing the unleashing of class conflict, and the danger of a proletarian insurrection, welded to a peasant war, appears grave and imminent. The possibility that the bourgeoisie and fascism itself may resort to the system of reaction concealed by the appearance of a left government must, therefore, be permanently present in our perspectives. Division of functions between fascism and democracy, theses of the Fifth World Congress. 22. From this analysis of the factors of revolution and its perspectives, the tasks of the Communist Party can be deduced. The criteria for the party's organizational and political activity must be related to the analysis from which the basic coordinates of its program derive. Fundamental tasks of the Communist Party. 23. Having victoriously resisted the reactionary wave which sought to engulf it, 1923, having contributed with its own actions to marking a final halt in the process of dispersal of the working class forces, 1924 elections, having taken advantage of the Matteotti crisis to reorganize a proletarian vanguard which, with notable success, opposed the attempt to install a petty bourgeois predominance in political life, Aventine, and having laid the basis of a real peasant policy of the Italian proletariat, the party today finds itself in the phase of political preparation of the revolution. Its fundamental task can be indicated by these 3 points. A. To organize and unify the industrial and rural proletariat for the revolution. B. To organize and mobilize around the proletariat all the forces necessary for the victory of the revolution and the foundation of the workers' state. C. To place before the proletariat and its allies the problem of insurrection against the bourgeois state and of the struggle for proletarian dictatorship, and to guide them politically and materially towards their solution through a series of partial struggles. Page 154. The construction of the Communist Party as a Bolshevik party. 24. The organization of the proletarian vanguard in a communist party is the essential feature of our organizational activity. The Italian workers have learned from their experience, 1919 through 1920, that where the leadership of a communist party, built as the party of the working class and as the party of revolution, is missing, no victorious outcome of the struggle to overcome the capitalist order is possible. The construction of a communist party, which really is the party of the working class and the party of revolution, in other words, which is a Bolshevik party, is directly related to the following basic points. A. The party's ideology. B. Its form of organization and degree of cohesion. C. Its capacity to operate in contact with the masses. D. Its strategic and tactical capacity. Bracketed ellipsis. The party's ideology. 25. The Communist Party needs complete ideological unity in order to be able at all moments to fulfill its function as leader of the working class. Ideological unity is an element of the party's strength and political capacity. It is indispensable to make it into a Bolshevik party. The basis of ideological unity is the doctrine of Marxism and Leninism, this last being understood as Marxist doctrine adapted to the problems of the period of imperialism and the start of the proletarian revolution. Theses on Bolshevization of the April 1925 enlarged executive meeting, numbers 4 and 6. Bracketed ellipsis. 26. In spite of the beginnings of a struggle against rightist and centrist degenerations of the workers' movement, the danger of rightist deviations is present within the Communist Party of Italy. In the theoretical field, this danger is represented by the attempts to revise Marxism made by Comrade Gramsci in the guise of a scientific refinement of some of the basic concepts of Marx's doctrine. Note 5. Page 155. Gramsci's attempts certainly cannot lead to the creation of a current and hence a faction which endangers the ideological unity and cohesion of the party. However, they imply a support for rightist currents and political deviations. In any case, they point to the need for the party to carry out a deep study of Marxism and to acquire a higher and more solid theoretical consciousness. The danger that a right-wing tendency might be created is linked to the general situation in the country. The very repression exercised by fascism tends to nourish the view that, since the proletariat cannot soon overturn the regime, the best tactic is one whose aim is, if not an actual bourgeois proletarian bloc for the constitutional elimination of fascism, at least a passivity of the revolutionary vanguard and non-intervention of the Communist Party in the immediate political struggle, thus allowing the bourgeoisie to use the proletariat as electoral troops against fascism. This program is expressed through the formula that the Communist Party must be the left wing of an opposition of all the forces conspiring to bring down the fascist regime. It is the expression of a profound pessimism concerning the revolutionary capacities of the working class. The same pessimism and the same deviations lead to an incorrect interpretation of the nature and historical function of the social democratic parties at the present time. They lead to forgetting that social democracy, although it still to a great extent conserves its social base in the proletariat, must, so far as its ideology and the political function it fulfills are concerned, be considered not as a right wing of the working class movement, but as a left wing of the bourgeoisie, and as such must be unmasked in the eyes of the masses. The right-wing danger must be fought through ideological propaganda, by counterposing the revolutionary program of the working class and its party to the right-wing program, and by ordinary disciplinary means whenever the necessity arises. 27. There is a similar connection between the origins of the party and the general situation in the country on the one hand, and the danger of a leftist deviation from Marxist and Leninist ideology on the other. This is represented by the ultra-left tendency led by Comrade Bordiga. This tendency was formed in the specific situation of disintegration and programmatic organizational, strategic, and tactical incapacity in which the Italian Socialist Party found itself from the end of the war up to the Livorno Congress. Page 156. Its origin and fortunes are, moreover, related to the fact that since the working class is a minority in the Italian working population, there is a constant danger that its party will be corrupted by infiltrations from other classes, and in particular from the petty bourgeoisie. The far-left tendency reacted to this condition of the working class and to the situation in the Italian Socialist Party with a particular ideology, i.e., a conception of the nature of the party and its function and tactics which conflicts with that of Marxism and Leninism. A. The far left, ignoring or underestimating the party's social content, defines it as an organ of the working class, constituted through the synthesis of heterogeneous elements. In reality, when defining the party, it is necessary above all to stress that it is a part of the working class. The error in defining the party leads to an incorrect approach to organizational problems and problems of tactics. B. For the far left, the function of the party is not to lead the class at all moments, striving to remain in contact with it through all changes in the objective situation, but to form and prepare cadres, who can lead the masses when the evolution of the situation has brought them to the party and made them accept the programmatic and principled positions it has fixed. C. As regards tactics, the far left maintains that these must not be determined on the basis of the objective situation and the position of the masses, in such a way as always to be in line with reality and provide a constant contact with the broadest layers of the working population. Instead, they must be determined on the basis of formalistic concerns. Bracketed ellipsis. As a consequence, the situation of mass movements is only examined in order to check the line which has been deduced on the basis of formalistic and sectarian concerns. Thus, in determining the party's policy, the specific element is always missing. The unity and completeness of vision which characterizes our method of political inquiry, dialectic, is broken. The activity and the slogans of the party lose their effectiveness and value, remaining simply propaganda activity and propaganda slogans. Bracketed ellipsis. Page 157. The basis of party organization. 29. All problems of organization are political problems. Their solution must enable the party to carry out its fundamental task of ensuring that the proletariat acquires complete political independence, giving it a physiognomy, a personality, and a precise revolutionary consciousness, and preventing any infiltration or disintegrative influence from classes and elements which, even if they have interests contrary to capitalism, are not willing to take the struggle against the latter to its ultimate consequences. First and foremost, there is a political problem, that of the basis for organization. The party organization must be constructed on the basis of production and hence of the workplace, cells. This principle is essential for the creation of a Bolshevik party. It depends on the fact that the party must be equipped to lead the mass movement of the working class, which is naturally unified by the development of capitalism in accordance with the process of production. By locating the organizational basis in the place of production, the party performs an act of choice of the class on which it bases itself. It proclaims that it is a class party and the party of a single class, the working class. Bracketed ellipsis. It is certain that the Communist Party cannot be solely a party of workers. The working class and its party cannot do without intellectuals, nor can they ignore the problem of grouping around themselves and giving a lead to all those elements who, in one way or another, are driven to rebel against capitalism. Thus, the Communist Party cannot close its doors to peasants. Indeed, it must contain peasants and use them to tighten the political bond between the proletariat and the rural classes. But it is necessary to reject vigorously, as counter-revolutionary, any conception which makes the party into a synthesis of heterogeneous elements, instead of maintaining, without any concessions of this kind, that it is a part of the proletariat, that the proletariat must mark it with the imprint of its own organization, and that the proletariat must be guaranteed a leading function within the party itself. 30. There is no consistency in the practical objections to organization on the basis of production, cells, according to which this organizational structure would not allow us to transcend the competition between different categories of worker, and would leave the party at the mercy of functionarism. Page 158. The practice of the factory movement, 1919 through 1920, has shown that only an organization adapted to the place and system of production makes it possible to establish a contact between the upper and lower strata of the working masses, skilled workers, unskilled workers, and laborers, and to create bonds of solidarity which eliminate the basis for any phenomenon of labor aristocracy. Bracketed ellipsis. Solidity of the party organization. Factionalism. 31. The organization of a Bolshevik party must at all moments in the life of the party be a centralized organization, led by the Central Committee not just in words but also in deed. An iron proletarian discipline must reign in its ranks. This does not mean that the party must be ruled from on high with autocratic methods. Both the Central Committee and the subordinate leading bodies are formed on the basis of election, and on the basis of a selection of capable elements carried out through the test of work and through the experience of the movement. This second element guarantees that the criteria for the formation of the local leading groups and of the central leading group are not mechanical, external, and parliamentary, but correspond to a real process of formation of a homogeneous proletarian vanguard linked to the masses. Bracketed ellipsis. 32. The centralization and cohesion of the party require that there should not exist organized groups within it which take on the character of factions. A Bolshevik party is sharply differentiated in this respect from social democratic parties, which contain a variety of groups, and in which factional struggle is the normal method of working out a political orientation and selecting a leading group. The Communist parties and International emerged after a factional struggle waged inside the International. Establishing themselves as the parties and the world organization of the proletariat, they chose as the norm of their internal life and development, in place of factional struggle, the organic collaboration of all tendencies through participation in the leading bodies. Bracketed ellipsis. Page 159. The functioning of the party organization. 34. A Bolshevik party must be organized in such a way that it can function in contact with the masses, whatever the conditions may be. This principle takes on the greatest importance among us because of the repression exercised by fascism with the aim of preventing the real relation of forces from being translated into a relation of organized forces. Only with the greatest concentration and intensity of party activity can one succeed in neutralizing, at least in part, this negative factor, and in preventing it from hampering greatly the revolutionary process. Bracketed ellipsis. Strategy and tactics of the party. 35. The strategic and tactical capacity of the party is the capacity to organize and unify around the proletarian vanguard and the working class all the forces necessary for revolutionary victory, and to lead these, in fact, towards the revolution, taking advantage of objective circumstances and of the shifts in the balance of forces which they bring about, both among the working population and among the enemies of the working class. With its strategy and tactics, the party leads the working class in major historical movements and day-to-day struggles alike. One form of leadership is linked to the other and conditioned by it. 36. The principle that the party leads the working class must not be interpreted in a mechanical manner. It is not necessary to believe that the party can lead the working class through an external imposition of authority. This is not true, either with respect to the period which precedes the winning of power or with respect to the period which follows it. The error of a mechanical interpretation of this principle must be combated in the Italian party as a possible consequence of the ideological deviations of the far left. For these deviations lead to an arbitrary, formal overestimation of the party, so far as its function as leader of the class is concerned. We assert that the capacity to lead the class is related not to the fact that the party proclaims itself its revolutionary organ, but to the fact that it really succeeds, as a part of the working class, in linking itself with all the sections of that class and impressing upon the masses a movement in the direction desired and favored by objective conditions. Page 160. Only as a result of its activity among the masses will the party get the latter to recognize it as their party, winning a majority, and only when this condition has been realized can it presume that it is able to draw the working class behind it. The need for this activity among the masses outweighs any party patriotism. 37. The party leads the class by penetrating into all the organizations in which the working masses are assembled, and by carrying out, in and through these, a systematic mobilization of energies in line with the program of the class struggle, and an activity aimed at winning the majority to communist directives. The organizations in which the party works, and which tend by their nature to incorporate the whole mass of workers, can never substitute for the Communist Party, which is the political organization of revolutionaries, in other words, of the vanguard of the proletariat. This excludes any relationship of subordination or equality between the mass organizations and the party. Bracketed ellipsis. The relationship between trade unions and party is a special one of leadership, which is realized through the activity which the communists carry out inside the unions. The communists organize themselves into fractions in the unions and in all the mass formations and participate in the front rank of the life of these formations and the struggles which they wage, upholding their party's program and slogans there. Every tendency to separate oneself off from the life of those organizations, whatever they may be, in which it is possible to make contact with the working masses, is to be combated as a dangerous deviation, indicating pessimism and generating passivity. 38. In the capitalist countries, trade unions are the specific organs grouping the working masses. Activity in the unions must be considered essential for the accomplishment of the party's aims. The party which renounces the struggle to exercise its influence in the unions and to win leadership of them, de facto renounces winning the mass of workers and renounces the revolutionary struggle for power. In Italy, activity in the unions takes on particular importance, for such activity makes it possible to work with greater intensity and with better results than that reorganization of the industrial and rural proletariat which must restore it to a predominant position vis-à-vis the other social classes. However, fascist repression, and especially fascism's new trade union policy, are creating a quite particular state of affairs. Bracketed ellipsis. Page 161. The party must manage to carry out activity to defend the class union and demand freedom for it, and at the same time it must encourage and stimulate the tendency to create representative mass organisms adapted to the system of production. With the class union's activity paralyzed, defense of the workers' immediate interests tends to be carried out through a fragmentation of resistance and struggle, by factory, by category, by workplace, etc. The Communist Party must be able to follow all these struggles and exercise a real leadership over them, ensuring that the unity and revolutionary character of mass conflicts is not lost in them, and indeed taking advantage of them to aid the mobilization of the whole proletariat and its organization along a fighting front. Trade Union Theses. 39. The party leads and unifies the working class by taking part in all struggles of a partial nature, and by formulating and agitating around a program of demands of immediate interest to the working class. Partial and limited actions are considered by it as necessary steps to achieving the progressive mobilization and unification of all the forces of the working class. The party combats the conception according to which one should abstain from supporting or taking part in partial actions, because the problems which interest the working class can be solved only by the overthrow of the capitalist order and by a general action on the part of all the anti-capitalist forces. Bracketed ellipsis. 39 bis. It is an error to believe that immediate demands and partial actions can only have an economic character. With the deepening of the crisis of capitalism, the capitalist and landowning ruling classes are compelled, in order to preserve their power, to limit and suppress the proletariat's organizational and political freedoms. Consequently, the demand for these freedoms furnishes an excellent terrain for agitation and partial struggles, which may lead to the mobilization of vast layers of the working population. All the legislation with which the fascists in Italy suppress even the most elementary freedoms of the working class must therefore provide the Communist Party with themes for agitating among the masses and mobilizing them. it will be the Communist Party's task to link each of the slogans it launches in this field with the general directives of its activity, in particular, with the practical demonstration of the impossibility for the regime installed by fascism to undergo radical limitations and transformations in a liberal and democratic direction without a mass struggle being unleashed against fascism that will inevitably culminate in a civil war. Page 162. This conviction must be disseminated among the masses insofar as we succeed, linking the partial demands of a political character with those of an economic character in transforming revolutionary democratic movements into working-class socialist revolutionary movements. Bracketed ellipsis. The task of uniting the forces of the proletariat and all the working class on a terrain of struggle is the positive part of the United Front tactic. In Italy, in the present circumstances, this is the party's fundamental task. Communists must see the unity of the working class as a concrete, real result to be achieved, in order to prevent capitalism from implementing its plan of permanently fragmenting the proletariat and making all revolutionary struggle impossible. They must be capable of working in every way to achieve this end. Above all, they must become capable of drawing close to the workers of other parties and those without a party, overcoming unwarranted hostility and incomprehension, and in all cases, presenting themselves as the advocates of unity of the class in the struggle for its defense and liberation. The united front of anti-fascist and anti-capitalist struggle which the Communists are striving to create must aim at being an organized united front, i.e., at being based on bodies around which the masses as a whole can regroup and find a form. Such are the representative bodies which the masses themselves are tending to create today, from the factories and on the occasion of every struggle, since the possibilities for the trade unions to function normally began to be limited. The Communists must take account of this tendency among the masses and be capable of stimulating it, developing the positive elements which it contains and combating the particularist deviations to which it may give rise. The matter must be considered without fetishization of any particular form of organization, bearing in mind that our fundamental purpose is to achieve an ever-increasing mobilization and organic unity of forces. To accomplish this purpose, it is necessary to be able to adapt ourselves to every terrain offered us by reality, to make use of every agitational theme, and to stress one form of organization or another, depending on what is needed and depending on each one's possibilities for development. Bracketed ellipsis. 42. The tactic of the United Front as political activity, maneuver, designed to unmask so-called proletarian and revolutionary parties and groups which have a mass base, is closely linked with the problem of how the Communist Party is to lead the masses and how it is to win a majority. Page 163. In the form in which it has been defined by the World Congresses, it is applicable in all cases in which, because of the mass support of the groups against which we are fighting, frontal struggle against them is not sufficient to give us rapid and far-reaching results. The success of this tactic is related to the degree to which it is preceded or accompanied by an effective unification and mobilization of the masses, achieved by the party through action from below. In Italy, the United Front tactic must continue to be utilized by the party, insofar as it is still far from having won a decisive influence over the majority of the working class and the working population. Bracketed ellipsis. 43. While it advances its program of immediate class demands and concentrates its activity upon achieving the mobilization and unification of the working class forces, the party, in order to facilitate the development of its own activity, may present intermediate solutions to general political problems, and put forward these solutions among the masses still supporting counter-revolutionary parties and formations. This presentation of and agitation around intermediate solutions, far removed both from the party's own slogans and from the program of inertia and passivity of the groups we wish to combat, allows us to assemble broader forces behind the party, to counterpose the words of the leaders of the counter-revolutionary mass parties to their real intentions, to push the masses towards revolutionary solutions, and to extend our influence. Example, the anti-parliament. These intermediate solutions cannot all be foreseen, because they must in all cases be adapted to reality. But they must be such as to be able to constitute a bridge towards the party's slogans, and it must always be evident to the masses that if they were to be realized, this would lead to an acceleration of the revolutionary process and a beginning of wider struggles. The presentation of and struggle for such intermediate solutions is the specific form of struggle which must be used against the so-called democratic parties, which are in reality one of the strongest props of the tottering capitalist order and as such alternate in power with the reactionary groups, when these so-called democratic parties are linked to sizable and decisive layers of the working population, as in Italy in the first months of the Matteotti crisis, and when a serious reactionary danger is imminent, tactic adopted by the Bolsheviks toward Kerensky during the Kornilov coup. Note 6. Page 164. In such cases, the Communist Party will obtain the best results by advancing the actual solutions which would be those of the so-called democratic parties, if they were in fact capable of waging a consistent struggle for democracy with all the means required by the situation. These parties, thus subjected to the test of deeds, will unmask themselves before the masses and lose their influence over them. 44. All the particular struggles led by the party and its activities on every front to mobilize and unite the forces of the working class must come together and be synthesized in a political formula which can be easily understood by the masses and which has the greatest possible agitational value for them. This formula is the workers' and peasants' government. It indicates even to the most backward masses the need to win power in order to solve the vital problems which interest them, and it provides the means to transport them onto the terrain of a more advanced proletarian vanguard, struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat. In this sense, it is an agitational slogan, but only corresponds to a real phase of historical development in the same sense as the intermediate solutions dealt with in the preceding paragraph. The party cannot conceive of a realization for this slogan except as the beginning of a direct revolutionary struggle, i.e., of a civil war waged by the proletariat in alliance with the peasantry with the aim of winning power. The party could be led into serious deviations from its task as leader of the revolution were it to interpret the workers' and peasants' government as corresponding to a real phase of development of the struggle for power. In other words, if it considered that this slogan indicated the possibility for the problem of the state to be resolved in the interests of the working class in any other form than the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lyon, January 1926. SPWII 340 through 375. 3. Letter to the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party, October 1926. Dear Comrades, the Italian Communists and all the conscious workers of our country have always followed your discussions with the greatest attention. Page 165. On the eve of every Congress and every conference of the Russian Communist Party, we were confident that, despite the sharpness of the polemics, the unity of the Russian party was not in danger. we were indeed confident that, having achieved a greater ideological and organizational homogeneity through such discussions, the party would be better prepared and equipped to overcome the multiple difficulties which attend the exercise of power in a workers' state. Today, on the eve of your 15th conference, we no longer have the confidence we had in the past. We cannot free ourselves from a sense of anguish. It seems to us that the present attitude of the opposition bloc and the sharpness of the polemics within the Communist Party of the USSR necessitate intervention by the fraternal parties. It is precisely by this conviction that we are motivated in addressing this letter to you. It may be that the isolation in which our party is forced to exist has led us to exaggerate the dangers in connection with the internal situation in the Communist Party of the USSR. In any case, our judgment of the international repercussions of this situation is certainly not exaggerated, and as internationalists, we wish to carry out our duty. The present situation in our brother party in the USSR seems to us different and far more serious than in previous discussions, because today we see occurring and deepening a split in the Leninist Central Group, which has always been the leading nucleus of the party and the International. A split of this kind, independently of the numerical results of the Congress votes, can have the most serious repercussions, not only if the oppositional minority does not accept with the greatest loyalty the fundamental principles of revolutionary party discipline, but also if, in carrying out its polemics and its struggle, it goes beyond certain limits which are above all formal democracy. One of Lenin's most precious lessons was that we should pay great attention to the opinions of our class enemies. Well, dear comrades, it is certain that the strongest press organs and statesmen of the international bourgeoisie are counting on this organic character of the conflict that exists within the fundamental nucleus of the Communist Party of the USSR, are counting on a split in our brother party, and are convinced that this must lead to the disintegration and slow death agony of the proletarian dictatorship, that it will bring about the ruin of the revolution, which the invasions and the White Guard revolts did not succeed in bringing about. Page 166. The very coolness and circumspection with which the bourgeois press today seeks to analyze Russian events, and the fact that it seeks to avoid, so far as it can, the violent demagogy which was more characteristic of it in the past, are symptoms which should cause the Russian comrades to reflect and make them more conscious of their responsibility. For another reason, too, the international bourgeoisie is counting on a possible split or on a worsening of the internal crisis in the Communist Party of the USSR. The workers' state has now existed in Russia for 9 years. It is certain that only a little minority, not merely of the working classes, but even of the communist parties themselves, in the other countries, is capable of reconstructing in its entirety the whole development of the revolution, and of finding, even in the details of which everyday life is made up in the Soviet state, the continuity of the red thread which leads to the general perspective of the construction of socialism. This is true not only in those countries where freedom of association no longer exists and freedom of the press has been totally suppressed or subjected to unprecedented limitations, as in Italy, where the courts have confiscated and forbidden the printing of the books of Trotsky, Lenin, Stalin, Zinoviev, and most recently of the Communist Manifesto as well, but also in those countries where our parties still have the possibility of supplying their members and the masses in general with an adequate documentation. In these countries, the great masses cannot understand the discussions which are taking place in the Communist Party of the USSR, especially if they are as violent as the present one and concern not some question of detail, but the political line of the party in its entirety. Not just the working masses in general, but even the mass of members within our parties see and wish to see in the Republic of the Soviets and in the party which is in power there a single combat unit that is working in the general perspective of socialism. Only insofar as the West European masses see Russia and the Russian Party from this point of view do they accept freely and as a historically necessary fact that the CPSU should be the leading party in the International. Only for that reason are the Republic of the Soviets and the CPSU today a formidable element of revolutionary organization and propulsion. The bourgeois and social democratic parties, for the same reason, exploit the internal polemics and the conflicts which exist within the CPSU. Page 167. They want to combat this influence of the Russian Revolution, to combat the revolutionary unity which is being forged around the CPSU throughout the world. Dear comrades, it is extremely significant that in a country like Italy, where the fascist state and party organization succeeds in stifling every noteworthy manifestation of autonomous life on the part of the great mass of workers and peasants, it is significant that the fascist papers, especially those in the provinces, are full of articles, technically well constructed for propaganda purposes, with the minimum of demagogy or insulting comment, in which an attempt is made to demonstrate with a manifest effort to achieve objectivity that now, as is proved by the best-known leaders of the joint opposition in the CPSU themselves, the state of the Soviets is inexorably becoming a pure capitalist state, and that hence, in the world duel between fascism and Bolshevism, fascism will come out on top. This campaign, if it shows that the Republic of the Soviets still enjoys limitless sympathy among the great mass of the Italian people, who in some regions have only received a trickle of illegal party literature for 6 years now, also shows that fascism, which knows very well the real internal situation in Italy and has learnt to deal with the masses, is seeking to utilize the political stance of the joint opposition to break definitively the firm aversion of the workers to Mussolini's government, and to bring about a state of mind in which fascism can appear at least as an ineluctable historical necessity, notwithstanding the brutalities and other ills which accompany it. We believe that, in the entire International, our party is the one which feels most keenly the repercussions of the serious situation which exists in the CPSU. This is the case, not just for the reasons set out above, which are, so to speak, external ones, which relate to the general conditions of revolutionary development in our country. You know that all the parties of the International have inherited, both from the old social democracy and from the differing national traditions that exist in the various countries, anarchism, syndicalism, etc., a mass of prejudices and ideological features which represent the breeding ground for all deviations of both the right and the left. In the last years, but especially after the Fifth World Congress, our parties were beginning to achieve, through painful experience and through wearisome, exhausting crises, a secure Leninist stabilization. They were beginning to become true Bolshevik parties. Page 168. New proletarian cadres were being created from below, from the factories. The intellectual elements were subjected to a rigorous selection process and to a pitilessly strict test on the basis of their practical work on the terrain of action. This reworking took place under the guidance of the CPSU as a united ensemble and of the great leaders of the CPSU. Well, the sharpness of the present crisis and the threat of an open or latent split that it contains is halting this process of development and elaboration, crystallizing right and left deviations, putting off once again the achievement of an organic unity of the World Party of Workers. It is upon this aspect in particular that we believe it is our duty as internationalists to call the attention of the most responsible comrades of the CPSU. Comrades, in these past 9 years of world history, you have been the organizing and propulsive element of the revolutionary forces in all countries. The function which you have fulfilled has no precedent to equal it in breadth and depth in the entire history of humanity. But today you are destroying your work. You are degrading and run the risk of annihilating the leading function which the CPSU won through Lenin's contribution. It seems to us that the violent passion of Russian affairs is causing you to lose sight of the international aspects of Russian affairs themselves, is causing you to forget that your duties as Russian militants can and must be carried out only within the framework of the interests of the international proletariat. The Political Bureau of the Italian Communist Party has studied with the greatest care and attention of which it was capable all the problems which are today under discussion at the CPSU. The questions which are posed for you today may be posed for our party tomorrow. In our country, too, the rural masses make up the majority of the working population. Moreover, all the problems inherent in the proletariat's hegemony will certainly present themselves in our country in a more complex and sharp form even than in Russia, because the density of the rural population in Italy is enormously greater, because our peasants have an extremely rich tradition of organization and have always succeeded in making their specific mass weight felt very keenly in national political life, because the organizational apparatus of the Church has 2,000 years of tradition behind it in our country, and has specialized in propaganda and in the organization of the peasants in a way which has no equal in other countries. Page 169. If it is true that industry is more developed in our country, and the proletariat has a considerable material basis, it is also true that this industry does not have raw materials within the country, and is therefore more exposed to crises. Hence, the proletariat will only be able to carry out its leading function if it is very rich in the spirit of sacrifice and has freed itself completely from every residue of reformist or syndicalist corporatism. From this realistic and, we believe, Leninist point of view, the Political Bureau of the Italian Communist Party has studied your discussions. Hitherto, we have expressed a party view only on the strictly disciplinary question of factions, since we wished to respect the request you made after your 14th Congress not to take the Russian discussion into the other sections of the International. Now we declare that we consider basically correct the political line of the majority of the Central Committee of the CPSU, and that the majority of the Italian Party will certainly take the same position if it becomes necessary to pose the whole question. We do not wish, and we think it useless, to direct agitation or propaganda at you or at the comrades of the joint opposition. We will not, therefore, make a list of all the specific questions with our opinion in the margin. We repeat that we are struck by the fact that the attitude of the opposition concerns the entire political line of the Central Committee and touches the very heart of the Leninist doctrine and the political action of our Soviet Party. It is the principle and practice of the proletariat's hegemony that are brought into question, the fundamental relations of alliance between workers and peasants that are disturbed and placed in danger, i.e., the pillars of the workers' state and the revolution. Comrades, history has never seen a dominant class in its entirety experiencing conditions of living inferior to those of certain elements and strata of the dominated and subjected class. This unprecedented contradiction has been reserved by history as the destiny of the proletariat. In this contradiction lie the greatest dangers for the dictatorship of the proletariat, especially in those countries where capitalism has not had any great development or succeeded in unifying the productive forces. It is from this contradiction, which moreover already appears in certain forms in those capitalist countries where the proletariat has objectively reached a high social function, that reformism and syndicalism, the corporate spirit and the stratifications of the labor aristocracy, are born. Page 170. Yet the proletariat cannot become the dominant class if it does not overcome this contradiction through the sacrifice of its corporate interests. It cannot maintain its hegemony and its dictatorship if, even when it has become dominant, it does not sacrifice these immediate interests for the general and permanent interests of the class. Certainly, it is easy to be demagogic in this sphere. It is easy to insist on the negative sides of the contradiction. Are you a ruler, O badly dressed and badly fed workers? Or is the Nepman, note 7, in his furs, with all the goods of the earth at his disposal, the real ruler? Similarly, the reformists, after a revolutionary strike which has increased the cohesion and discipline of the masses, but which as a result of its long duration has yet further impoverished the individual workers involved, say, what is the point of struggling? You are ruined and impoverished. It is easy to be demagogic in this sphere, and it is hard not to be when the question has been posed in terms of corporate spirit and not in those of Leninism, the doctrine of the hegemony of the proletariat, which historically finds itself in one particular position and not in another. For us, this is the essential element in your discussions. It is in this element that the roots of the errors of the joint opposition and the origin of the latent dangers contained in its activities lie. In the ideology and practice of the joint opposition are born again, to the full, the whole tradition of social democracy and syndicalism which has hitherto prevented the Western proletariat from organizing itself as a leading class. Only a firm unity and a firm discipline in the party which governs the workers' state can ensure proletarian hegemony under the regime of the new economic policy, i.e., amid the full development of the contradiction to which we have referred. But the unity and discipline in this case cannot be mechanical and enforced. They must be loyal and due to conviction, and not those of an enemy unit imprisoned or besieged, whose only thought is of escape or an unexpected sortie. This, dearest comrades, is what we wished to say to you, with the spirit of brothers and friends, even if younger brothers. Comrades Zinoviev, Trotsky, Kamenev have contributed powerfully to educating us for the revolution. Page 171. They have at times corrected us with great force and severity. They have been among our masters. To them especially we address ourselves, as those principally responsible for the present situation, because we like to feel certain that the majority of the Central Committee of the USSR does not intend to win a crushing victory in the struggle, and is disposed to avoid excessive measures. The unity of our brother party in Russia is necessary for the development and triumph of the world revolutionary forces. To this necessity, every communist and internationalist must be prepared to make the greatest sacrifices. The image caused by the error of a united party is easily mended. That caused by a split, or a prolonged condition of latent split, may easily be irreparable and fatal. With communist greetings, the Political Bureau of the PCDI, SPWII 426 through 432. 4. Some aspects of the Southern question. Bracketed ellipsis. Here, bracketed ellipsis, is a passage from L'Ordine Nuovo, number 3, January 1920, which sums up the viewpoint of the Turin communists, bracket, on the question of the Italian South, close bracket. Quote, The northern bourgeoisie has subjected the south of Italy and the islands and reduced them to exploitable colonies. By emancipating itself from capitalist slavery, the northern proletariat will emancipate the southern peasant masses enslaved to the banks and the parasitic industry of the north. The economic and political regeneration of the peasants should not be sought in a division of uncultivated or poorly cultivated lands, but in the solidarity of the industrial proletariat. This, in turn, needs the solidarity of the peasant and has an interest in ensuring that capitalism is not reborn economically from landed property, that southern Italy and the islands do not become a military base for capitalist counter-revolution. By introducing workers' control over industry, the proletariat will orient industry to the production of agricultural machinery for the peasants, clothing and footwear for the peasants, electrical lighting for the peasants, and will prevent industry and the banks from exploiting the peasants and subjecting them as slaves to these strong rooms. By smashing the factory autocracy, by smashing the oppressive apparatus of the capitalist state and setting up a workers' state that will subject the capitalists to the law of useful labor, the workers will smash all the chains that bind the peasant to his poverty and desperation. Page 172. By setting up a workers' dictatorship and taking over the industries and banks, the proletariat will swing the enormous weight of the state bureaucracy behind the peasants in their struggle against the landowners, against the elements, and against poverty. The proletariat will provide the peasants with credit, set up cooperatives, guarantee security of person and property against looters, and carry out public works of reclamation and irrigation. It will do all this because an increase in agricultural production is in its interests, because to win and keep the solidarity of the peasants is in its interests, because it is in its interest to orient industrial production to work which will promote peace and brotherhood between town and countryside, between north and south. End of quotation. Note 8. That was written in January 1920. 7 years have gone by, and we are 7 years older politically, too. Today, certain concepts might be expressed better. The period immediately following the conquest of state power, characterized by simple workers' control of industry, could and should be more clearly distinguished from the subsequent periods. But the important thing to note here is that the fundamental concept of the Turin communists was not the magical formula of dividing the big estates, but rather the political alliance between northern workers and southern peasants to oust the bourgeoisie from state power. Furthermore, precisely the Turin communists, though they supported division of the land subordinated to the solidary action of the two classes, themselves warned against miraculous illusions in a mechanical sharing out of the big estates. In the same article of 3 January, we find, quote, "What can a poor peasant achieve by occupying uncultivated or poorly cultivated lands? Without machinery, without accommodation on the place of work, without credit to tide him over till harvest time, without cooperative institutions to acquire the harvest, if, long before harvest time, the peasant has not hung himself from the strongest bush or the least unhealthy-looking wild fig in the undergrowth of his uncultivated land, and preserve him from the clutches of the usurers, without all these things, what can a poor peasant achieve by occupying?" End of quotation. Bracketed ellipsis. In the proletarian camp, the Turin communists had one undeniable merit, that of bringing the Southern question forcibly to the attention of the workers' vanguard, and identifying it as one of the essential problems of national policy for the revolutionary proletariat. Page 173. Bracketed ellipsis. The Turin communists posed concretely the question of the hegemony of the proletariat, i.e., of the social basis of the proletarian dictatorship and of the workers' state. the proletariat can become the leading, dirigente, and the dominant class to the extent that it succeeds in creating a system of class alliances which allows it to mobilize the majority of the working population against capitalism and the bourgeois state. In Italy, in the real class relations which exist here, this means to the extent that it succeeds in gaining the consent of the broad peasant masses. But the peasant question is historically determined in Italy. It is not the peasant and agrarian question in general. In Italy, the peasant question, through the specific Italian tradition and the specific development of Italian history, has taken two typical and particular forms: the Southern question and that of the Vatican. Winning the majority of the peasant masses thus means, for the Italian proletariat, making these two questions its own from the social point of view, understanding the class demands which they represent, incorporating these demands into its revolutionary transitional program, placing these demands among the objectives for which it struggles. The first problem to resolve for the Turin communists was how to modify the political stance and general ideology of the proletariat itself as a national element which exists within the ensemble of state life and is unconsciously subjected to the influence of bourgeois education, the bourgeois press, and the bourgeois traditions. It is well known what kind of ideology has been disseminated in myriad ways among the masses in the North by the propagandist of the bourgeoisie. The South is the ball and chain which prevents the social development of Italy from progressing more rapidly. The Southerners are biologically inferior beings, semi-barbarians or total barbarians by natural destiny. If the South is backward, the fault does not lie with the capitalist system or with any other historical cause, but with nature, which has made the Southerners lazy, incapable, criminal, and barbaric, only tempering this harsh fate with the purely individual explosion of a few great geniuses, like isolated palm trees in an arid and barren desert. The Socialist Party was to a great extent the vehicle for this bourgeois ideology within the Northern proletariat. Page 174. The Socialist Party gave its blessing to all the Southernist literature of the clique of writers who made up the so-called positive school: Ferri, Sergi, Nicoforo, Orano, and their lesser followers, who in articles, tales, short stories, novels, impressions, and memoirs, in a variety of forms, reiterated one single refrain. Once again, science was used to crush the wretched and exploited, but this time it was dressed in socialist colors and claimed to be the science of the proletariat. Bracketed ellipsis. The proletariat had itself to adopt, left angle bracket, the approach of the Turin communists, right angle bracket, for it to become politically effective. That goes without saying. No mass action is possible if the masses in question are not convinced of the ends they wish to attain and the methods to be applied. The proletariat, in order to become capable as a class of governing, must strip itself of every residue of corporatism, every syndicalist prejudice, and incrustation. What does this mean? That, in addition to the need to overcome the distinctions which exist between one trade and another, it is necessary, in order to win the trust and consent of the peasants and of some semi-proletarian urban categories, to overcome certain prejudices and conquer certain forms of egoism which can and do subsist within the working class as such, even when craft particularism has disappeared. The metal worker, the joiner, the building worker, etc., must not only think as proletarians, and no longer as metal worker, joiner, building worker, etc., they must also take a farther step. They must think as workers who are members of a class which aims to lead the peasants and intellectuals, of a class which can win and build socialism only if it is aided and followed by a great majority of those social strata. If this is not achieved, the proletariat does not become the leading class, and these strata, which in Italy represent the majority of the population, remaining under its bourgeois leadership, enable the state to resist the proletarian assault and wear it down. Well, what has occurred on the terrain of the Southern question shows that the proletariat has understood these duties. Two events should be recalled. One took place in Turin, the other occurred at Reggio Emilia, i.e., in the very citadel of reformism, class corporatism, and working-class protectionism, which is cited as a prime example by the Southernists in their propaganda among the peasants of the South. Page 175. After the occupation of the factories, the Fiat Board proposed to the workers that they should run the firm as a cooperative. Naturally, the reformists were in favor. An industrial crisis was looming. The specter of unemployment tormented the workers' families. If Fiat became a cooperative, a certain job security might be obtained by the skilled workers, and especially by the politically most active workers, who were convinced that they were marked out for dismissal. The Socialist Party section, led by the Communists, intervened energetically on the question. The workers were told the following, quote, "A great firm like Fiat can be taken over as a cooperative by the workers only if the latter have resolved to enter the system of bourgeois political forces which governs Italy today." The proposal of the Fiat Board forms a part of Giolitti's political plan. In what does this plan consist? The bourgeoisie, even before the war, could not govern peacefully any longer. The rising of the Sicilian peasants in 1894 and the Milan insurrection of 1898 were the experimentum crucis of the Italian bourgeoisie. Note 9. After the bloody decade 1890 to 1900, the bourgeoisie was forced to renounce a dictatorship that was too exclusive, too violent, too direct. For there had risen against it simultaneously, even if not in a coordinated fashion, the southern peasants and the northern workers. In the new century, the ruling classes inaugurated a new policy of class alliances, class political blocs, i.e., bourgeois democracy. It had to choose either a rural democracy, i.e., an alliance with the southern peasants, a policy of free trade, universal suffrage, administrative decentralization, and low prices for industrial products, or a capitalist worker industrial bloc, without universal suffrage, with tariff barriers, with the maintenance of a highly centralized state, the expression of bourgeois dominion over their peasants, especially in the South and the islands, and with a reformist policy on wages and trade union freedoms. It chose, not by chance, the latter solution. Giolitti personified bourgeois rule. The Socialist Party became the instrument of Giolitti's policies. If you look closely, it was in the decade 1900 to 1910 that the most radical crises occurred in the socialist and working class movement. The masses reacted spontaneously against the policy of the reformist leaders. Syndicalism was born, the instinctive, elemental, primitive but healthy expression of working class reaction against the bloc with which the bourgeoisie, and in favor of a bloc with the peasants, and first and foremost with the southern peasants. Precisely that. Indeed, in a certain sense, syndicalism is a weak attempt on the part of the southern peasants, represented by their most advanced intellectuals, to lead the proletariat. Who forms the leading nucleus of Italian syndicalism, and what is its ideological essence? Page 176. The leading nucleus of syndicalism is made up almost exclusively of Southerners, Labriola, Leone, Longobardi, Orano. The ideological essence of syndicalism is a new liberalism, more energetic, more aggressive, more pugnacious than the traditional variety. Bracketed ellipsis. In the 10 years in question, capitalism was strengthened and developed and directed a part of its activity towards the agriculture of the Po Valley. The most characteristic feature of those 10 years was the mass strikes of the agricultural workers of the Po Valley. A profound upheaval took place among the northern peasants. There occurred a deep class differentiation. The number of braccianti, left bracket, day laborers, right bracket, increased by 50%, according to the 1911 census figures, and to this there corresponded a recasting of political currents and spiritual attitudes. Christian democracy and Mussoliniism were the two most outstanding products of the period. Romagna was the regional crucible of these two new activities. The braccianti seemed to have become the social protagonist of the political struggle. The left organs of social democracy, like Lanzione and Cesena, and Mussoliniism too, soon fell under the control of these Southernists. Lanzione in Cesena was a regional edition of Gaetano Salvini's L'Unità. Avanti, under Mussolini's editorship, slowly but surely became transformed into a tribune for syndicalist and Southernist writers. Bracketed ellipsis. Everyone remembers that, in fact, when Mussolini left Avanti and the Socialist Party, he was surrounded by this cohort of syndicalists and Southernists. The most notable repercussion of this period in the revolutionary camp was the Red Week of June 1914. Romagna and the marches were the epicenter of Red Week. In the field of bourgeois politics, the most notable repercussion was the Gentiloni Pact. Note 10. Since the Socialist Party, as a consequence of the rural movements in the Po Valley, had returned after 1910 to an intransigent tactic, the industrial bloc supported and represented by Giolitti lost its effectiveness. Giolitti shifted his rifle to the other shoulder. He replaced the alliance between bourgeoisie and workers by an alliance between bourgeoisie and the Catholics, who represented the peasant masses of northern and central Italy. As a result of this alliance, Sonnino's Conservative Party was totally destroyed, preserving only a tiny cell in southern Italy around Antonio Salandra. End of quotation. Note 11. Bracketed ellipsis. Quote, Today, Giolitti is once more in power, and once more the big bourgeoisie is putting its trust in him, as a result of the panic which has filled it before the impetuous movement of the popular masses. Giolitti wants to tame the Turin workers. He has beaten them twice, in the strike of last April and in the occupation of the factories, with the help of the CGL, i.e. of corporative reformism. He now thinks that he can tie them into the bourgeois state system. What, in fact, will happen if the skilled workforce of Fiat accepts the board's proposals? The present industrial shares will become debentures. In other words, the cooperative will have to pay to debenture holders a fixed dividend, whatever the turnover may be. Page 177. The Fiat Company will be cut off in every way from the institutions of credit, which remains in the hands of the bourgeoisie, whose interest it is to get the workers at its mercy. The skilled workforce will perforce have to bind itself to the state, which will come to the assistance of the workers through the activity of the working class deputies, through the subordination of the working class political party to government policies. That is Giolitti's plan as applied in full. The Turin proletariat will no longer exist as an independent class, but merely as an appendage of the bourgeois state. Class corporatism will have triumphed, but the proletariat will have lost its position and role as leader and guide. It will appear to the mass of poorer workers as privileged. It will appear to the peasants as an exploiter, just like the bourgeoisie, because the bourgeoisie, as it has always done, will present the privileged nuclei of the working class to the peasant masses as the sole cause of their ills and misery. End of quotation. The skilled workers of Fiat accepted almost unanimously our point of view, and the board's proposals were rejected. But this experiment could not be sufficient. The Turin proletariat, in a whole series of actions, had shown that it had reached an extremely high level of political maturity and capability. The technicians and white-collar workers in the factories were able to improve their conditions in 1919 only because they were supported by the workers. To break the militancy of the technicians, the employers proposed to the workers that they should themselves nominate, through elections, new squad and shop foremen. The workers rejected the proposal, although they had many points of difference with the technicians, who had always been an instrument of repression and persecution for the bosses. Then the press waged a rabid campaign to isolate the technicians, highlighting their very high salaries, which reached as much as 7,000 lira a month. The skilled workers also gave support to the agitation of the Had men, and it was only thus that the latter succeeded in winning their demands. Within the factories, all privileges and forms of exploitation of the less skilled by the more skilled categories were swept away. Through these actions, the proletarian vanguard won its position as a social vanguard. This was the basis upon which the Communist Party developed in Turin. But outside Turin? Well, we wanted expressly to take the problem outside Turin, and precisely to Reggio Emilia, where there existed the greatest concentration of reformism and class corporatism. Page 178. Reggio Emilia had always been the target of the Southernists. A phrase of Camillo Prampolini, "Italy is made up of Northerners and filthy Southerners," could be taken as the most characteristic expression of the violent hatred disseminated among Southerners against the workers of the North. Note 12. At Reggio Emilia, a problem arose similar to the one at Fiat. A big factory was to pass into the hands of the workers as a cooperative enterprise. The Reggio reformists were full of enthusiasm for the project and trumpeted its praises in their press and at meetings. A Turin communist went to Reggio, took the floor at a factory meeting, outlined the problem between North and South in its entirety, and the miracle was achieved. The workers, by an overwhelming majority, rejected the reformist corporate position. It was shown that the reformists did not represent the spirit of the Reggio workers. They represented merely their passivity and other negative aspects. They had succeeded in establishing a political monopoly, thanks to the notable concentration in their ranks of organizers and propagandists with certain professional talents, and hence in preventing the development and organization of a revolutionary current. But the presence of a capable revolutionary was enough to thwart them, and show that the Reggio workers are valiant fighters and not swine raised on government fodder. In April 1921, 5,000 revolutionary workers were laid off by Fiat, the workers' councils were abolished, real wages were cut. At Reggio Emilia, something similar probably happened. In other words, the workers were defeated. But was the sacrifice that they had made useless? We do not believe so. Indeed, we are certain that it was not useless, although it would certainly be difficult to adduce a whole series of great mass events which prove the immediate lightning effectiveness of these actions. In any case, so far as the peasants are concerned, such proof is always difficult, indeed almost impossible, and it is yet more difficult in the case of the peasant masses in the South. The South can be defined as a great social disintegration. The peasants, who make up the great majority of its population, have no cohesion among themselves. Of course, some exceptions must be made, Apulia, Sardinia, Sicily, where there exist special characteristics within the great canvas of the South structure. Southern society is a great agrarian block, made up of 3 social layers: the great amorphous, disintegrated mass of the peasantry, the intellectuals of the petty and medium rural bourgeoisie, and the great landowners and great intellectuals. Page 179. The southern peasants are in perpetual ferment, but as a mass they are incapable of giving a centralized expression to their aspirations and needs. The middle layer of intellectuals receives the impulses for its political and ideological activity from the peasant base. The great landowners in the political field and the great intellectuals in the ideological field centralize and dominate, in the last analysis, this whole complex of phenomena. Naturally, it is in the ideological sphere that the centralization is most effective and precise. Giustino Fortunato and Benedetto Croce thus represent the keystones of the Southern system, and in a certain sense are the two major figures of Italian reaction. Note 13. The Southern intellectuals are one of the most interesting and important social strata in Italian national life. One only has to think of the fact that more than 3/5 of the state bureaucracy is made up of Southerners to convince oneself of this. Now, to understand the particular psychology of the Southern intellectuals, it is necessary to keep in mind certain factual data. 1. In every country, the layer of intellectuals has been radically modified by the development of capitalism. The old type of intellectual was the organizing element in a society with a mainly peasant and artisanal basis. To organize the state, to organize commerce, the dominant class bred a particular type of intellectual organizer, the specialist in applied science. In the societies where the economic forces have developed in a capitalist direction to the point where they have absorbed the greater part of national activity, it is this second type of intellectual which has prevailed, with all his characteristics of order and intellectual discipline. In the countries, on the other hand, where agriculture still plays a considerable or even preponderant role, the old type has remained predominant. It provides the bulk of the state personnel, and locally too, in the villages and little country towns, it has the function of intermediary between the peasant and the administration in general. In southern Italy, this type predominates with all its characteristic features. Democratic in its peasant face, reactionary in the face turned towards the big landowner and the government, politicking, corrupt, and faithless. One could not understand the traditional caste of the Southern political parties if one did not take the characteristics of this social stratum into account. Page 180. 2. The Southern intellectual mainly comes from a layer which is still important in the South, the rural bourgeoisie. In other words, the small and medium landowner who is not a peasant, who does not work the land, who would be ashamed to be a farmer, but who wants to extract from the little land he has, leased out either for rent or on a simple sharecropping basis, the wherewithal to live fittingly, the wherewithal to send his sons to a university or seminary, and the wherewithal to provide dowries for his daughters, who must marry officers or civil functionaries of the state. From this social layer, the intellectuals derive a fierce antipathy to the working peasant, who is regarded as a machine for work to be bled dry, and one which can be replaced, given the excess working population. They also acquire an atavistic, instinctive feeling of crazy fear of the peasants with their destructive violence. Hence, they practice a refined hypocrisy and a highly refined art of deceiving and taming the peasant masses. 3. Since the clergy belong to the social group of intellectuals, it is necessary to note the features which distinguish the southern clergy as a whole from the northern clergy. The northern priest is generally the son of an artisan or a peasant, has democratic sympathies, is more tied to the mass of peasants. Morally, he is more correct than the southern priest, who often lives more or less openly with a woman. He therefore exercises a spiritual function that is more complete from a social point of view, in that he guides a family's entire activities. In the North, the separation of church from state and the expropriation of ecclesiastical goods was more radical than in the South, where the parishes and convents either have preserved or have reconstituted considerable assets, both fixed and movable. In the South, the priest appears to the peasant, 1, as a land administrator with whom the peasant enters into conflict on the question of rents, 2, as a usurer who asks for extremely high rates of interest and manipulates the religious element in order to make certain of collecting his rent or interest. 3. As a man subject to all the ordinary passions, women and money, and who therefore, from a spiritual point of view, inspires no confidence in his discretion and impartiality. Hence, confession exercises only the most minimal role of guidance, and the Southern peasant, if often superstitious in a pagan sense, is not clerical. All this, taken together, explains why in the South the popular party, except in some parts of Sicily, does not have any great position or possess any network of institutions and mass organizations. Page 181. The attitude of the peasant towards the clergy is summed up in the popular saying, "The priest is a priest at the altar. Outside, he is a man like anyone else." The Southern peasant is bound to the big landowner through the mediation of the intellectual. The peasant movements, insofar as they do not take the form of autonomous, independent mass organizations, even in a formal sense, i.e. capable of selecting out peasant cadres themselves of peasant origin and of registering and accumulating the differentiation and progress achieved within the movement, always end up by finding themselves a place in the ordinary articulations of the state apparatus, communes, provinces, chamber of deputies. This process takes place through the composition and decomposition of local parties, whose personnel is made up of intellectuals, but which are controlled by the big landowners and their agents, like Salandra, Orlando, Di Cesaro. The war appeared to introduce a new element into this type of organization, with the war veterans movement. In this, the peasant soldiers and the intellectual officers formed a mutual bloc that was more closely united, and that was to some extent antagonistic to the big landowners. It did not last long, and its last residue is the National Union conceived of by Amendola, which has some phantom existence thanks to its anti-fascism. However, given the lack of any tradition of explicit organization of democratic intellectuals in the South, even this grouping must be stressed and taken into account, since it might be transformed from a tiny trickle of water into a swollen, muddy torrent in changed general political conditions. The only region where the war veterans movement took on a more precise profile and succeeded in creating a more solid social structure was Sardinia. And this is understandable, precisely because in Sardinia the big landowner class is very exiguous, carries out no function, and does not have the ancient cultural and governmental traditions of the mainland South. The pressure exerted from below by the mass of peasants and herdsmen finds no suffocating counterweight in the higher social stratum of the big landowners. The leading intellectuals feel the full weight of this pressure and take steps forward which are more remarkable than the National Union. Page 182. The Sicilian situation has very specific features, which distinguish it both from Sardinia and from the South. The big landowners are far more compact and resolute there than in the mainland South. Moreover, there exists there a certain developed industry and commerce. Sicily is the richest region of the entire South and one of the richest in Italy. The upper classes feel very keenly their importance in national life and make its weight felt. Sicily and Piedmont are the two regions which have played a preeminent role since 1870. The popular masses of Sicily are more advanced than in the South, but their progress has taken on a typically Sicilian form. There exists a mass Sicilian socialism, which has a whole tradition and development that is peculiar to it. In the 1922 chamber, it had around 20 of the 52 deputies who had been elected from the island. We have said that the Southern peasant is tied to the big landowner through the mediation of the intellectual. This type of organization is most widespread throughout the mainland South and Sicily. It creates a monstrous agrarian bloc which, as a whole, functions as the intermediary and the overseer of northern capitalism and the big banks. Its single aim is to preserve the status quo. Within it, there exists no intellectual light, no program, no drive toward improvements or progress. If any ideas or programs have been put forward, they have had their origins outside the South, in the conservative agrarian politicians, especially in Tuscany, who were associated in Parliament with the conservatives of the Southern agrarian bloc. Bracketed ellipsis. Over and above the agrarian bloc, there functions in the South an intellectual bloc which in practice has so far served to prevent the cracks in the agrarian bloc becoming too dangerous and causing a landslide. Giustino Fortunato and Benedetto Croce are the exponents of this intellectual bloc, and they can thus be considered as the most active reactionaries of the whole peninsula. We have already said that southern Italy represents a great social disintegration. This formula can be applied not only to the peasants but also to the intellectuals. It is a remarkable fact that in the South, side by side with huge property, there have existed and continue to exist great accumulations of culture and intelligence in single individuals or small groups of great intellectuals, while there does not exist any organization of middle culture. There exist in the South the La Terza publishing house and the review La Critica, page 183. There exist academies and cultural bodies of the greatest erudition, but there do not exist small or medium-sized reviews, nor publishing houses around which medium groupings of Southern intellectuals might form. The Southerners who have sought to leave the agrarian bloc and pose the Southern question in a radical form have found hospitality in and grouped themselves around reviews printed outside the South. Indeed, one might say that all the cultural initiatives by medium intellectuals which have taken place in this century in central and northern Italy have been characterized by Southernism, because they have been strongly influenced by Southern intellectuals. Bracketed ellipsis. Well, the supreme political and intellectual rulers of all these initiatives have been Giustino Fortunato and Benedetto Croce. In a broader sphere than the stifling agrarian bloc, they have seen to it that the problems of the South would be posed in a way which did not go beyond certain limits, did not become revolutionary. Men of the highest culture and intelligence, who arose on the traditional terrain of the South but were linked to European and hence to world culture, they had all the necessary gifts to satisfy the intellectual needs of the most sincere representatives of the cultured youth in the South, to comfort their restless impulses to revolt against existing conditions, to steer them along a middle way of classical serenity in thought and action. The so-called neo-Protestants or Calvinists have failed to understand that in Italy, since modern conditions of civilization rendered impossible any mass religious reform, the only historically possible reformation has taken place with Benedetto Croce's philosophy. The direction and method of thought have been changed, and a new conception of the world has been constructed, transcending Catholicism and every other mythological religion. In this sense, Benedetto Croce has fulfilled an extremely important national function. He has detached the radical intellectuals of the South from the peasant masses, forcing them to take part in national and European culture, and through this culture, he has secured their absorption by the national bourgeoisie and hence by the agrarian bloc. L'Ordine Nuovo and the Turin communists, if in a certain sense they can be related to the intellectual formations to which we have alluded, and if, therefore, they too have felt the intellectual influence of Giustino Fortunato or of Benedetto Croce, nevertheless represent at the same time a complete break with that tradition and the beginning of a new development, which has already borne fruit and which will continue to do so. Page 184. As has already been said, they posed the urban proletariat as the modern protagonist of Italian history, and hence also of the Southern question. Having served as intermediaries between the proletariat and certain strata of left intellectuals, they succeeded in modifying, if not completely, at least to a notable extent, their mental outlook. This is the main factor in the figure of Piero Gobetti if one reflects carefully. Note 14. Gobetti was not a communist and would probably never have become one. But he had understood the social and historical position of the proletariat and could no longer think in abstraction from this element. Bracketed ellipsis. The figure of Gobetti and the movement which he represented were spontaneous products of the new Italian historical climate. In this lies their significance and their importance. Comrades in the party sometimes reproved us for not having fought against the Rivoluzione Liberale current of ideas. Indeed, this absence of conflict seemed to prove the organic relationship, of a Machiavellian kind, as people used to say, between us and Gobetti. We could not fight against Gobetti because he developed and represented a movement which should not be fought against, at least so far as its main principles are concerned. Not to understand that means not to understand the question of intellectuals and the function which they fulfill in the class struggle. Gobetti, in practice, served us as a link, one with those intellectuals born on the terrain of capitalist techniques who in 1919 through 1920 had taken up a left position favorable to the dictatorship of the proletariat, two, with a series of Southern intellectuals who, through more complex relationships, posed the Southern question on a terrain different from the traditional one, by introducing into it the proletariat of the North. Of these intellectuals, Guido Dorso is the most substantial and interesting figure. Note 15. Why should we have fought against the Rivoluzione Liberale movement? Perhaps because it was not made up of pure communists who had accepted our program and our ideas from A to Z. This could not be asked of them, because it would have been both politically and historically a paradox. Intellectuals develop slowly, far more slowly than any other social group, by their very nature and historical function. Page 185. They represent the entire cultural tradition of a people, seeking to resume and synthesize all of its history. This can be said especially of the old type of intellectual, the intellectual born on the peasant terrain. To think it possible that such intellectuals en masse can break with the entire past and situate themselves totally upon the terrain of a new ideology is absurd. It is absurd for the mass of intellectuals, and perhaps it is also absurd for very many intellectuals taken individually as well, notwithstanding all the honorable efforts which they make and want to make. Now, we are interested in the mass of intellectuals and not just in individuals. It is certainly important and useful for the proletariat that one or more intellectuals individually should adopt its program and ideas, should merge into the proletariat, becoming and feeling themselves to be an integral part of it. The proletariat, as a class, is poor in organizing elements. It does not have its own stratum of intellectuals and can only create one very slowly, very painfully, after the winning of state power. But it is also important and useful for a break to occur in the mass of intellectuals, a break of an organic kind, historically characterized. For there to be formed, as a mass formation, a left tendency, in the modern sense of the word, i.e. one oriented toward the revolutionary proletariat. The alliance between proletariat and peasant masses requires this formation. It is all the more required by the alliance between the proletariat and the peasant masses in the South. The proletariat will destroy the Southern agrarian bloc insofar as it succeeds, through its party, in organizing increasingly significant masses of poor peasants into autonomous and independent formations. But its greater or lesser success in this necessary task will also depend upon its ability to break up the intellectual bloc that is the flexible but extremely resistant armor of the agrarian bloc. The proletariat was helped towards the accomplishment of this task by Piero Gobetti, and we think that the dead man's friends will continue, even without his leadership, the work he undertook. This is gigantic and difficult, but precisely worthy of every sacrifice, even that of life, as in Gobetti's case, on the part of those intellectuals, and there are many of them, more than is believed, from North and South, who have understood that only two social forces are essentially national and bearers of the future, the proletariat and the peasantry. Drafted between September and November 1926, SPWII 441 through 462.
Page 186. Page 186 is a blank page.
End of Section 5. End of Part 1.
Page 187. Part 2. Prison Writings, 1929 to 1935. Page 188 is blank. Page 189. Section 6. Hegemony, Relations of Force, Historical Block. Introduction. The reality in which Gramsci found himself after 1926 was one in which socialist revolutions had either been defeated or had failed to take place in the West, where capitalism had managed to survive the post-war economic crisis and stabilize itself, where parliamentary regimes had stood firm or had been replaced with authoritarian ones. These conditions were very different from those of the phase of revolutionary offensive between 1917 and 1921. They demanded a new analysis of the political and ideological resources of capitalist societies, the sources of their extraordinary resilience. They also demanded a new strategy, one which would be different from that which had worked in Russia in 1917. It is the basis of such an analysis and strategy that Gramsci sought to develop in the prison textbooks. One important strand of this work was theoretical. The Marxist tradition in which he had matured as a political militant was strong on general predictions about the course of capitalist development and about connections between economic crises and political transformation. But it was weak on detailed analyses of the forms of political power, the concrete relations between social classes and political representation, and the cultural and ideological forms in which social antagonisms are fought out or regulated and dissipated. There was no adequate Marxist theory of the state or of what Gramsci called the sphere of the complex superstructures, political, legal, cultural. In order to conduct his analysis, therefore, Gramsci needed to make a theoretical critique of mechanistic forms of historical materialism, most notably economism, see glossary of key terms. He then needed to expand the space occupied by politics in the Marxist tradition. To do this, he went back not to the Marx of Kapital or the Engels of Anti-Düring, but to the theses on Feuerbach and to Marx and Engels' historical texts, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, the Civil War in France, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany. Page 190. He also drew on a non-Marxist source, the Italian idealist philosopher Benedetto Croce, for the latter's insights into the ethico-political sphere, that is to say, the ideological, moral, and cultural cements which bond a society together. Significantly, too, he went back to the passage on structure, base, and superstructure in Marx's 1859 preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, and read it in a strongly anti-economistic way. What the passage says, for Gramsci, is that changing socio-economic circumstances do not of themselves produce political changes. They only set the conditions in which such changes become possible. What is crucial in bringing about these changes are the relations of force obtaining at the political level, the degree of political organization and combativity of the opposing forces, the strength of the political alliances which they manage to bind together, and their level of political consciousness of preparation of the struggle on the ideological terrain. It is in the context of this discussion that two central concepts develop: hegemony and historical block. 1. Structure and superstructure. Left angle bracket, small Roman 1, right angle bracket. Economy and ideology. The claim, presented as an essential postulate of historical materialism, that every fluctuation of politics and ideology can be presented and expounded as an immediate expression of the structure, must be contested in theory as primitive infantilism, and combated in practice with the authentic testimony of Marx, the author of concrete political and historical works. Particularly important from this point of view are the 18th Brumaire and the writings on the Eastern question, but also other writings, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, the Civil War in France, and lesser works. An analysis of these works allows one to establish better the Marxist historical methodology, integrating, illuminating, and interpreting the theoretical affirmations scattered throughout his works. One will be able to see from this the real precautions introduced by Marx into his concrete researches, precautions which could have no place in his general works. Page 191. Bracketed ellipsis. Among these precautions, the following examples can be enumerated. 1. The difficulty of identifying at any given time, statically, like an instantaneous photographic image, the structure. Politics, in fact, is at any given time the reflection of the tendencies of development in the structure, but it is not necessarily the case that these tendencies must be realized. A structural phase can be concretely studied and analyzed only after it has gone through its whole process of development, and not during the process itself, except hypothetically, and with the explicit proviso that one is dealing with hypotheses. 2. From this it can be deduced that a particular political act may have been an error of calculation on the part of the leaders of the dominant classes, an error which historical development, through the parliamentary and governmental crises of the ruling classes, then corrects and goes beyond. Mechanical historical materialism does not allow for the possibility of error, but assumes that every political act is determined immediately by the structure and therefore as a real and permanent, in the sense of achieved, modification of the structure. The principle of error is a complex one. One may be dealing with an individual impulse based on mistaken calculations, or, equally, it may be a manifestation of the attempts of specific groups or sects to take over hegemony within the directive grouping, attempts which may well be unsuccessful. 3. It is not sufficiently borne in mind that many political acts are due to internal necessities of an organizational character. That is, they are tied to the need to give coherence to a party, a group, a society. This is made clear, for example, in the history of the Catholic Church. If, for every ideological struggle within the Church, one wanted to find an immediate primary explanation in the structure, one would really be caught napping. All sorts of politico-economic romances have been written for this reason. It is evident, on the contrary, that the majority of these discussions are connected with sectarian and organizational necessities. In the discussion between Rome and Byzantium on the procession of the Holy Spirit, Note 1, it would be ridiculous to look in the structure of the European East for the claim that it proceeds only from the Father, and in that of the West for the claim that it proceeds from the Father and the Son. Page 192. The two churches, whose existence and whose conflict is dependent on the structure and on the whole of history, posed questions which are principles of distinction and internal cohesion for each side. But it could have happened that either of the churches could have argued what in fact was argued by the other. The principle of distinction and conflict would have been upheld all the same. And it is this problem of distinction and conflict that constitutes the historical problem, not the banner that happens to be hoisted by one side or the other. Bracketed ellipsis, all caps SPN, 407-9, left paren cap Q, 7, section sign, 24, right paren.
2. Left-angled bracket, structure and superstructure, 2, right-angled bracket. The proposition contained in the preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, to the effect that men acquire consciousness of structural conflicts on the level of ideologies, should be considered as an affirmation of epistemological and not simply psychological and moral value. Note 2. From this, it follows that the theoretical practical principle of hegemony has also epistemological significance, and it is here that Ilyich Lenin's greatest theoretical contribution to the philosophy of praxis should be sought. In these terms, one could say that Ilyich advanced philosophy as philosophy insofar as he advanced political doctrine and practice. The realization of a hegemonic apparatus, insofar as it creates a new ideological terrain, determines a reform of consciousness and of methods of knowledge. It is a fact of knowledge, a philosophical fact. In Gramscian terms, when one succeeds in introducing a new morality in conformity with a new conception of the world, one finishes by introducing the conception as well. In other words, one determines a reform of the whole of philosophy. SPN 365-6, parenthesis Q10, Roman 2:12, end of parenthesis. 3. Structure and superstructures. Left-angled bracket, 3, right-angled bracket. Structures and superstructures form a historical block. That is to say, the complex, contradictory, and discordant ensemble of the superstructures is the reflection of the ensemble of the social relations of production. Page 193. From this, one can conclude that only a totalitarian system of ideologies gives a rational reflection of the contradiction of the structure and represents the existence of the objective conditions for the revolutionizing of praxis. Note 3. If a social group is formed which is 100% homogeneous on the level of ideology, this means that the premises exist 100% for this revolutionizing, that is, that the rational is actively and actually real. This reasoning is based on the necessary reciprocity between structure and superstructures, a reciprocity which is nothing other than the real dialectical process. SPN 366, parenthesis Q8, 182, end of parenthesis. 4. Left-angled bracket, the concept of historical block, right-angled bracket. Bracketed ellipsis. Gramsci's assertion that the philosophy of praxis detaches the structure from the superstructures, thereby reviving theological dualism and positing a structure as hidden God, is not correct, and it is not even a particularly profound invention. The accusation of theological dualism and of a breaking up of the process of reality is vacuous and superficial. It is strange that such an accusation should have come from Gramsci, who introduced the concept of the dialectic of distincts, and for this is always being accused by the followers of Gentile of having himself broken up the process of reality. Note 4. But, leaving this aside, it is not true that the philosophy of praxis detaches the structure from the superstructures when, rather, it conceives their development as intimately connected and necessarily interrelated and reciprocal. nor can the structure be likened to a hidden god, even metaphorically. It is conceived in an ultra-realistic way, such that it can be studied with the methods of the natural and exact sciences. Indeed, it is precisely because of this objectively verifiable consistency of the structure that the conception of history has been considered scientific. Is it perhaps that the structure is thought of as something immobile and absolute, and not rather as reality itself in movement? And does not the statement in the Theses on Feuerbach about the educator who must be educated posit a necessary relation of active reaction by man upon the structure, affirming the unity of the process of reality? Page 194. The concept of historical block constructed by Sorel grasped precisely in full this unity upheld by the philosophy of praxis. Note 5, bracketed ellipsis, asterisk, parenthesis, Q10, Roman 2, 41.1, end of parenthesis. 5. Left-angled bracket, ethico-political history, right-angled bracket. Definition of the concept of ethico-political history. Note that ethico-political history is an arbitrary and mechanical hypostasis of the moment of hegemony, of political leadership, of consent in the life and activities of the state and civil society, bracketed ellipsis. The most important problem to discuss in this paragraph is this: whether the philosophy of praxis excludes ethico-political history, whether it fails to recognize the reality of a moment of hegemony, treats moral and cultural leadership as unimportant, and really judges superstructural facts as appearances. One can say that not only does the philosophy of praxis not exclude ethico-political history, but that indeed in its most recent stage of development it consists precisely in asserting the moment of hegemony as essential to its conception of the state, and to the accrediting of the cultural fact, of cultural activity, of a cultural front as necessary, alongside the merely economic and political ones. Gramsci commits the serious error of not applying to his criticism of the philosophy of praxis the methodological criteria that he applies to his study of much less important and significant philosophical currents. If he were to employ these criteria, he would be able to discover that the judgment contained in his attribution of the term appearance to superstructures is none other than a judgment of their historicity, expressed in opposition to popular dogmatic conceptions, and therefore couched in a metaphorical language adapted to the public to whom it is destined. The philosophy of praxis thus judges the reduction of history to ethico-political history alone as improper and arbitrary, but does not exclude the latter. The opposition between Gramsciism and the philosophy of praxis is to be sought in the speculative character of Gramsciism. SCW 10427, parenthesis Q10, Roman 1, 7, end of parenthesis. Page 195. 6. Left-angled bracket, ethico-political history and hegemony, right-angled bracket. From everything that has been said previously, it emerges that Gramsci's historiographical conception of history as ethico-political history must not be judged as futile, as something to be rejected out of hand. On the contrary, it needs to be forcefully established that Gramsci's historical thought, even in its most recent phase, must be studied and reflected upon with the greatest attention. Essentially, it represents a reaction against economism and fatalistic mechanicism, even though it is put forward as the destructive supersession of the philosophy of praxis. the criterion that a philosophical current must be criticized and evaluated not for what it professes to be, but for what it really is and shows itself to be in concrete historical works, applies to Croce's thought too. For the philosophy of praxis, the speculative method itself is not futile, but has generated instrumental values of thought in the development of culture, instrumental values which the philosophy of praxis has incorporated, the dialectic, for example. Credit must therefore, at the very least, be given to Croce's thought as an instrumental value, and in this respect it may be said that it has forcefully drawn attention to the importance of facts of culture and thought in the development of history, to the function of great intellectuals in the organic life of civil society and the state, to the moment of hegemony and consent as the necessary form of the concrete historical block. That this is not futile is demonstrated by the fact that, in the same period as Croce, the greatest modern theorist of the philosophy of praxis, Lenin, has, on the terrain of political struggle and organization, and with political terminology, in opposition to the various tendencies of economism, revalued the front of cultural struggle and constructed the doctrine of hegemony as a complement to the theory of the state as force and as a contemporary form of the 1848 doctrine of permanent revolution. Note 6. For the philosophy of praxis, the conception of ethico-political history, in that it is independent of any realist conception, may be adopted as an empirical tool of historical research, one which needs constantly to be borne in mind in examining and understanding historical development, if the aim is that of producing integral history and not partial and extrinsic history, history of economic forces as such, etc. Asterisk, parenthesis, Q10, Roman 1, 12, end of parenthesis. Page 196, 7, left-angled bracket, political ideologies, right-angled bracket. One of the points which is most interesting to examine and analyze in detail is Croce's doctrine of political ideologies, bracketed ellipsis. For Croce, too, now, superstructures are merely apparent and illusory, but has he thought through this change in his position and, in particular, does it correspond to his activity as a philosopher? Croce's doctrine on political ideologies is evidently derived from the philosophy of praxis. They are practical constructions, instruments of political leadership. In other words, one could say that ideologies for the governed are mere illusions, a deception to which they are subject, while for the governing they constitute a willed and a knowing deception. For the philosophy of praxis, ideologies are anything but arbitrary. They are real historical facts which must be combated, and their nature as instruments of domination revealed, not for reasons of morality, etc., but for reasons of political struggle, in order to make the governed intellectually independent of the governing, in order to destroy one hegemony and create another, as a necessary moment in the revolutionizing of praxis. Croce would seem to be nearer than the philosophy of praxis to the vulgar materialist interpretation. For the philosophy of praxis, the superstructures are an objective and operative reality, or they become so when they are not pure products of the individual mind. It explicitly asserts that men become conscious of their social position and therefore of their tasks on the terrain of ideologies, which is no small affirmation of reality. The philosophy of praxis itself is a superstructure. It is the terrain on which determinate social groups become conscious of their own social being, their own strength, their own tasks, their own becoming. In this sense, Croce himself is right when he asserts that the philosophy of praxis is history already made or in the process of becoming. Note 7. There is, however, a basic difference between the philosophy of praxis and other philosophies. Other ideologies are non-organic creations because they are contradictory, because they aim at reconciling opposed and contradictory interests. Their historicity will be brief because contradiction emerges after each event of which they have been the instrument. The philosophy of praxis, on the other hand, does not tend towards the peaceful resolution of the contradictions existing within history. It is itself the theory of those contradictions. Page 197. It is not an instrument of government of dominant groups in order to gain the consent of and exercise hegemony over subaltern classes. It is the expression of these subaltern classes who want to educate themselves in the art of government, and who have an interest in knowing all truths, even unpleasant ones, and in avoiding deceptions, impossible, by the ruling class, and even more by themselves. The criticism of ideologies in the philosophy of praxis attacks the complex of superstructures and affirms their rapid transience in that they tend to hide reality, namely struggle and contradiction, even when they are formally dialectical, like Gramsciism. That is to say, they present a speculative and conceptual dialectic, and do not see the dialectic in historical becoming itself. Bracketed ellipsis. The concept of the concrete, historical, value of the superstructures in the philosophy of praxis must be enriched by juxtaposing it with Searle's concept of the historical block. If men become conscious of their social position and their tasks on the terrain of the superstructures, this means that between structure and superstructure a necessary and vital connection exists. One should find out what currents of historiography and philosophy of praxis was reacting against at the time of its foundation, and what were the most widespread opinions at the time with respect to the other sciences too. The very images and metaphors on which the founders of the philosophy of praxis frequently draw give some clues in this direction. The argument that the economy is to society what anatomy is to biological sciences. One must remember the struggle that went on in the natural sciences to expel from the scientific terrain principles of classification that were based on external and transient elements. If animals were classified according to the color of their skin, their hair, or their plumage, everyone nowadays would protest. In the human body, it certainly cannot be said that the skin, and also the historically prevalent type of physical beauty, are mere illusions, and that the skeleton and anatomy are the only reality. However, for a long time something similar to this was said. By highlighting the anatomy and the function of the skeleton, nobody was trying to claim that man, still less woman, can live without the skin. Going on with the same metaphor, one can say that it is not the skeleton, strictly speaking, which makes one fall in love with a woman, but that one nevertheless realizes how much the skeleton contributes to the grace of her movements, etc. Page 198. Another element in the preface to A Contribution to the Critique is without doubt to be connected to the reform of legislation on trials and punishments. The preface says that just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks of himself, so one cannot judge a society by its ideologies. Note 8. This affirmation is perhaps connected to the reform in penal judgments, whereby material proofs and the oral evidence of witnesses have replaced the statements of the accused and the corresponding use of torture, etc. Referring to so-called natural laws and the concept of nature, natural right, state of nature, etc., which emerged in the philosophy of the 17th century and was dominant in the 18th, Gramsci mentions that this conception is in fact only obliquely attacked by Marx's critique which, analyzing the concept of nature, showed how it was the ideological complement of the historical development of the bourgeoisie, an enormously powerful weapon which the bourgeoisie used against the privileges and oppressions it sought to destroy. Gramsci uses this observation to make the following methodological statement. That concept may have arisen as an instrument for practical and occasional ends, and yet it may still be intrinsically true. Natural laws are equivalent in that case to rational laws, and it is necessary to deny the rationality and excellence of those laws. Now, precisely because it is of metaphysical origin, that concept can be radically rejected, but one cannot refute it in its particularity. It wanes with the metaphysics to which it belonged, and it seems now to have waned for good. Peace be unto the great goodness of natural laws. Note 9. The passage as a whole is not very clear or lucid. One should reflect on the fact that in general, that is to say, sometimes, a concept may arise as an instrument for a practical and occasional end, and nonetheless be intrinsically true. But I do not believe there are many who would maintain that once a structure has altered, all the elements of the corresponding superstructure must necessarily collapse. What happens rather is that out of an ideology that arose to lead the popular masses, and which therefore necessarily takes account of certain of their interests, several elements survive. The law of nature itself, which may have waned for the educated classes, is preserved by the Catholic religion, and is more alive among the people than one thinks. Page 199. Besides, in his critique of the concept, the founder of the philosophy of praxis affirmed its historicity, its transience. He limited its intrinsic value to this historicity, but did not deny it. Note 1. The phenomena of the modern breakdown of parliamentarism can offer many examples of the function and concrete value of ideologies. The way in which this breakdown is presented, so as to hide the reactionary tendencies of certain social groups, is of the greatest interest. Bracketed ellipsis. Asterisk, parenthesis Q10, Roman 2, 41.12, end of parenthesis. 8. Ideologies. It seems to me that an element of error in assessing the value of ideologies is due to the fact, by no means casual, that the name ideology is given both to the necessary superstructure of a particular structure and to the arbitrary elucubrations of particular individuals. The bad sense of the word has become widespread, with the effect that the theoretical analysis of the concept of ideology has been modified and denatured. The process leading up to this error can be easily reconstructed. 1. Ideology is identified as distinct from the structure, and it is asserted that it is not ideology that changes the structures, but vice versa. 2. It is asserted that a given political solution is ideological, that is to say, that it is insufficient for changing the structure, although it thinks that it can do so. It is asserted that it is useless, stupid, etc. 3. One then passes to the assertion that every ideology is pure appearance, useless, stupid, etc. One must therefore distinguish between historically organic ideologies, those, that is, which are necessary to a given structure, and ideologies that are arbitrary, rationalistic, willed. To the extent that ideologies are historically necessary, they have a validity which is psychological. They organize human masses, they form the terrain on which men move, acquire consciousness of their position, struggle, etc. To the extent that they are arbitrary, they only create individual movements, polemics, and so on, though even these are not completely useless, since they function like an error, which, by contrasting with truth, demonstrates it. SPN 376-7, parenthesis Q7, 19, end of parenthesis. Page 200. 9. Validity of ideologies. Remember the frequent affirmation made by Marx on the solidity of popular beliefs as a necessary element of a specific situation. What he says, more or less, is, when this way of conceiving things has the force of popular beliefs, etc. Find these statements and analyze them in the contexts in which they are expressed. Note 10. Another affirmation of Marx's is that a popular conviction often has the same energy as a material force or something of the kind, which is extremely significant. Note 11. The analysis of these propositions tends, I think, to reinforce the conception of historical block, in which precisely material forces are the content and ideologies are the form, though this distinction between form and content has purely indicative value, since the material forces would be inconceivable historically without form, and the ideologies would be individual fancies without the material forces. SPN 377, parenthesis Q7, 21, end of parenthesis. 10. Analysis of situations, relations of force. It is the problem of the relations between structure and superstructures which must be accurately posed and resolved if the forces which are active in the history of a particular period are to be correctly analyzed and the relation between them determined. Two principles must orient the discussion. 1. That no society sets itself tasks for whose accomplishment the necessary and sufficient conditions do not either already exist or are not at the least beginning to emerge and develop. 2. That no society breaks down and can be replaced until it has developed all the forms of life which are implicit in its internal relations. Bracketed ellipsis. No social formation is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. Mankind thus inevitably sets itself only such tasks as it is able to solve, since closer examination will always show that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution are already present, or at least in the course of formation. Parenthesis. Preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. End of parenthesis. Page 201. From a reflection on these two principles, one can move on to develop a whole series of further principles of historical methodology. Meanwhile, in studying a structure, it is necessary to distinguish organic movements, relatively permanent, from movements which may be termed conjunctural, and which appear as occasional, immediate, almost accidental. Conjunctural phenomena, too, depend on organic movements, to be sure, but they do not have any very far-reaching historical significance. They give rise to political criticism of a minor, day-to-day character, which has as its subject small ruling groups and personalities with direct governmental responsibilities. Organic phenomena, on the other hand, give rise to socio-historical criticism, whose subject is wider social groupings, beyond the people with immediate responsibilities and beyond the ruling personnel. When a historical period comes to be studied, the great importance of this distinction becomes clear. A crisis occurs, sometimes lasting for decades. This exceptional duration means that incurable structural contradictions have revealed themselves, reached maturity, and that, despite this, the political forces which are struggling to conserve and defend the existing structure itself are making every effort to cure them within certain limits and to overcome them. These incessant and persistent efforts, since no social formation will ever admit that it has been superseded, form the terrain of the conjunctural, and it is upon this terrain that the forces of opposition organize. These forces seek to demonstrate that the necessary and sufficient conditions already exist to make possible, and hence imperative, the accomplishment of certain historical tasks. Imperative because any falling short before a historical duty increases the necessary disorder and prepares more serious catastrophes. The demonstration in the last analysis only succeeds, and is true if it becomes a new reality, if the forces of opposition triumph. In the immediate, it is developed in a series of ideological, religious, philosophical, political, and jurisdicial polemics. whose concreteness can be estimated by the extent to which they are convincing and shift the previously existing disposition of social forces. A common error in historico-political analysis consists in an inability to find the correct relation between what is organic and what is conjectural. This leads to presenting causes as immediately operative, which in fact only operate indirectly, or to asserting that the immediate causes are the only effective ones. Page 202. In the first case, there is an excess of economism or doctrinaire pedantry. In the second, an excess of ideologism. In the first case, there is an overestimation of mechanical causes. In the second, an exaggeration of the voluntarist and individual element. The distinction between organic movements and facts and conjectural or occasional ones must be applied to all types of situation, not only to those in which a regressive development or an acute crisis takes place, but also to those in which there is a progressive development or one towards prosperity, or in which the productive forces are stagnant. The dialectical nexus between the two categories of movement, and therefore of research, is hard to establish precisely. Moreover, if this error is serious in historiography, it becomes still more serious in the art of politics, when it is not the reconstruction of past history, but the construction of present and future history which is at stake. One's own desires and one's baser and more immediate passions are the cause of error, in that they take the place of an objective and impartial analysis, and this happens not as a conscious means to stimulate to action, but as self-deception. In this case, too, the snake bites the charlatan. In other words, the demagogue is the first victim of his own demagogy. The failure to consider the immediate moment of relations of force is linked to residues of the vulgar liberal conception, of which syndicalism is a manifestation, which thought itself more advanced when in reality it was taking a step backward. In fact, the vulgar liberal conception, stressing relations between political forces organized in the various forms of party, newspaper readerships, parliamentary and local elections, the mass organizations of parties and trade unions in the strict sense, was more advanced than syndicalism, which gave primordial importance to the fundamental socio-economic relation, and only to that. The vulgar liberal conception took implicit account of this socio-economic relation too, as many signs clearly indicate, but it put more emphasis on the relation of political forces, which was an expression of the former and in reality contained it. These residues of the vulgar liberal conception can be traced in a whole series of works purporting to be connected with the philosophy of praxis, and have given rise to infantile forms of optimism and folly. Page 203. These methodological criteria will acquire visibly and didactically their full significance if they are applied to the examination of concrete historical facts. This might usefully be done for the events which took place in France from 1789 to 1870. It seems to me that for greater clarity of exposition it is precisely necessary to take in the whole of this period. In fact, it was only in 1870 to 71, with the attempt of the Commune, that all the germs of 1789 were finally historically exhausted. It was then that the new bourgeois class struggling for power defeated not only the representatives of the old society, unwilling to admit that it had been definitively superseded, but also the still newer groups, who maintained that the new structure created by the 1789 revolution was itself already outdated. By this victory the bourgeoisie demonstrated its vitality vis-à-vis both the old and the very new. Furthermore, it was in 1870 to 71 that the body of principles of political strategy and tactics engendered in practice in 1789 and developed ideologically around 1848 lost their efficacy. I am referring to those which can be resumed in the formula of permanent revolution. It would be interesting to study how much of this formula passed into Mazzini's strategy, for example, in the Milan insurrection of 1853, and whether this happened consciously or not. One piece of evidence for the correctness of this point of view is the fact that historians are by no means of one mind, and it is impossible that they should be, in fixing the limits of the group of events which constitute the French Revolution. For some, Salvemini, for instance, the revolution was complete at Valmy. France had created its new state and had shown itself capable of reorganizing the politico-military force necessary to assert and to defend its territorial sovereignty. For others, the revolution continues until Thermidor. Indeed, they speak of various revolutions. 10 August is a separate revolution, etc. See La Révolution Française by A. Mathies in the A. Collin series. The interpretation of Thermidor and of the work of Napoleon provokes the sharpest disagreements. Was it revolution or counter-revolution? For others, the history of the revolution continues until 1830, 1848, 1870, and even until the World War of 1914. All these views are partially true. In reality, the internal contradictions which develop after 1789 in the structure of French society are resolved to a relative degree only with the Third Republic. Page 204. And France has now enjoyed 60 years of stable political life only after 80 years of convulsions at ever longer intervals, 1789, 1794, 1799, 1804, 1815, 1830, 1848, 1870. It is precisely the study of these intervals of varying frequency which enables one to reconstruct the relations on the one hand between structure and superstructure, and on the other between the development of the organic movement and that of the conjunctural movement in the structure. One might say that the dialectical mediation between the two methodological principles formulated at the beginning of this note is to be found in the historico-political formula of permanent revolution. The question of so-called relations of force is an aspect of the same problem. One often reads in historical narratives the generic expression, relations of force favorable or unfavorable to this or that tendency. In such abstract terms, this formulation explains nothing, or almost nothing, since it merely repeats twice over the fact which needs to be explained, once as a fact and once as an abstract law and an explanation. The theoretical error consists therefore in making what is a principle of research and interpretation into an historical cause. Meanwhile, in the relation of forces, various moments or levels must be distinguished, and they are fundamentally the following. 1. A relation of social forces which is closely linked to the structure, objective, independent of human will, and which can be measured with the systems of the exact or physical sciences. The level of development of the material forces of production provides a basis for the emergence of the various social groupings, represents a function, and has a specific position within production itself. This relation is what it is, a refractory reality. Nobody can alter the number of firms or their employees, the number of cities or the given urban population, etc. This fundamental configuration allows one to study whether in a particular society there exist the necessary and sufficient conditions for its transformation. In other words, to check the degree of realism and practicability of the various ideologies which have been born on its own terrain, on the terrain of the contradictions which it has engendered during the course of its development. 2. A subsequent moment is the relation of political forces, in other words, an evaluation of the degree of homogeneity, self-awareness, and organization attained by the various social groups. Page 205. This moment can in its turn be analyzed and differentiated into various levels, corresponding to the various moments of collective political consciousness as they have manifested themselves in history up till now. The first and most elementary of these is the economic corporate level. A tradesman feels obliged to stand by another tradesman, a manufacturer by another manufacturer, etc., but the tradesman does not yet feel solidarity with the manufacturer. In other words, the members of the professional group are conscious of its unity and homogeneity and of the need to organize it, but in the case of the wider social group, this is not yet so. A second moment is that in which consciousness is reached of the solidarity of interests among all the members of the social group, but still in the purely economic field. Already in this moment the problem of the state is posed, but only in terms of winning politico-juridical equality with the ruling groups. The right is claimed to participate in legislation and administration, even to reform these, but within the existing fundamental structures. A third moment is that in which one becomes aware that one's own corporate interests in their present and future development transcend the corporate limits of the merely economic group, and can and must become the interests of other subordinate groups. This is the most purely political phase, and marks the decisive passage from the structure to the sphere of the complex superstructures. It is the phase in which previously germinated ideologies become party, come into confrontation and conflict, until only one of them, or at least a single combination of them, tends to prevail, to gain the upper hand, to propagate itself over the whole social area, bringing about not only a unison of economic and political aims, but also intellectual and moral unity, posing all the questions around which the struggle rages, not on a corporate, but on a universal plane, and thus creating the hegemony of a fundamental social group over a series of subordinate groups. It is true that the state is seen as the organ of one particular group, destined to create favorable conditions for the latter's maximum expansion. But the development and expansion of the particular group are conceived of and presented as being the motor force of a universal expansion, of a development of all the national energies. Page 206. In other words, the dominant group is coordinated concretely with the general interests of the subordinate groups, and the life of the state is conceived of as a continuous process of formation and superseding of unstable equilibria on the juridical plane between the interests of the fundamental group and those of the subordinate groups, equilibria in which the interests of the dominant group prevail, but only up to a certain point, that is to say, stopping short of narrowly economic corporate interest. In real history, these moments imply each other reciprocally, horizontally and vertically, so to speak, that is to say, according to socio-economic activity, horizontally, and to territories, vertically, combining and diverging in various ways. Each of these combinations may be represented by its own organized economic and political expression. It is also necessary to take into account the fact that international relations intertwine with these internal relations of nations-states, creating new, original, and historically concrete combinations. A particular ideology, for instance, born in a highly developed country, is disseminated in less developed countries, impinging on the local interplay of combinations. Religion, for example, has always been a source of such national and international ideological political combinations, and so too have the other international organizations, Freemasonry, Rotaryism, the Jews, career diplomacy. These propose political solutions of diverse historical origin and assist their victory in particular countries, functioning as international political parties which operate within each nation with the full concentration of the international forces. But religion, Freemasonry, Rotary, Jews, etc., can be subsumed into the social category of intellectuals, whose function on an international scale is that of mediating the extremes, of socializing the technical discoveries which provide the impetus for all activities of leadership,
of devising compromises between and ways out of extreme solutions. This relation between international forces and national forces is further complicated by the existence within every state of several structurally diverse territorial sectors, with diverse relations of force at all levels. Thus, the Vendée was allied with the forces of international reaction and represented them in the heart of French territorial unity. Similarly, Lyon in the French Revolution represented a particular knot of relations, etc. 3. The third moment is that of the relation of military forces, which from time to time is directly decisive. Historical development oscillates continually between the first and the third moment, with the mediation of the second. Page 207. But this moment, too, is not undifferentiated, nor is it susceptible to immediate schematic definition. Here, too, two levels can be distinguished: the military level in the strict or technical military sense, and the level which may be termed politico-military. In the course of history, these two levels have appeared in a great variety of combinations. A typical example, which can serve as a hypothetical demonstration, is the relation involved in a state's military oppression of a nation seeking to attain its national independence. The relation is not purely military, but politico-military. Indeed, this type of oppression would be inexplicable if it were not for the state of social disintegration of the oppressed people and the passivity of the majority among them. Consequently, independence cannot be won with purely military forces. It requires both military and politico-military ones. If the oppressed nation, in fact, before embarking on its struggle for independence, had to wait until the hegemonic state allowed it to organize its own army in the strict and technical sense of the word, it would have to wait quite a while. It may happen that the claim to have its own army is conceded by the hegemonic nation, but this only means that a great part of the struggle has already been fought and won on the politico-military terrain. The oppressed nation will therefore initially oppose the dominant military force with a force which is only politico-military, that is to say, a form of political action which has the virtue of provoking repercussions of a military character in the sense 1. That it has the capacity to destroy the war potential of the dominant nation from within. 2. That it compels the dominant military force to thin out and disperse itself over a large territory, thus nullifying a great part of its war potential. In the Italian Risorgimento, the disastrous absence of politico-military leadership may be noted, especially in the Action Party, through congenital incapacity, but also in the Piedmontese Moderate Party, both before and after 1848. Note 12. Not, to be sure, through incapacity, but through politico-economic Malthusianism, in other words, because they were unwilling even to hint at the possibility of an agrarian reform, and because they had no desire to see a national constituent assembly convoked, but merely waited for the Piedmont monarchy, free from any conditions or limitations of popular origin, to extend its rule to the whole of Italy, sanctioned only by regional plebiscites. Page 208. A further question connected with the foregoing is whether fundamental historical crises are directly determined by economic crises. The answer is contained implicitly in the foregoing paragraphs, where problems have been considered which are only another way of presenting the one now under consideration. Nevertheless, it is still necessary, for didactic reasons, given the particular public which is being aimed at, to examine each of the ways in which a single question may present itself as if it were a new and independent problem. It may be ruled out that immediate economic crises of themselves produce fundamental historical events. They can simply create a terrain more favorable to the dissemination of certain modes of thought and certain ways of posing and resolving questions involving the entire subsequent development of national life. Moreover, all assertions concerning periods of crisis or of prosperity may give rise to unilateral judgments. In his historical outline of the French Revolution, bracketed ellipsis, Mathiez, in opposition to the vulgar traditional history which aporistically discovers a crisis coinciding with every major rupture of social equilibrium, asserts that towards 1789 the economic situation was in an immediate sense rather good, so that it cannot be said that the downfall of the absolute state was due to a crisis of impoverishment. It should be observed that the state was in the throes of a mortal financial crisis, and considering which of the privileged social orders would have to bear the sacrifices and burdens necessary for the state and royal finances to be put back in order. Furthermore, if the economic position of the bourgeoisie was flourishing, the situation of the popular classes was certainly not good either in the towns or, especially, on the land, where they suffered from endemic poverty. In any case, the rupture of the equilibrium of forces did not occur as the result of direct mechanical causes, that is to say, the impoverishment of the social group, which had an interest in breaking the equilibrium, and which did, in fact, break it. It occurred in the context of conflicts on a higher plane than the immediate world of the economy, conflicts related to class prestige, future economic interests, and to an inflammation of sentiments of independence, autonomy, and power. The specific question of economic hardship or well-being as a cause of new historical realities is a partial aspect of the question of the relations of force at their various levels. Changes can come about either because a situation of well-being is threatened by the narrow self-interest of an opposing group, or because hardship has become intolerable, and no force is visible in the old society capable of mitigating it and of re-establishing normality by legal means. Page 209. Hence, it may be said that all these elements are the concrete manifestation of the conjectural fluctuations of the totality of social relations of force, on whose terrain the passage takes place from the latter to political relations of force, and finally to the military relation, which is decisive. If this process of development from one moment to the next is missing, and it is essentially a process which has as its actors men and their will and capability, the situation is not taken advantage of, and contradictory outcomes are possible. Either the old society resists and ensures itself a breathing space by physically exterminating the elite of the rival class and terrorizing its mass reserves, or a reciprocal destruction of the conflicting forces occurs, and a peace of the graveyard is established, perhaps even under the surveillance of a foreign guard. But the most important observation to be made about any concrete analysis of the relations of force is the following: that such analyses cannot and must not be ends in themselves, unless the intention is merely to write a chapter of past history, but acquire significance only if they serve to justify a particularly practical activity, an initiative of will. They reveal the points of least resistance at which the force of will can be most fruitfully applied. They suggest immediate tactical operations. They indicate how a campaign of political agitation may best be launched, what language will best be understood by the masses, etc. The decisive element in every situation is the permanently organized and long-prepared force which can be put into the field when it is judged that a situation is favorable. And it can be favorable only insofar as such a force exists and is full of fighting spirit. Therefore, the essential task is that of systematically and patiently ensuring that this force is formed, developed, and rendered ever more homogeneous, compact, and self-aware. This is clear from military history, and from the care with which, in every period, armies have been prepared in advance to be able to make war at any moment. The great states have been great precisely because they were at all times prepared to intervene effectively in favorable international conjunctures, which were precisely favorable because there was the concrete possibility of effectively intervening in them. SPN 177-85, parenthesis Q 1317, end of parenthesis. Page 210. 11. Some theoretical and practical aspects of economism. Economism, theoretical movement for free trade, theoretical syndicalism. It should be considered to what degree theoretical syndicalism derives originally from the philosophy of praxis, and to what degree from the economic doctrines of free trade, that is to say, in the last analysis, from liberalism. Hence, it should be considered whether economism, in its most developed form, is not a direct descendant of liberalism, having very little connection with the philosophy of praxis, even in its origins, and what connection it had only extrinsic and purely verbal. The nexus between free trade ideology and theoretical syndicalism is particularly evident in Italy, where the admiration of syndicalists like Lanzillo and company for Pareto is well known. The significance of the two tendencies, however, is very different. The former belongs to a dominant and directive social group, the latter to a group which is still subaltern, which has not yet gained consciousness of its strength, its possibilities, and how it is to develop, and which therefore does not know how to escape from the primitivist phase. The approach of the free trade movement is based on a theoretical error whose practical origin is not hard to identify, namely the distinction between political society and civil society, which is made into and presented as an organic one, whereas in fact it is merely methodological. Thus, it is asserted that economic activity belongs to civil society, and that the state must not intervene to regulate it. But since in actual reality civil society and state are one and the same, it must be made clear that laissez-faire too is a form of state regulation, introduced and maintained by legislative and coercive means. It is a deliberate policy, conscious of its own ends, and not the spontaneous automatic expression of economic facts. Consequently, laissez-faire liberalism is a political program designed to change, insofar as it is victorious, a state's ruling personnel, and to change the economic program of the state itself, in other words, the distribution of the national income. The case of theoretical syndicalism is different. Here we are dealing with a subaltern group, which is prevented by this theory from ever becoming dominant, or from developing beyond the economic corporate stage and rising to the phase of ethico-political hegemony in civil society and of domination in the state. Page 211. In the case of laissez-faire liberalism, one is dealing with a fraction of the ruling class which wishes to modify not the structure of the state, but merely government policy, which wishes to reform the laws controlling commerce, but only indirectly those controlling industry, since it is undeniable that protection, especially in countries with a poor and restricted market, limits freedom of industrial enterprise and favors unhealthily the creation of monopolies. What is at stake is a rotation in governmental office of the ruling class parties, not the foundation and organization of a new political society, and even less of a new type of civil society. In the case of the theoretical syndicalist movement, the problem is more complex. It is undeniable that in it the independence and autonomy of the subaltern group which it claims to represent are in fact sacrificed to the intellectual hegemony of the ruling class, since precisely theoretical syndicalism is merely an aspect of laissez-faire liberalism, justified with a few mutilated and therefore banalized theses from the philosophy of praxis. Why and how does this sacrifice come about? The transformation of the subordinate group into a dominant one is excluded either because the problem is not even considered, Fabianism, demand, note 13, an important part of the Labour Party, or because it is posed in an inappropriate and ineffective form, social democratic tendencies in general, or because of a belief in the possibility of leaping from class society directly into a society of perfect equality with a syndical economy. The attitude of economism towards expressions of political and intellectual will, action, or initiative is to say the least strange, as if these did not emanate organically from economic necessity, and indeed were not the only effective expression of the economy. Thus, it is incongruous that the concrete posing of the problem of hegemony should be interpreted as a fact subordinating the hegemonic group. Undoubtedly, the fact of hegemony presupposes that account be taken of the interests and the tendencies of the groups over which hegemony is to be exercised, and that a certain compromise equilibrium should be formed. In other words, that the leading group should make sacrifices of an economic corporate kind. But there is also no doubt that such sacrifices and such a compromise cannot touch the essential. For though hegemony is ethico-political, it must also be economic, must necessarily be based on the decisive function exercised by the leading group in the decisive nucleus of economic activity. Page 212. Economism appears in many other guises besides laissez-faire liberalism and theoretical syndicalism. All forms of electoral abstentionism belong to it. A typical example is the abstentionism of the Italian clericals after 1870, which became ever more attenuated after 1900 until 1919 and the formation of the Popular Party. Note 14. The organic distinction which the clericals made between the real Italy and the legal Italy was a reproduction of the distinction between economic world and politico-legal world. And there are many such forms in the sense that there can be semi-abstentionism, 25% abstentionism, etc. Linked with abstentionism is the formula, the worse it gets, the better that will be, and also the formula of the so-called parliamentary intransigence of certain groups of deputies. Economism is not always opposed to political action and to the political party, but the latter is seen merely as an educational organism similar in kind to a trade union. One point of reference for the study of economism and for understanding the relations between structure and superstructure is the passage in The Poverty of Philosophy, where it says that an important phase in the development of a social group is that in which the individual components of a trade union no longer struggle solely for their own economic interests, but for the defense and the development of the organization itself. See the exact statement, note 15. The poverty of philosophy is an essential moment in the formation of the philosophy of praxis. It can be considered as a development of the theses on Feuerbach, while the Holy Family, an occasional work, is a vague intermediate stage, as is apparent from the passages devoted to Proudhon and especially to French materialism. The passage on French materialism is more than anything else a chapter of cultural history, not a theoretical passage as it is often interpreted as being, and as cultural history it is admirable. Recall the observation that the critique of Proudhon and of his interpretation of the Hegelian dialectic contained in The Poverty of the Philosophy may be extended to Ghiberti and to the Hegelianism of the Italian moderate liberals in general. The parallel Proudhon-Ghiberti, despite the fact that they represent non-homogeneous politico-historical phases, indeed precisely for that reason, can be interesting and productive. Page 213. In this connection, Engels' statement, too, should be recalled that the economy is only the mainspring of history in the last analysis, to be found in his 2 letters on the philosophy of praxis, also published in Italian, note 16. This statement is to be related directly to the passage in the preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, which says that it is on the terrain of ideologies that men become conscious of conflicts in the world of the economy. At various points in these notes it is stated that the philosophy of praxis is far more widely diffused than is generally conceded. The assertion is correct if what is meant is that historical economism, as Professor Loria, note 17, now calls his more or less incoherent theories, is widely diffused, and that consequently the cultural environment has completely changed from the time in which the philosophy of praxis began its struggles. One might say, in Gramscian terminology, that the greatest heresy which has grown in the womb of the religion of freedom has itself, too, like orthodox religion, degenerated, and has become disseminated as superstition. In other words, has combined with laissez-faire liberalism and produced economism. However, it remains to be seen whether, in contrast to orthodox religion, which has by now quite shriveled up, this heretical superstition has not in fact always maintained a ferment which will cause it to be reborn as a higher form of religion. In other words, if the dross of superstition is not in fact easily got rid of. A few characteristics of historical economism. 1. In the search for historical connections, it makes no distinction between what is relatively permanent and what is a passing fluctuation, and by an economic fact it means the self-interest of an individual or small group in an immediate and dirty Jewish sense. In other words, it does not take economic class formations into account, with all their inherent relations, but assumes motives of mean and usurious self-interest, especially when it takes forms which the law defines as criminal. 2. The doctrine according to which economic development is reduced to the course of technical change in the instruments of work. Professor Loria has produced a splendid demonstration of this doctrine in application in his article on the social influence of the aeroplane published in Rassegna Contemporanea in 1912. 3. The doctrine according to which economic and historical development are made to depend directly on the changes in some important element of production, the discovery of a new raw material or fuel, etc., which necessitate the application of new methods in the construction and design of machines. Page 214. In recent times, there has been an entire literature on the subject of petroleum. Antonio Laviosa's article in Nuova Antologia of 16 May 1929 can be read as a typical example. The discovery of new fuels and new forms of energy, just as of new raw materials to be transformed, is certainly of great importance, since it can alter the position of individual states, but it does not determine historical movement, etc. It often happens that people combat historical economism in the belief that they are attacking historical materialism. This is the case, for instance, with an article in the Paris Avenir of 10 October 1930, reproduced in Rassegna Settimanale della Stampa Estera, Weekly Review of the Foreign Press of 21 October 1930, pages 2303 to 2304, which can be quoted as typical. We have been hearing for some time, especially since the war, that it is self-interest which governs nations and drives the world forward. It was the Marxists who invented this thesis, to which they give the somewhat doctrinaire title of historical materialism. In pure Marxism, men taken as a mass obey economic necessity and not their own passions. Politics is passion. Patriotism is passion. These two demanding ideas merely act as a facade in history. In reality, the history of peoples throughout the centuries is to be explained by a changing, constantly renewed interplay of material causes. Everything is economics. Many bourgeois philosophers and economists have taken up this refrain. They pretend to be able to explain high international politics to us by the current price of grain, oil, or rubber. They use all their ingenuity to prove that diplomacy is entirely governed by questions of custom tariffs and cost prices. These explanations enjoy a high esteem. They have a modicum of scientific appearance and proceed from a sort of superior skepticism, which would like to pass for the last word in elegance. Emotions in foreign policy? Feelings in home affairs? Enough of that. That stuff is all right for the common people. The great mind, the initiates, know that everything is governed by debits and credits. Now this is an absolute pseudo-truth. It is utterly false that peoples only allow themselves to be moved by considerations of self-interest, and it is entirely true that they are above all motivated by desire for and ardent belief in prestige. Page 215. Anyone who does not understand this does not understand anything. The article, entitled The Desire for Prestige, goes on to cite the examples of German and Italian politics, which it claims are governed by considerations of prestige and not dictated by material interests. In short, it includes most of the more banal polemical jibes that are directed against the philosophy of praxis. But the real target of the polemic is crude economism of glorious kind. However, the author is not very strong in argument in other respects either. He does not understand that passions may be simply a synonym for economic interests, and that it is difficult to maintain that political activity is a permanent state of raw emotion and of spasm. Indeed, he himself presents French politics as systematic and coherent rationality, that is to say, purged of all elements of passion, etc. In its most widespread form as economistic superstition, the philosophy of praxis loses a great part of its capacity for cultural expansion among the top layer of intellectuals, however much it may gain among the popular masses and the second-rate intellectuals, who do not intend to overtax their brains, but still wish to appear to know everything, etc. As Engels wrote, many people find it very convenient to think that they have the whole of history and all political and philosophical wisdom in their pockets at little cost and no trouble, concentrated into a few short formulas. They forget that the thesis which asserts that men become conscious of fundamental conflicts on the terrain of ideologies is not psychological or moralistic in character, but structural and epistemological, and they form the habit of considering politics, and hence history, as a continuous marché de dupes, a competition in conjuring and sleight of hand. Critical activity is reduced to the exposure of swindles, to creating scandals, and to prying into the pockets of public figures. It is thus forgotten that since economism too is, or is presumed to be, an objective principle of interpretation, objective scientific, the search for direct self-interest should apply to all aspects of history, to those who represent the thesis, as well as to those who represent the antithesis. Furthermore, another proposition of the philosophy of praxis is also forgotten, that popular beliefs and similar ideas are themselves material forces. The search for dirty Jewish interests has sometimes led to monstrous and comical errors of interpretation, which have consequently reacted negatively on the prestige of the original body of ideas. Page 216. It is therefore necessary to combat economism not only in the theory of historiography, but also and especially in the theory and practice of politics. In this field, the struggle can and must be carried on by developing the concept of hegemony, as has been done in practice in the development of the theory of the political party, and in the actual history of certain political parties, the struggle against the theory of the so-called permanent revolution, to which was counterposed the concept of revolutionary democratic dictatorship, the extent of the support given to constituentist ideologies, etc. Note 18. A study could be made of how certain political movements were judged during the course of their development. One could take as a model the Boulangist movement from 1886 to 1890 approximately, or the Dreyfus trial, or even the coup d'état of 2 December. One would analyze the classic work on the subject, Note 19, and consider how much relative importance is given on the one hand to immediate economic factors and on the other to the concrete study of ideologies. Confronted with these events, economism asks the question, who profits directly from the initiative under consideration, and replies with a line of reasoning which is as simplistic as it is fallacious. The ones who profit directly are a certain fraction of the ruling class. Furthermore, so that no mistake shall be made, the choice falls on that fraction which manifestly has a progressive function, controlling the totality of economic forces. One can be certain of not going wrong, since necessarily, if the movement under consideration comes to power, sooner or later the progressive fraction of the ruling group will end up by controlling the new government, and by making it its instrument for turning the state apparatus to its own benefit. This sort of infallibility, therefore, comes very cheap. It not only has no theoretical significance, it has only minimal political implications or practical efficacy. In general, it produces nothing but moralistic sermons and interminable questions of personality. When a movement of the Boulangist type occurs, the analysis realistically should be developed along the following lines. 1. Social content of the mass following of the movement. 2. What function did this mass have in the balance of forces, which is in process of transformation, as the new movement demonstrates by its very coming into existence? Page 217. 3. What is the political and social significance of those of the demands presented by the movement's leaders which find general assent? To what effective needs do they correspond? 4. Examination of the conformity of the means to the proposed end. 5. Only in the last analysis, and formulated in political, not moralistic terms, is the hypothesis considered that such a movement will necessarily be perverted and serve quite different ends from those which the mass of its followers expect. But economism puts forward this hypothesis in advance, when no concrete fact, that is to say, none which appears as such to the evidence of common sense, rather than as a result of some esoteric scientific analysis, yet exists to support it. It thus appears as a moralistic accusation of duplicity and bad faith, or, in the case of the movement's followers, of naivete and stupidity. Thus the political struggle is reduced to a series of personal affairs between, on the one hand, those with the genie in the lamp who know everything, and on the other those who are fooled by their own leaders, but are so incurably thick that they refuse to believe it. Moreover, until such movements have gained power, it is always possible to think that they are going to fail, and indeed some have failed. Boulangism itself, which failed as such, and then was definitively crushed with the rise of the Dreyfusard movement, the movement of Georges Valois, that of General Gage. Note 20. Research must therefore be directed towards identifying their strengths and weaknesses. The economist hypothesis asserts the existence of an immediate element of strength, that is to say, the availability of a certain direct or indirect financial backing. A large newspaper supporting the movement is also a form of indirect financial backing, and is satisfied with that, but it is not enough. In this case, too, an analysis of the balances of forces at all levels can only culminate in the sphere of hegemony and ethico-political relations. SPN 158 to 167, parenthesis Q 1318, end of parenthesis. 12. Observations on certain aspects of the structure of political parties in periods of organic crisis. Parenthesis, to be connected to the notes on situations and relations of force. End of parenthesis. At a certain point in their historical lives, social groups become detached from their traditional parties. Page 218. In other words, the traditional parties in that particular organizational form, with the particular men who constitute, represent, and lead them, are no longer recognized by their class, or fraction of a class, as its expression. When such crises occur, the immediate situation becomes delicate and dangerous, because the field is open for violent solutions, for the activities of unknown forces, represented by charismatic men of destiny. These situations of conflict between represented and representatives reverberate out from the terrain of the parties, the party organizations properly speaking, the parliamentary electoral field, newspaper organization, through the state organism, reinforcing the relative power of the bureaucracy, civil and military, of high finance, of the church, and generally of all bodies relatively independent of the fluctuations of public opinion. How are they created in the first place? In every country the process is different, although the content is the same, and the content is the crisis of the ruling class's hegemony, which occurs either because the ruling class has failed in some major political undertaking for which it has requested, or forcibly extracted, the consent of the broad masses, war, for example, or because huge masses, especially of peasants and petty bourgeois intellectuals, have passed suddenly from a state of political passivity to a certain activity, and put forward demands which, taken together, albeit not organically formulated, add up to a revolution. A crisis of authority is spoken of. This is precisely the crisis of hegemony, or crisis of a state as a whole. The crisis creates situations which are dangerous in the short run, since the various strata of the population are not all capable of orienting themselves equally swiftly, or of reorganizing with the same rhythm. The traditional ruling class, which has numerous trained cadres, changes men and programs and, with greater speed than is achieved by the subordinate classes, reabsorbs the control that was slipping from its grasp. Perhaps it may make sacrifices and expose itself to an uncertain future by demagogic promises, but it retains power, reinforces it for the time being, and uses it to crush its adversary and disperse his leading cadres, who cannot be very numerous or highly trained. The passage of the troops of many different parties under the banner of a single party, which better represents and resumes the needs of the entire class, is an organic and normal phenomenon, even if its rhythm is very swift, indeed almost like lightning in comparison with periods of calm. Page 219. It represents the fusion of an entire social class under a single leadership, which alone is held to be capable of solving an overriding problem of its existence and of fending off a mortal danger. When the crisis does not find this organic solution but that of the charismatic leader, it means that a static equilibrium exists, whose factors may be disparate, but in which the decisive one is the immaturity of the progressive forces. It means that no group, neither the conservatives nor the progressives, has the strength for victory, and that even the conservative group needs a master. See the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. This order of phenomena is connected to one of the most important questions concerning the political party, namely the party's capacity to react against force of habit, against the tendency to become mummified and anachronistic. Parties come into existence and constitute themselves as organizations in order to influence the situation at moments which are historically vital for their class, but they are not always capable of adapting themselves to new tasks and to new epochs, nor of evolving pari passu with the overall relations of force, and hence the relative position of their class in the country in question or in the international field. In analyzing the development of parties, it is necessary to distinguish their social group, their mass membership, their bureaucracy, and general staff. The bureaucracy is the most dangerously hidebound and conservative force. If it ends up by constituting a compact body which stands on its own and feels itself independent of the mass of members, the party ends up by becoming anachronistic, and at moments of acute crisis it is voided of its social content and left as though suspended in mid-air. One can see what has happened to a number of German parties as a result of the expansion of Hitlerism. French parties are a rich field for such research. They are all mummified and anachronistic. Historico-political documents of the various phases of past French history, whose outdated terminology they continue to repeat, their crisis could become even more catastrophic than that of the German parties. Bracketed ellipsis. One point which should be added to the note on economism as an example of the so-called intransigence theories is the rigid aversion on principle to what are termed compromises, and the derivative of this which can be termed fears of dangers. Page 220. It is clear that this aversion on principle to compromise is closely linked to economism, for the conception upon which the aversion is based can only be the iron conviction that there exist objective laws of historical development similar in kind to natural laws, together with a belief in a predetermined teleology like that of a religion, since favorable conditions are inevitably going to appear, and since these, in a rather mysterious way, will bring about palingenetic events. It is evident that any deliberate initiative tending to predispose and plan these conditions is not only useless, but even harmful. Side by side with these fatalistic beliefs, however, there exists the tendency thereafter to rely blindly and indiscriminately on the regulatory properties of armed conflict. Yet this, too, is not entirely without its logic and its consistency, since it goes with the belief that the intervention of will is useful for destruction, but not for reconstruction, already underway in the very moment of destruction. Destruction is conceived of mechanically, not as destruction-reconstruction. In such modes of thinking, no account is taken of the time factor, nor in the last analysis even of economics, for there is no understanding of the fact that mass ideological factors always lag behind mass economic phenomena, and that therefore, at certain moments, the automatic thrust due to the economic factor is slowed down, obstructed, or even momentarily broken by traditional ideological elements, hence that there must be a conscious, planned struggle to ensure that the exigencies of the economic position of the masses, which may conflict with the traditional leadership's policies, are understood. An appropriate political initiative is always necessary to liberate the economic thrust from the dead weight of traditional policies, that is to say, to change the political direction of certain forces which have to be absorbed if a new homogeneous politico-economic historical bloc, without internal contradictions, is to be successfully formed. And since two similar forces can only be welded into a new organism, either through a series of compromises or by force of arms, either by binding them to each other as allies or by forcibly subordinating one to the other, the question is whether one has the necessary force and whether it is productive to use it. If the union of two forces is necessary in order to defeat a third, a recourse to arms and coercion, even supposing that these are available, can be nothing more than a methodological hypothesis. Page 221. The only concrete possibility is compromise. Force can be employed against enemies, but not against a part of one's own side, which one wishes rapidly to assimilate and whose goodwill and enthusiasm one needs. Bracketed ellipsis, SPN 210-211, 167-168, parenthesis Q 1323, end of parenthesis. End of section 6.
Page 222. Section 7. The Art and Science of Politics. Introduction. These notes on the state and civil society and on the political party can be thought of as continuous with those in the preceding section. Gramsci's critique here of the economism at the theoretical level is complemented by his critique here of its practical consequences. Rosa Luxemburg's conception of the mass strike and Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution are, for Gramsci, forms of economistic political thinking. Trotsky's theory is also criticized as an abstract form of internationalism, insufficiently attentive to national conditions. Using military analogies, Gramsci says these approaches assume that, on the level of political tactics, an economic crisis opens a breach in the enemy's ranks through which a successful political offensive can take place. What they both underestimate, Gramsci says, is the capacity of resistance to these frontal attacks, in advanced industrial states, and the need for a work of preparation among the troops, in other words, the formation of a collective will among the people. In Russia in 1917, a frontal assault on the state was able to succeed because there the state was everything. Civil society was primordial and gelatinous. In the West, the state is only an outer ditch, behind which is a sturdy civil society. Hence, in the West, there must be a transition from the war of movement to a war of position. These remarks of Gramsci's developed positions he had taken before his arrest. In August 1926, he had told a Central Committee meeting, "In the advanced capitalist countries, the ruling class possesses organizational reserves which it did not possess, for instance, in Russia. The state apparatus is far more resistant than is often possible to believe, and it succeeds in moments of crisis in organizing greater forces loyal to the regime than the depth of the crisis might lead one to suppose." SWP 2, pages 408 to 409. At the same time, his remarks in the prison notebooks had a precise contemporary reference. Page 223. They were first drafted in late 1930, at the height of the Comintern's so-called Third Period, 1929 to 1934, which had launched the analysis of a terminal world crisis of capitalism and a tactic of frontal attack, class against class. In 1930, the surviving PCDI leadership, after a long deliberation, accepted this analysis and proceeded to expel 3 political bureau members who opposed it. Gramsci, in prison, came to know of these developments and was highly critical of them. In Italy, fascism was ever more entrenched, and the Communist Party was reduced to a membership of about 4,000. Moreover, his own diagnosis of Italian capitalism after the 1929 world crisis was one not of terminal decay, but of restructuring, an intensification of exploitation achieved through new forms of management and new corporatist strategies, an expansion of state intervention in the economy and society. In this context, a frontal attack, or war of movement, was simply suicidal for the left. Gramsci's East-West contrast in this respect is very significant, but it should not be taken as indicated that Gramsci thought conditions were uniform throughout the East or West. Nothing could be further from the spirit of his work. At most, he identifies certain minimum shared features of advanced capitalist societies. The Italian society in which he operated politically, with its large areas of semi-feudal peasant agriculture, its immature parliamentary conditions, and its powerful priesthood, possessed characteristics of both East and West, which made it very different from Britain or the United States in his own time, let alone today. The Americanism and Fordism notes, see Section 9, show how closely he attended to these differences within the West. It should also be observed that, contrary to what is sometimes asserted, his advocacy of a war of position does not entail a renunciation of revolution, only a change in its strategy and form. His argument that the advanced capitalist societies possess political and ideological reserves which make necessary a transition from war of maneuver to a long war of position must be grasped for what it is, as an argument that, the specific conditions which made possible a successful revolution in Russia in 1917 cannot and will not present themselves in the West. The strategy, therefore, must be different. It must involve the building of hegemony between the working class and its allies. It must involve ideological struggle. It must involve the construction of a mass democratic movement. But this does not add up to an abandonment of the revolutionary goal of socialism and its replacement by a strategy of piecemeal reforms. Page 224. The contrast war of movement, war of position, is paralleled by the contrast between state and civil society on Gramsci's somewhat unstable usage of the word state. See the glossary of key terms. War of movement is a frontal assault on the state, whereas war of position is conducted mainly on the terrain of civil society. Civil society is a site of constant hegemony, direction, and conceptual opposition to the state, political society, which is a site of coercion, dictatorship, domination. Civil society is therefore, in Gramsci, at once the political terrain on which the dominant class organizes its hegemony and the terrain on which the opposition parties and movements organize, win allies, and build their social power. Gramsci says that this distinction between state, political society, and civil society is not organic, but methodological, methodica. See above, page 210. By this he means that although the two levels must be analytically distinguished from one another, they must also be seen as being intertwined in practice. One might illustrate this by saying that a state education system is, at one level, clearly part of political society, just as trade unions are when they take part in tripartite planning with employers and government. But this does not mean that everything which takes place in schools or trade unions is subservient to the state, or reflects ruling class interests. By making such a methodological distinction between the two spheres, Gramsci avoids, on the one hand, a liberal reductionism, which sees civil society as a realm of free individuality, entirely apart from the state, and on the other, a statist and functionalist reductionism, which sees everything in society as belonging to the state and serving its interests. In Gramsci's own time, the first kind of reductionism was exemplified by the liberal Gramsci, the second by the fascist Giovanni Gentile. The latter reductionism, however, has been frequent enough on the left as well. One might cite Althusser's notion of ideological state apparatus. The last two notes included here deal with that key element in the political process, the party. Gramsci treats it, by analogy, with the prince in Machiavelli's 16th century treatise, as an organism which helps to form and galvanize a national popular collective will. The party must help to perform the Jacobin task, see also section 8, of setting in motion a hegemonic alliance between the proletariat and other social strata, and it must help precipitate a process of intellectual and moral reformation. See also section 11. Page 225. In order to function in this way, the party cannot be an organization of closed cadres, and it must not degenerate into a bureaucratic apparatus. See fetishism. It must be democratic in its structure and practices, if it is to widen out to a whole class which will tend to unify the whole of humanity. Page 382. 1. War of position and war of maneuver. On the subject of parallels between the concepts of war of maneuver and war of position in military science and the corresponding concepts in political science, Rosa Luxemburg's pamphlet, Mass Strike, Party and Trade Unions, translated from French into Italian in 1919 by C. Alessandri, should be recalled. In this pamphlet, Rosa, a little hastily and rather superficially too, theorized the historical experiences of 1905. She, in fact, disregarded the voluntary and organizational elements which were far more extensive and important in those events than, thanks to a certain economistic and spontaneous prejudice, she tended to believe. All the same, this pamphlet, with others of the same author's essays, is one of the most significant documents theorizing the war of maneuver applied to political science. The immediate economic element, crises, etc., is seen as the field artillery in war opens a breach in the enemy's defenses, a breach sufficient for one's own troops to rush in and obtain a definitive strategic victory, or at least an important victory in the context of the strategic line. Naturally, the effects of immediate economic factors in historical science are held to be far more complex than the effects of heavy artillery in a war of maneuver, since they are conceived of having a double effect. 1. They breach the enemy's defenses after throwing him into disarray and causing him to lose faith in himself, his forces, and his future. 2. In a flash, they organize one's own troops and create the necessary cadres, or at least in a flash they put the existing cadres, formed until that moment by the general historical process, in positions which enable them to encadre one's scattered forces. 3. In a flash, they bring about the necessary ideological concentration on the common objective to be achieved. Page 226. This view was a form of iron economic determinism, with the aggravating factor that it was conceived of as operating with lightning speed in time and in space. It was thus out-and-out historical mysticism, the awaiting of a sort of miraculous illumination. General Krasov asserted in his novel, Note 1, that the Entente did not wish for the victory of Imperial Russia, for fear that the Eastern question would be definitively resolved in favor of Tsarism, and therefore obliged the Russian general